Good morning everyone. Marinig niyo ako? Marinig niyo ako, Lenny? Yan. Good. Okay. Yan. Pasok kayo dito, class, sa ating StreamYard. Okay. Long time no see. But now see now. Hello, Vanessa. Good morning. Kamusta ka na dyan, Vanessa? Paki-turn on yung camera mo, Vanessa. Hello, Vanessa. Good morning. Marinig niyo ako?
Yes, sir. Marinig, sir.
Pakita naman yung camera mo kasi na-miss ka na namin.
Sir, wala ko'y
Miss ka na
camera.
atik-atik, oy, naon, ganini mo ganina imong camera.
Ayun lang, sir.
Okay. So class, today's activity class, no, we gonna topic about carbohydrates. But, di ba we have a reporter. So, ang gagawin natin class, ako muna ang mauna mag-present. Then after that, kayo na naman, okay? So, okay lang ba yun? Or ano ang prefer ninyo? Mauna ang reporter bago ako or sila muna? Sige daw, paki-comment naman dyan sa ating comment section if okay lang ba na mauna ako or mauna yung reporters. Sige daw, hashtag reporters kung gusto nyo mauna ang mga reporters. Nihawa man si Kuan, nihawa man si Vanessa, naunsa naman ni nahadlok. Nahadlok ka ba, Ningning? Hello, Ian. Good morning. Okay,
Good morning, sir.
So, hopefully, no, okay na yung ating connections. Dili na lag. Okay na ba? Naka-connect na ba naka-connect ba tanan? Okay, so paki-comment na dyan, class. Murag wag yun nag-comment og reporters. Okay, anyway, so before we start, class, no, may I request, Ayan, can you lead us an opening prayer? No, bago tayo mag-start?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Classmates, let us pray in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Our Father in heaven, holy be your name. Your kingdom come, your will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us today our daily bread, and forgive us our sins as we forgive those who sinned against us. Do not bring us to the test, but deliver us from evil. Amen.
Amen. Okay. So may nag-comment dito, reporter siguro. O better din ang reporter para yung kung ano yung mga hindi na-add, no? Na-add ng ating mga reporters or kumbaga review na lang yung sa akin, no? So, sige lang, class, lahat ng mga important details, class, is i-discuss ko. Don't you worry on that. Okay, so, this, kumbaga, much better nga ito. Class, kailangan natin, class, matapos ngayon ang carbohydrates. Then, next meeting, dapat matapos natin yung ating lipids. Kasi, class, alam nyo, pag-check ko dito sa ating schedule, hala, hapit naman din yung exam, no? So far, kamusta? Nakita niyo na ba yung mga grades ninyo? Nakita niyo na ba yung grades ninyo? Iyan?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so kamusta naman yung mga grades natin? Goddess, kamusta?
Hello,
Oh,
sir. Good morning.
good morning. Oh, so far, kamusta
Hmm.
naman yung mga grades natin ngayon?
Okay, okay lang.
Okay, very good. Oh, hopefully, no, nakapasa kayo lahat sa inyong mga subjects at para makapag-proceed tayo sa next semester. So far, nakapasa man ang tanan siguro, no? Baka mga lister na siguro ng tanan karon. Okay, so anyway, so let's start na lang, no, sa ating mga reporters. Nasaan na yung mga reporters natin? Sino yung mga reporters gani natin? Class?
Si ano, sir? Si Amugis, Barida,
Amigis, ikaw pala.
Batadlan,
Okay,
Bula,
sige. Mm-mm.
Bulahan, sa pin. De
Okay.
Viejo.
So class, itong reporting natin ngayon class, no, this will be your including sa laboratory class, isahin ko na lang. Dito na yung inyong oral participation, okay? Para fair sa tanan, maka-report. Naka-assign magid mo isa-isa, no? Ayan.
Yes, sir.
Okay, oo. Kasi class, dito na ako magbe-base ng inyong recitation as well as your final grades. Ay, final grades. As well as your project. O, yun. Kaya wala man tayo physical contact. So, pakikontak na itong imuhang mga kuan, iyan. Ang imuhang mga, unsa ni tawag, ang imuhang mga kauban. Mga kauban nimo para maka-prepare na mo.
Wait lang, sir.
Okay?
Gichat na nako.
Sige. Okay. Habang nag-text si Ayan, no? Okay, so I have a question, no? Regarding din ito sa ating carbohydrates, okay? Why are these xylose tolerance tests performed? Okay, so, ay, wala pa dahil, mag-attendance pa dahil ko. Okay, pakisulat plus, no, hashtag RMP ako. Okay, at 2022. Yan. Sige. Ay Amugis, Barida, Batadlan, Benitez, Bulahan, De Viejo, Folio, Gatinaw, Gubat, Humbe, Iway, Lariba, Lisita, Mahilo, Mamades, Mercado, Minyaw, Nefi, Udoya City, Safia, and Sofian, Pacquiao, Ramirez, Rilio, Rubis, Rojero, Ronolo, Siscar, Subiron, Takan, Tempumona, Valdez, and Zamora. Yun. Okay, class, while waiting for our reporters, kindly answer my question, class, no? Why are the xylose tolerance tests performed in the laboratory? Okay, so while waiting for our reporters, sagot naman class ng aking tanong, bakit kailangan natin i-perform ang D-xylose test? Okay, so ano ba yung D-xylose test? Okay, so ano kaya yan siya, no? Yan. Sige. Okay, so habang hinihintay natin sila, yun, excited talaga to sila maging RMT by 2022. Yan. 24 pa lang ang nandito sa Anaye, yung iba. Yun. So may nagsagot na dito, sabi ni Crystal Lay, to help diagnose problems that prevents the small intestine from absorbing nutrients in food. In food siguro niya ginamit, no? In food. Yan. Okay, yan. Tama, no? Yan yung ginagamit natin class, no? To test. This test is done to differentiate malabsorption from pancreatic insufficiency. Kasi class, sometimes kasi class, no? Yung ating pancreas, hindi na siya nagsisecrete ng ating insulin. So, isa itong test class, itong D-xylose test, which is a test class to differentiate malabsorption from pancreatic insufficiency. Kasi class, sometimes mayroon tayong mga diseases class na hindi maka-absorb ng mga carbohydrates. Okay? So, balay mo class, no, mababa yung carbohydrates level or glucose level ng blood dahil hindi pala siya nakapag-absorb ng mga um, nutrients. So, itong D-xylose test, ginagamit natin ito upang malaman natin if ang problem talaga is nasa iyo or nasa iyong pancreas. That's the reason why kung bakit mababa yung iyong glucose, no? Dahil hindi pala ay mataas yung iyong carbohydrates or mababa yung carbohydrates. Depende kasi sometimes overproduction din ang ating pancreas ng insulin or sometimes lower production of insulin. So kung mababa ang production ng insulin natin, so there are instances class na mas mataas ang level ng ating glucose. So dili da ito siya diabetes mellitus, baka naalay malabsorb or naalay pancreatic insufficiency. Okay? Yan. Yun. Sabi din ni Ann E. White, this is a test performed to diagnose condition that presents with malabsorption of proximal small intestine due to defects in integrity of gastrointestinal mucosa. Okay? So to differentiate malabsorption from pancreatic insufficiency. Okay, so okay na ba kayo iyan?
May iba pa wala, sir. Si Gerald, pati si ano.
Pero we can start
Sila
naman siguro.
April, pati Camille.
Pwede naman siguro tayo mag-start para hindi natin ma-consume ang time, no?
Yes, sir.
Yun, mabuti nakapasok ang ating pinakamalayong participants na si Rich Mercado. Sabi yun ang pinakalayo yun sa inyong tanan. Kay taga Tiboli. Nakasulod man gani ang taga Tiboli kay karani pang taga Jansan, no? Okay. Sige.
Ning, screen share na Ning, please.
Ayan, Ning-ning. Nandito na. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Vanessa Di Viejo. Okay, naana. Wait lang, i-check ko na lang, ha? Okay, yan. Bakit? Kuan lang, Vanessa. Murag tunga sa mani.
Wait lang, sir. Okay na, sir.
Kuan, putol lagi yan, no?
Putol gyapon, sir, adto karon. Putol gyapon, sir.
Ayan, okay lang sa inyo, ayan.
Gamay siya, sir. Kanang dili siya full screen.
Oo, nga naman na.
Wait lang, sir.
Adjust siguro ang sa Zoom niya, pag Zoom. Walang full
Ara.
screen. Wala siyang full screen na ano.
Putol siya, Ning.
Parang presentation type na parang
Ano naman?
slideshow. Yan daw, yung slideshow. Ipa-slideshow pala.
Try
Yan
daw
sa
og
baba.
ang ng reading view
Yung
lang
slide.
Ning. Halimbawa kung ako, wait lang ha, i-share na ko akong screen. Kuha daw ninyo kung putol. Putol ba akong screen? Kuha daw.
Hindi,
Okay lang
sir.
siya. Ay, ano din siya. Hindi din
Ay, oo, no? F5 daw Ning. Yan. Okay. So while waiting class, no, while waiting sa inyong classmates, so I have another question, no, para dili ko masayang ang ato ang kuan. So, okay na ba sila? What are panic or critical glucose values? Ano yung mga glucose value na critical? Okay? For fasting blood glucose, ha? Na lang siguro mag-present sa inyo ha, kuan kayo i-send naman ninyo sa ako, di ba? Francis, ayan, okay na siguro.
Yes, sir.
O yan. Okay, okay na yata na ningning yan. O, yan, na full screen na yun. Giunsa ni mo na ningning? Vanessa, giunsa nimo ano naka ana? Okay?
Gani lang man,
Vanessa.
sir.
Okay.
Naka-half lang man ko sa ganiya, sir.
Ano?
Gitunga lang nako. Gitunga nako para duha ka tab akong ma-open.
Okay. Sige.
Sige na yan.
So, good morning, everyone. We are the first group. So, bago kami mag-start, may paano kami? May pa... Ay, wait lang, sir. Ano yung answer doon sa question mo kanina, sir?
So the answer for panic value is 126 greater than 126 mg per dl for fasting and 200 mg per dl naman for random or glucose tolerance test. Yan. Okay, so don't forget ha, greater than 126 mg per dl for fasting and for random lang is 200 mg per dl. So that's a panic value. So meaning kailangan na natin magpa-check up or magpapunta sa hospital or clinic so that the physician can give us a medication for that. Okay? So that's it. Yan. Okay, so you can start na, Ian.
Thank you, sir. So, guys, may pa 4 picks 1 word si Goddess Wells. Hulaan nyo daw kung ano ito na word. So, ano siya? 13 letters. Paki-comment
Wow.
kung ano.
Go, guys.
Paki-comment kung ano ang tamang sagot. Ang unang makasagot daw kay may kiss kay Goddess.
Wow! Wow, wow, wow! So, sino yung mga heartthrob dito? Si Gerald, si Ayan, at saka si Ian.
Si Goddess pa, sir?
Tama.
God.
No,
Yes.
Words
So,
out.
ang
Ano
winner
na?
is si Miss City Sufyan.
Yay, congrats.
Yun, City
Carbohydrates.
Sofyan, may kiss ka daw.
Congrats, Sia. May kiss ka
So,
kay
later
Goddess.
lang, ano. Yeah.
Sa Zoom lang
Thank
daw.
you.
So, Ning next Ning. So, good morning, everyone. Again, let us introduce ourselves. We are the first group, and we are going to tackle about the topic carbohydrates. Next Ning. Next pagid. So, ito, another na naman na 4 picks 1 word. Go, guys. So, ito siya kay, yung 7 letters. Tapos, hulaan niyo kung ano ang 7 letters. Paki-comment sa comment section down below. Yes,
Kita mo
una
ulit
kay si
kaya.
Miss City Sofyan.
Totoo talaga ya.
Kasi
2 pesos na yun.
nai-leakage ni pa. Nai-leakage siguro.
Magmamall na sila ni Goddess. Kay doon na
Uy.
nakakiss. So,
Good morning,
yeah.
guys. Marinig ako.
Yes, Ning.
Opo.
Okay, so carbohydrates are sugar molecules, including sugar and starches. They are widely distributed in plants and in animals to perform multiple functions such as being a structural component of DNA and RNA to serve as a source of energy or glucose. Glucose is derived from the breakdown of carbohydrates in the diet, body stores, and by endogenous synthesis from protein or from the glycerol moiety of triglyceride. Pag ang energy intake ay naga-exceed siya sa expenditure, ang excess kay ma-convert siya to fat and glycogen for storage in adipose tissues and liver or muscle. Tapos kung mag-exceed naman siya sa calorie intake, kay doon na mag-occur ang endogenous glucose formation from the breakdown of carb stores and non-carb sources like amino acid, lactate, and glycerol. Glucose concentration in the blood is maintained with a fairly narrow interval under diverse conditions by hormones like insulin, glucagon, and epinephrine. High blood glucose concentrations is the most frequently encountered disorder of carbohydrate metabolism caused by diabetes mellitus.
No,
Chemist sorry. Chemistry
Sabay.
of chemistry of carbohydrates. Carbohydrates are aldehyde or ketone derivatives of polyhydroxy alcohols or compounds that yield these derivatives on hydrolysis. Number one is the monosaccharide, which is a simple sugar, meaning dili na siya ma-hydrolyze into simpler form kay siya naman ang pinakasimple. Are termed aldose or ketose according to the position of the carbonyl group. There is a figure 26-1 kay kaning ika-second aldehyde siya kay ang iyahang carbonyl group kay nasa end sa carbon chain, tapos kung bisag asa lang ang carbonyl group kay siya ginatawag siya na ketone. And then the formula for glucose can be written in the form of aldehyde or enol. Maging enol lang siya kaning diri sa second figure, maging enol lang siya kung alkaline ang solution. Tapos, the presence of a double bond and a negative charge in the enol, an ion makes glucose an active reducing substance that is oxidized by relatively mild oxidizing agents like cupric and ferric ions. Mga to siya itong mild oxidizing agents. Glucose in hot alkaline solution readily reduces cupric ions to cuprous ions, and the carbon is oxidized to carboxylic acid. Pag meron siyang color change, meaning meron siyang presence ng glucose, tsaka ito din ang ginagamit na pang-measure ng blood and urine glucose.
Wait, may add ako, Ning. Ay, balik sa...
Sige.
So, ang monosaccharides, these are the most simplest sugars. Among them, di ba, is the group aldehyde and ketones. The simplest ketone is the glyceraldehyde, which is a compound na hydrolyzed from glycerol and aldehyde. And the simplest ketone is the dihydroxyacetone. So, another na categories ng monosaccharide is by counting their carbon rings. Since aldehyde, since glyceraldehyde only has 3 carbon atoms, it can be termed as a triose. So, pagbilangin mo ang kanyang carbon atoms, pwede mo din siya ganun ang pag-categorize. So, it can be triose, pentose, mga ganyan. So, next.
Hemiacetal form is formed when aldehyde and alcohol groups react. In the case of glucose, the aldehyde group reacts with the hydroxy group on carbon 5. The ring structure contains an additional asymmetric carbon atom and exists in two stereoisomeric forms. And in Howard formula for sugars, kay glucose is considered as having the same basic structure as pyran. Pyran meaning ano siya yung six-membered non-aromatic ring na naga-consist ng 5 carbon atoms and isang oxygen atom. The plane of the ring is considered to be perpendicular to the plane of the paper, with heavy lines pointing towards the reader. Next is the disaccharide is formed when two monosaccharide, which examples of monosaccharides are the glucose, galactose, and fructose, join covalently by an O-glycosidic bond with the loss of a molecule of water. Most common disaccharides are the maltose, lactose, and the sucrose. Next. Polysaccharide is the linkage of multiple monosaccharide units. The major storage carbohydrates are starch in plants and glycogen in animals, which forms granules inside the cell. Nearly all starches consist of, ano pa pala, yung mga suffix na ans kay naga-indicate siya ng type of sugar na present sa polysaccharide. Example niya is, starch and glycogen, sila, glucosans, kasi marami silang, glucose molecules. Tas, isa yung insulin kay, fructosan siya kasi naga-contain siya ng, large fructose units. Nearly all starches consist of a mixture of two types of glucosans called amylose and amylopectins. Ano to siya, yung nag-serve as storage. Both amylose and amylopectin consist of glucose residues, but their structure exhibits one significant difference, and it is the presence of alpha-1,6 glycosidic bond. Yun yung difference nila. Makita nyo dito sa figure 26-6. Ito, yung linkage. Dito, ano lang, 1,4, 1,4. Tapos dito kay meron siyang 1,6 linkage. Next is dextrine are the product of partial hydrolysis of starch. They are
Ning,
complex.
balik mo muna, Ning. Wait lang, maidagdag lang ako. So, ang amylopectin, guys, and glycogen is very similar in structure. Ang amylopectin has a branch in every 24 to 30 residue of carbon and up to 1. So, ang sa glycogen naman is ang branch niya is naga-occur every 8 to 12 na na glucose residue. So, ang glycogen is heavily branched while ang amylopectin it will appear as parang yung coiled good ang kanyang structure. That's why amylopectin is more abundant in cellulose kasi ang cellulose kay parang gina-serve 'di ba ang cellulose kay naga-serve siya. Ang cellulose parang naga-serve siya as kuan yang parang sa structural component ng cell wall ng plants. So, yun lang.
Dextrine are products of partial hydrolysis of starch. They are a complex mixture of molecules of different sizes and those are formed from amylose are unbranched chain, whereas in amylopectin kay nagaproduce ng branch chain for glucose molecules. So cellulose is an important structural polysaccharide in plants because it helps the plants to remain strong. and is an unbranched polymer of glucose residues joined by beta-1,4 linkage. Though, di ba, dili man siya ma-digest sa tao. Bisag dili siya ma-digest kay, importante gyapon siya sa diet kay source siya ng fiber, ang cellulose. Next is chitin is the principal component of exoskeleton of arthropods. It is a fibrous substance and it consists of N-acetyl D-glucosamine residues in a B14 linkage. Glycoproteins, glycosylation is one of the most frequent enzymatic modification of proteins. Glycoproteins are formed because many integral membrane proteins have oligosaccharides that is covalently attached to the extracellular region. Most proteins that are secreted, such as antibodies, hormones, and coagulation factors, are glycoproteins. The oligosaccharides are attached by O-glycosidic linkage to the side chain oxygen of serine and or threonine residues or by N-glycosidic linkage to the side chain nitrogen of asparagine residues. One of the biological function of the carbohydrate chain is to regulate the lifespan of proteins. One example is the removal of sialic acid on erythrocyte na nag-result siya ng disappearance ng RBC sa circulation. Carbs have also been implicated in the cell-to-cell recognition and in secretion and targeting proteins to specific subcellular domains. Defects in protein glycosylation have been linked to several forms of congenital muscular dystrophy that are associated with brain abnormalities. Next.
Kay April, di ba yun?
Wala ata si April.
Yan, April.
Diyan,
Sir,
diyan na siya.
Well,
Ay, diyan
Gatinaw.
naman siya.
Yan, oh, nandiyan na.
marinig ako. Hello, good morning po.
Yes, marinig. Pwede ka mag-awit.
Ay. So, next is the metabolism of carbohydrates, which is the primary energy source of the human body. So, next slide.
Hulaan yung word, guys.
So, yung sa next kay, ang hint niya kay 5 letters daw siya. Senegalese.
Tama si Lenny, blood. Thank you.
Okay na. Hindi ko makita kasi yung PPT. Nag-next na?
Opo.
Ay, sige yan. Okay. Digestion and absorption. So, ingested starch and glycogen are partially digested by the action of salivary amylase in the mouth to form intermediate dextrins and maltose. So, the acid pH is the one who inhibits the amylase activity. But if the alkaline pancreatic secretion increase, the pH in the small intestine, that's the time na ang pancreatic amylase can complete the digestion to oligosaccharides, especially the maltose. So monosaccharides are absorbed across the wall of the duodenum and ileum by an active, energy-requiring carrier immediate transfer process. So the rate absorption of the glucose and galactose is several times greater than similar molecules absorbed by a passive diffusion. So conversion of fructose and glucose may occur during the process of absorption, which is yung interconvention can be visualized as the term of the enediol form common for both fructose is absorbed more slowly than glucose and galactose. So, ang enediol, guys, is a mild alkaline solution, carbohydrates that contain free sugar group, which is the aldehyde or the keto. So, enediol formation in mild alkaline condition, glucose is converted into fructose and mannose, where two hydroxyl groups are attached to the double bonded carbon. Then next slide. So next is the intermediate metabolism. So the metabolism of the hexoses proceeds but still according to the body's requirements, which is the energy production by conversion to carbon dioxide and water. Next is the storage of glycogen in the liver or as to triglycerides in adipose tissue. And then the last one is the conversion of the keto acids. Then some steps in the intermediary metabolism of glycogen and hexose are shown in figure 20-9. Next slide. Next slide. Low. Marinig pa ako?
Po.
Yes, marinig ka.
Oo, Ay, next slide.
Next slide daw.
Next slide.
Liza. Yun.
So in figure 20-9, yan yung yung steps ng intermediary metabolism of glycogen and hexoses. So each step is catalyzed by different enzymes. So in this figure, it shows the steps of the intermediary, which is na yung pag-convert ng glycogen ay sa slide 20 na tayo ning
April?
hello, marinig na ako. Okay na yan?
Nawala ka.
20,
Ayan na.
okay na. Hina magud net ko, sorry. So, in the intermediary metabolism, in some cases, different enzymes are responsible for the forward and reverse reaction. So, various inborn errors are result from deficiencies or absence of enzymes. So, makita doon kanina sa figure 20-9, meron siyang mga various inborns na pwedeng makita doon sa mga enzyme siya ba. So, sa table 20-1, doon makita yung mga enzyme deficiency. So, dito, mali yung nalagay na table kay 26-1 to. So, pentose phosphate pathway or hexophosphate shunt is an alternative pathway for the glucose metabolism that generates the reduced form of the NADPH, which is the one who maintain the integrity of the RBC in lipid and steroid biosynthesis, hydroxyl action reaction, and the other anabolic reaction. So next is the regulation of glucose concentration. So dito, the concentration of the glucose in the blood is regulated by the complex interplay of multiple pathway modulated by a number of hormones. First is the glycogenesis, which is the conversion of glucose to glycogen. This process is namely after the breakdown of the glycogen. Next is the gluconeogenesis, which is the formation of the glucose to non-carbohydrate sources. Then the glycolysis is the conversion of the glucose or other hexoses into lactate or pyruvate. And then the ATP, oxidation of carbon dioxide and water through Krebs or the citric cycle, and mitochondrial electron transport chain coupled to oxidative phosphorylation. And lastly is the NADPH or the nicotinamide adenine dinucleotide diphosphate, which is the oxidation of the glucose to carbon dioxide.
Josh?
Hey,
So,
Friel,
Giselle?
marinig niyo? Yan, okay.
hello?
Si Josella pala, okay.
Hello?
Yes,
Hello?
Marinig ka.
Ay, okay. Next is the methods of determination. Next slide, please. So, determination of glucose in body fluids. The common methods in measuring glucose are now enzymatic, the glucose oxidase and the hexokinase. Older methods include photometric methods, oxidation reduction technique, O toluidine test used in some analyzers. So the blue solution, next slide please. Wait lang, guys. Specimen collection and storage. So in individual with normal hematocrit, fasting whole blood glucose concentration is approximately 10 to 12% lower than plasma glucose. This is due to the greater amount of water in plasma, which is 93%, compared in whole blood, approximately 11%, and glucose measurement methods are calibrated to nawala, with higher water concentration to avoid dilution or errors. So first is the plasma serum is used for the most glucose determination. Self-monitoring tests may be used for whole blood or plasma phase. Next is the venous plasma. It is recommended for the diagnosis of diabetes. Next slide. During during fasting, capillary blood glucose concentration is only 2 to 5 mg per dl higher than that of venous blood. After a glucose load, however, capillary blood glucose concentrations are 20 to 70 mg per dl. So, nag-blurry ang PowerPoint. Mean is 20 to 70 mg per dl higher than concurrently drawn venous blood samples. So, glycolysis decreases serum glucose by approximately 5% to 7% in 1 hour in normal uncentrifuged coagulation blood in room temperature. Higher in vitro glycolysis in presence of leukocytes or bacterial contamination. So, non-hemolyzed sterile serum. Glucose is stable for 8 hours at 25 degrees Celsius and 72 hours at 4 degrees Celsius. Next is by adding the sodium iodoacetate, glycolysis have been inhibited for 3 days at room temperature. So how? Fluoride ions inhibit the ninth step in glycolysis by inhibiting enolase to bind with the magnesium, and it inhibits enzyme substrate interaction. So fluoride is also a weak anticoagulant because it binds with calcium after several hours. Advisable to use combined fluoride oxalate mixture. So next is unsuitable for urea and other determination tests except glucose because it promotes loss of cell water. So ito yung ano niya step. Okay. Next is inhibitors for glycolysis are required in patients with greatly increased leukocyte counts because differences of up to 65 mg per dl have been observed between glucose values with and without glycolytic inhibitors after 1 to 2 hours of contact with the blood cells. Next. So next is the CSF. It may be contaminated with bacteria or other cells and should be analyzed immediately for glucose. If a delay in measurement is unavoidable, the sample should be centrifuged and stored at 4 degrees Celsius or at negative 20 degrees Celsius. So the 24 hours urine specimen is preserved by adding 5 ml of glacial acetic acid before the collection. So the pH must 4 to 5. Preservatives, 5 grams of sodium benzoate per 24-hour specimen or chlorhexidine and 0.1% sodium nitrate with 0.1% benzethonium chloride. Storage 4 degrees Celsius. So next is the urine sample may lose up to 40% of their glucose after 24 hours at room temperature. Next. So methodology, hexokinase method. So its principle, glucose is phosphorylated by ATP by 8 so ano po? Nag ano yata siya ning next agad pakibak daw. Okay. Ayan. So the glucose 6-phosphate form is oxidized by glucose 6-phosphate dehydrogenase to 6-phosphoglutamate in the presence of nicotinamide adenine dinucleotide phosphate or the NADPH. The amount of NADPH produced is directly proportional to the amount of glucose
Now
in
what?
the sample and is measured by absorbance at 340 micrometer. So the 6-GPD derived from the yeast is used in the assay with NADP as the cofactor. The oxidized form of nicotinamide adenine dinucleotide or the NAD is the cofactor if bacterial 6-DPD is used and the NADH produced is measured at 340 micrometer. So, ito yung ano niya, yung method. Next. So, the hexokinase method specimen uses serum, or plasma. Deprotonated by barium hydroxide, zinc sulfate. So the clear supernatant is mixed with a reagent containing ATP, NAD, hexokinase, and G6PD, incubated at 25 degrees Celsius until the reaction is complete, and the NADH measured. Calibrators and blanks are carried through the entire procedure, including the deprotonation step. So its disadvantage is too time consuming for routine exams. Next. So glucose oxidase method, it oxidizes glucose to gluconic acid and hydrogen peroxide, highly specific for beta-D-glucose. And glucose oxidase methods are suitable for measurements of glucose in CSF. Next. The enzyme glucose dehydrogenase catalyzes the oxidation of glucose to gluco gluconolac- gluconolactone. So, mutterotase is added to shorten the time necessary to reach equilibrium. The amount of NADH generated is proportional to the glucose concentration. The reaction appears to be highly specific for glucose, show no interference from common anticoagulants. So this method is not widely used. Next, reference values. No.
So for
Next,
the reference values, guys, um, it just means that ang reference values natin, yan yung mga iba-iba na mga parang normal values good when it comes sa glucose measurements sa ating laboratory. So, next slide. Meron na naman tayong four picks one word ni Miss Goddess Wills Batadlan. So, hulaan niyo daw kung ano yan siya na word. Ang hint niya kay meron siyang 9 letters. So, comment down, guys. Yes, very good, Miss Crystal Leronolo. Is very active day. So, next slide, Ning.
Better yung may mga questions. Ayan, para malaan to kung nagpaminaw ba sila o wala.
Yes, sir. So,
Oo.
next
So guys,
is...
mag-question ko ha. Yan, meron akong question class, no? Habang nag-report sila, maglalagay ako ng question, just answer. Para mabalaan ako kung nag-participate or nagpaminaw. Kasi ang uban, wala na nagpaminaw, ha? Okay? Basta wala na nagpaminaw ang uban. Let's continue.
So, although glucose is assayed by different analytical procedures, reference intervals do not vary significantly. Although na it may look different in other values, it is still parang maliit lang din ang kanyang deviation sa mga laboratories. So in here we have the ito yung reference intervals. Ang source namin dito is ang book ni TITS. So we have adult na yang fasting glucose. The normal reference level is 74 to 99 mg per dl, or approximately 4.1 to 5.5 millimoles per liter. For children, we have 60 to 100 mg per dl, or 3.3 to 5.6 millimoles per liter. For premature neonates, we have 20 to 60 mg per dl, which is approximately 1.1 to 3.3 millimoles per liter, and so on and so forth. So for the CSF, the normal value of the fasting glucose in the CSF is 40 to 70 mg per dl, which is approximately 2.2 to 3.9 millimoles per liter. So always remember that before measuring the CSF glucose, you must first measure the blood glucose para ma-compare mo ang glucose levels nila with each other, because 60% of parang ang glucose levels na nasa CSF is 60% of the plasma volume. So in the urine, the normal levels of glucose in urine is approximately 1.5 mg per dl or 0.1 to 0.8 millimoles per liter. Kasi 'di ba ano dapat wala mang ano sa urine, walang glucose sa urine. So next ni in here we have another reference intervals from Bishop na book. So ang normal fasting glucose according sa kanila is from 70 to 99 mg per dl. Impaired fasting glucose is 100 to 125 mg per dl. And the provisional diabetes diagnosis is greater than 126 mg per dl. So, ang ginamin ng impaired, kay ano yan siya guys, di ba for example, pag napasok ka sa normal fasting glucose, ibig sabihin, ang body mo is ginametabolize niya normally ang glucose. While kung magsabi ka ng impaired fasting glucose, it doesn't necessarily mean that you have diabetes, but it can be an indication of yung hyperglycemia. Categories of oral glucose tolerance test. We have the normal glucose tolerance, the 2R post post glucose at itong post glucose. Basta PG is less than or equal to 140 mg per dl or less than or equal to 7.8 millimoles per liter. The impaired glucose tolerance is 140 to 199 mg per dl or approximately 7.8 to 11.1 millimoles per liter. And the provisional diabetes diagnosis is greater than 200 mg per dl or greater than 11.1 millimoles per liter. So the oral glucose tolerance test is used to measure the parang yung metabolic activity good of pregnant women sa glucose. Mostly ang naga-conduct ng glucose tolerance test is pregnant women to measure to screen for gestational diabetes mellitus. So if you can see, ang categories ng ating normal levels, we have the normal, impaired, and provisional. Pag magsabi ka ng normal, ibig sabihin yan is ang body mo is normally gina-process niya or gina-metabolize niya ang glucose sa body. When you say impaired glucose tolerance, it may be na mataas ang glucose levels mo but does not necessarily mean na you have diabetes, but you are parang you are fit to be, wait lang sir.
Okay.
But it can be that ma-fit ka good, parang pwede ka maging candidate for diabetes mellitus if you do not change your lifestyle or your diet. Next, we have the provisional diabetes diagnosis. Ibig sabihin yan, pag magpasok ang reference values mo sa provisional diabetes diagnosis, you are a patient with diabetes. So, it may be type 1 or type 2. We never know. May test yan siya. And then, we have the diagnostic criteria for gestational diabetes. This is connected sa oral glucose tolerance test. We have the fasting plasma glucose, which is greater than 92 mg per dl. 1-hour plasma glucose, which is greater than or equal to 180 mg per dl. And the 2-hour plasma glucose, tama pala, plasma glucose pala ang PG, guys. So, greater than 153 mg per dl. Next ning. So, ito siya. Ito yung translating the A1C assay into estimated average glucose values of glucose levels and A1C levels. So, when you say A1C, that refers to the hemoglobin A1C or the glycosylated hemoglobin. Yan siya yung hemoglobin na gina-measure natin to para i-monitor ang ating glucose intake para sa mga taong may diabetes. So the average plasma glucose is ang normal ay ang 'di ba yung napasok kanina sa criteria kay less than 100 at pabalik daw ning yan. Yan, 70 to 99. Tapos next ning. Yan. So kung ang average niya na plasma glucose is 97, so it still belongs to the normal values. To the normal spectrum ng ating reference values. And ang percentage niya is 5% sa A1C. So parang ang ginamin lang dito is ang parang ang percent ng A1C na ginalabas na machine, yan yung ano niya, parang kung i-convert mo good siya into average plasma glucose, yan ang maglabas. So, ano lang guys, keep in mind lang na that is the average plasma glucose. That does not necessarily mean na equal siya. That does not necessarily mean na ano na parang accurate ang reflect niya to the smallest significant value sa A1C na ano na glucose. That is just an average. Next name. So, for the reference intervals, the American Diabetes Association criterion or the ADA of fasting glucose is 126 mg per DL. So, kung makita nyo sa internet, most na mga websites ginagamit talaga yung 126 mg per DL. So, parang yan na good yun nakasanayan. This is used for the diagnosis of diabetes mellitus. The threshold for diagnosing hypoglycemia is variable and much lower than the lower limit of the reference interval. So, kung magsabi, di ba kanina, gisabi ko yung sa ano, yung may tatlong levels, yung normal, pagkatas impaired, at saka yung ano, yung diabetes. So, kung nandun ka na sa ano, sa may ano na, ano yun siya na level, yung impaired. So, you are a person with hyperglycemia. Next is, there are no different, wait lang yun, sir.
Okay, just take your time.
So, the threshold, wait lang. There are no different values when it comes to sex, but plasma glucose values will increase with age from the third to sixth decade or from 30 to 60 years old. The changes are the following. So, ang fasting na blood glucose levels kaya mag-increase siya ng 2 mg per DL per decade. Ang postprandial, mag-increase siya ng 4 mg per DL per decade. Pero after ng isang individual na maka-undergo ng isang glucose tolerance test or glucose challenge, mag-increase yun siya into 8 to 13 mg per DL per decade. Next is the fasting plasma glucose does not increase significantly after age 60, but glucose concentrations after a glucose challenge test are higher in older individuals. So, paano natin masabi na nag-increase talaga sila or nag-increase talaga ang level ng ano ng plasma glucose natin? So, here are some evidences. There are parang may na-found sila na increasing insulin resistance with age. Kasi 'di ba most na mga geriatric individuals are parang ano sila, some are very prone to diabetes mellitus na type 1. Kasi 'di ba parang there are ano, yung impaired na production ng insulin of the beta cells in the ano, islets of Langerhans. Next is the visceral obesity. As our age increases, makita nyo na naga-increase din ang width ng ating visceral fat, which is an implication of poorer na parang ano yun eh, poorer na metabolic activity ng ang individual sa pag-use ng kanyang energy. So, since 'di ba ang glucose if unused is maano siya parang ma-stuck siya doon sa ating adipose tissues. That's why nagalaki ang ating mga visceral tissues. So, CSF glucose concentration is approximately 60% of the plasma concentration and must always be compared with concurrently measured plasma glucose. That's why you need first to get the plasma glucose before measuring the CSF glucose kay para malaman mo para may ano ka na good, may initial ka na good na idea sa ano, may initial ka na idea sa level ng CSF glucose. If for example, nakita mo na ang glucose levels ng CSF is not 60%, for example, mga ano siya, yung mga 20% lang siya ng plasma glucose, it may be na may bacterial infection na sa ano sa na nangyayari doon sa may meninges and may cause meningitis, ganyan, stuff like that. So next name. So now we have measuring glucose in urine. So it is a rapid, inexpensive, and non-invasive procedure and has been used to screen large numbers of samples. Older methods use the copper reduction principle based on color change, but many reducing agents may be present in the urine that may interfere with the reaction. Qualitative, semi-quantitative, and quantitative measurements have been replaced by the have replaced the non-specific tests in adults. And we should note that reducing tests should be done in newborns instead of enzyme-specific tests to detect presence of other non-reducing sugars such as galactose and fructose. Kasi kung mag ano ka kung mag-perform ka ng mga enzyme-specific test, parang wala pa man yan na metabolize ng body nila or wala pa man sila naka-glucose intake. That's why ang ma-detect lang talaga niyan na type ng glucose is yang tawag niyan yang normally lang din na makita sa infants. So, one test that is most commonly used to detect the inborn error of metabolism is yung acid test na test. Yung para sa sa galactose to detect the inborn error of metabolism na disease na galactosemia. So next ning. So here we have one of the most famous na qualitative method used, the Benedict's test. The Benedict's test uses the Benedict's reagent, which is the cupric ion complex to citrate in alkaline solution, reducing the substance to convert reducing substance converts cupric to cuprous ions, forming yellow cuprous hydroxide or red cuprous oxide. Since ang normal color 'di ba ng ating copper is blue, once a reducing agent has attached it and reduced it or oxidized it or i-oxidize niya yung ang ating copper, mag-change, may color reaction na mangyari. Tapos, dito sa color reaction, hindi natin siya talaga ba parang ma-measure good talaga kung ilan yung glucose level. That's why it's called qualitative kasi very very objective kay very, very subjective pala siya. Very subjective kay you can intensity whichever you want. So, magsabi ka na, for example, ito para sa iyo yung third na test tube dyan kay, ano yan para sa iyo, yung green na yan siya. Pagkatapos, ang nakalagay doon sa reference values niya kay light green, kay ganito, ganyan. So, parang mag-mismatch good kahit, kay subjective gani siya. So, that's why, ang qualitative method is not commonly used in the laboratory. Next ning. So next we have the semi-quantitative method. So dito sa semi-quantitative method natin, we have the paper test strips used in yung routine urinalysis. So the paper test strips are commonly used in the laboratory and uses glucose oxidase in a chromogenic assay. So one example is the Clinistix filter paper, which uses the glucose oxidase, peroxidase, and the dye, which can be O-tolidine or tetramethylbenzidine or TMB. This is generally more sensitive than the Clini test or the copper reduction test and has high imprecision in low glucose levels. Pero pagtaas man din ang glucose levels niya, it has high accuracy. Next. So example of the Clinistix filter paper na interferences kay makagive ng false positive ang hydrogen peroxide, hypochlorite, and exposure to air nung test strip itself. So hydrogen peroxide may be pwede niya makontaminate ang specimen if the laboratory uses yung mga yung mga reusable good na mga urine containers. Tapos yung i-watch lang afterwards ng bleach. So false negative results may have resulted from large quantities of reducing substances such as ketones, ascorbic acids, and salicylates. Another example is the diastix and chemstrip glucose test. This is a semi-quantitative estimation of both glucose and ketones. So it uses the glucose oxidase reaction, a glucose oxidase peroxidase reaction that produces hydrogen peroxide that oxidizes iodide to iodine, producing different intensities of brown that corresponds to the concentration of glucose. So the detection limit is 100 mg per dl. Next ning.
Here we have the quantitative method sa gi-topic kanina ni Joshel. So yung hexokinase method which is yung yung commonly used pero ay hindi pala. Hexokinase method yung parang hindi siya masyado gina-use kay grabe siya ka-time consuming. So hexokinase method uses the enzyme hexokinase of the first pathway of our glycolysis kay para i-disrupt yung conversion from glucose 6-phosphate to glucose 6-bisphosphate. Tama ba? Basta parang ganun siya. Tapos, next is the glucose dehydrogenase. Ang glucose dehydrogenase method, yan yung method na taas ang kanyang accuracy and taas din ang kanyang specificity. So, next one is the glucose oxidase. It depends on the consumption of oxygen or production of hydrogen peroxide. Glucose oxidase reaction that uses hydrogen peroxide peroxidase reaction are not acceptable because it is prone to many interferences. So, these three methods are parang ito talaga sila yung form pa ba ang Benedict's test sa lab ngayon? So, thank you, Lenny, for that very wonderful question. I think na hindi natin gina-perform ang Benedict's test sa lab. Parang ang nag-perform na lang ng Benedict's test ngayon kaya mga school labs na lang good for experiment. Kay Benedict's test, manggod kay grabe siya ka time consuming kay di ba ipa water bath mo pa. Whereas na kung maggamit ka ng paper strip method kay maghintay ka lang ng 10 seconds pagkatapos malaman mo agad ang results kung ilan ang glucose level. So, ayun siya. Tapos ano man din yung grabe good ka subjective ang Benedict's test. Tapos may bantayan ka pa na yung pass-through phenomenon na kabilis-bilis masyado. Tapos pag di mo yun mabantayan kay magulit ka na naman or i-hit mo na naman siya ulit or magamit ka ng 2-drop method. Di ba parang kag-grabe siya na effort. So, ayun, feel ko hindi na, ginaano na lang. Kay sali naman sa routine na urinalysis talaga. So, yung strip na lang na method. Pero sa serum or sa plasma na na measurement kay ang ginagamit talaga is itong mga quantitative method or yung mga spectrophotometric methods good mga ganyan or colorimetric methods. Next Ning. So we have the clinical significance. So Miss God as well. Gods.
Yes, ikaw na.
Nag-lag ata siya, sir.
Mute si Goddess. Goddess, unmute your mic, please. Yes. 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 Sino CR? Ito pa na si Goddess ba? Nasaan ka, Goddess? Hindi ka lagi marinig. Goddess? Hello?
Sir?
Yan! Oh, Goddess, ikaw yan? Hello, Goddess? Yan? Hello, Ayan. Francis.
Na backstage pa siguro si Gada, sir.
Tama siya sa backstage. Check ko na. Ayan. Marinig mo ako, Ayan?
Sir?
Marinig mo ako?
Sir? Apo, sir.
Si Goddess, wait. Remove sa nato si Goddess. Naghang lang siya. Goddess, where are you? Okay, while waiting for Goddess, ayan, sino ba ang next reporter, Ian? Pwede niyong i-skip na lang muna yung area ni Goddess para hindi naman masayang yung time.
Ang next reporter namin, sir, kay si Bulahan for
Wala din
the
siya, no?
inborn errors of metabolism.
Wala din si Bulahan, no? Wala din siya. Hindi ko nakita yung mga comments niya dito. Parang wala siya. Yan ata si Gerald. Alam ba ni Gerald na mag-start tayo na klase ngayon? Francis? Yan, okay. Nandito na pala si Gerald. Yan. Gerald na mag-start tayo na klase ngayon.
Hello.
Francis? Yan, okay. Hello, Gerald.
Hi, sir.
Okay na muna, Gerald. Okay na muna.
Okay. So, the inborn errors of carbohydrate metabolism. Next slide. So we all know that the metabolism of carbohydrates is needed to provide glucose, which is a primary energy source for the human body. After digestion of carbohydrates and absorption of glucose, blood glucose concentration is controlled by the action of several hormones or enzymes. Glucose is synthesized or stored in a tissue as glycogen. Ingested starch and glycogen are partially digested by the action of salivary amylase in the mouth to form intermediate dextrins and maltoses. Next slide. So the inborn errors of carbohydrate metabolisms, these are deficiencies or absence of an enzyme that participates in carbohydrate metabolism. So as you can see in this table, in the left side of the table are the enzymes needed for the metabolism of carbohydrates, and on the right side, these are the disease states if yung mga enzyme na yan is missing. Next. So, the disorders or the inborn errors can be categorized into 4 parts. So, these are the disorders of the galactose, the fructose, pentose, and the glycogen. So, let's move on to the very first inborn error. So, the first is the galactose 1 phosphate deficiency. This is also known as galactosemia. So galactose is derived from milk in the diet. Deficiency of any of the enzymes that participate in the conversion of galactose will result in galactosemia. So galactosemia, which means there is galactose in the blood. So if you have galactosemia, itong sa PowerPoint guys is shortened na siya masyado kasi dito ko na lang siya tawag nito, i-in-depth sa pag-report ko. So, in galactosemia, symptoms may include convulsion, irritability, lethargy, poor gain weight, yellow skin, and white of the eyes, which results to jaundice and also vomiting. So, infants with this deficiency fail to thrive milk because half of the milk sugar is lactose. Within a few days of milk ingestion, neonates manifest vomiting and diarrhea, failure to thrive, liver disease, cataracts, and mental retardation develop on later. So in the neonatal, which means na in the first 4 days of the child after being born, if makita yung mga symptoms na ganito, he or she could be a candidate for galactosemia. So the diagnosis of this particular disorder is suggested by detecting the galactose and galactose 1 phosphate in blood, and it is confirmed by direct assaying of red blood cells transferase. There is also a spot test available for us to know if a baby is suffering from. Okay, yan. Next is Pyridine diphosphate galactose for epimerase deficiency. So this is also known as the Gale deficiency. This is a rare autosomal recessive form of galactosemia associated with a deficiency of the enzyme galactose epimerase. So you might ask yourself, why is it an autosomal recessive form of autosomal recessive um disorder. Kasi nga, di ba, inborn siya lahat. So, all of these can also be inherited from the bloodline of the parents. This extremely rare disorder exhibits clinical findings similar to those of transferase deficiency. So, dito naman sa Gale deficiency, of course, it still lacks a specific enzyme to metabolize the particular glucose, which is galactose. So the symptoms of this is infantile jaundice, infantile hypotonia. You can also see this in the babies who have dysmorphic features and also has liver or renal failures. So screening for elevated galactose levels may detect Gale deficiency or dysfunction in infants, and mutation studies for Gale are clinically available. Next. So for the third galactose metabolism disorders is the galactokinase deficiency. This is a milder condition manifested predominantly by cataracts caused by galactitol deposits in the lens. So the treatment for this first particular glucose metabolism disorder is provided in an outpatient basis. Then cataracts that do not regress or disappear with therapy may require hospitalization for surgical removal. So if this particular disorder is being suffered by a patient, of course the patient will soon or later develop cataracts. And the consultations of this can be um, pwede kang magpa-check up sa mga biochemical geneticist or sa mga nutritionist and of course sa ophthalmologist. Then among all of these disorders, diet is the foundation of therapy. So elimination of lactose and galactose sources suffices for definitive therapy. Moving on to the next, glucose is in the fructose. So disorders of fructose metabolism. So we all know that fructose may appear in the urine after fruit, honey, or syrup is eaten, but it has no significance in these circumstances. Three disorders of fructose metabolism inherited as autosomal recessive traits produce fructosuria. These are the following three. Next. The essential fructosuria, hereditary fructose intolerance, and the hereditary fructose 1,6-diphosphate deficiency. So, the essential fructosuria. This rare and harmless defect is due to the lack of fructokinase. So, This is a deficiency caused by the enzyme hepatic fructokinase. It's clinically benign condition characterized by incomplete metabolism of fructose in the liver, leading to its secretion in urine. Fructosuria. So fructose in urine. Next is hereditary fructose intolerance. This is a deficiency of fructose when phosphoraldolase produces this rare disorder with hypoglycemia and liver failure. So, HFI or hereditary fructose intolerance is a metabolic disease caused by the absence of, again, the hepatic fructokinase enzyme. So people who ingest fructose and sucrose causes hypoglycemia. So if a person is suffering from hereditary fructose intolerance, di ba, mag-intake sila ng sugar, imbis mataas yung sugar nila, actually magbaba ang sugar nila. And the buildup of dangerous substances in the liver occurs. So HFI may be relatively mild or very severe disease. Wala pa natapos. Back mo na, Ning. Meron pa isa. Next is hereditary fructose 1,6-diphosphate deficiency. So patients with this deficiency have episodes of apnea, hyperventilation, and hypoglycemia, ketosis, and lactic acidosis caused by severe impairment of gluconeogenesis. So dito naman sa fructose 1,6-diphosphate, uh, ano to siya? Ganito siya. Okay. So, yung and inborn metabolism rin siya, ito siya sa fructose kasi may deficiency ng fructose 1,6-biphosphate. So, you can see this in, of course, neonatal period pa lang. Everyone naman sa neonatal period pa lang, makita nyo may mga symptoms including fever, or vomiting, or yun na nga, which eventually will lead to a renal or liver disease, which causes your eyes to be yellow, which is also known as jaundice. Next. Then we move on to our third glucose, which is the pentose. So these are the disorders of pentose metabolism. Elementary pentosuria. So for you guys, if does pentosuria mean? I mean, looking at this word, comment kayo down below. What is pentosuria? Hello, marinig ba ako?
Yes, marinig ka.
Okay. So again, guys, if you, I have a question. What is, looking at the word pentosuria, ano yan siya? Exam 10 si Ayan, kay reporter man siya.
Sorry yan, question.
Presence of. Okay, very good, Lenny. So, pentosuria is a condition where the sugar xylitol and pentose present in the urine in a unusually high concentrations. So, L-cellulose is a reducing sugar, so it may give false diagnosis of diabetes. So, sometimes if a person is suffering from pentosuria, may pwede siya ma-false diagnosis into diabetes without knowing na hindi naman glucose yung nakita sa urine, but it's actually pentose. Next is essential pentosuria. Essential pentosuria, among all the disorders of the glucose metabolism, this one is a harmless inborn error caused by deficiency of L-cellulose reductase, an enzyme involved in glucuronic acid pathway. So in pentosuria, this is usually benign. Wala naman siyang symptoms. So the sole biological feature is the constant excretion of L-cellulose in the urine. That may be mistaken with glycosuria. So That is all for the glucose metabolism disorders. Next is a glycogen storage disease. This will be reported by Camille Folio.
Hello? Madunggan ko?
Yes.
Yes, me.
Oh, thank you. Sige. Okay, let's continue with glycogen storage disease. Pero before I start, may quick question lang ko as a review. Pwede niya
Yan.
connected sa
Oo, para
contact.
ma-check din natin yung attendance kasi nasa 20 na lang ang nakikinig.
Abaw. Sige, sige. Aka na.
Memorize
Na-mention ni
siguro
kanina.
nila ang inyong report.
Sana all. Okay, so ang ako nga question is, kaya na-mention na siya kanina ni Vanessa at the start of our report, na if may excess kita nga carbohydrates nga halimbawa gikaon, ma-store siya as what? Dalawa to siya. Ma-store siya as blank and blank.
Okay, so pag sobrang ang carbohydrates ang store na ating cells. So ano daw ang store na ma-store siya?
Naka-comment na pa sila, wala ko kabanda.
Sulat naman ang inyong sagot sa ating comment section.
Okay. Okay, as a quick clue, ang isa gina-stored siya all over the body and ang isa naman stored siya sa liver and sa skeletal muscles.
Participate. Please participate naman kayo dyan. Oh, yung nakikita ko dito, si Juan lang, si Lenny May, si Jolina, Crystal, Francis, Andres Mamad.
Tama nang isa nila ni May na glycogen. Amo na siya ang stored sa liver and skeletal muscles. Katong isa naman nga stored na energy nga ara all over the body. Ginatawag siya as
Flow. Starts with letter.
of 3 letters.
3 letters daw.
Glycogen and fat. Very good, Jer.
Yan.
So, na-mention na ganina very good, guys. Na-mention na siya ganina ni Baning na gina-store ang aton nga excess carbohydrates as glycogen and fat. So, ang ako na i-discuss is about ang mga disorder na hindi ma-store ang glycogen properly. Ang nag-cause ni kay kulang sila sang isa ka enzyme caused by a deficiency of a specific enzyme sa aton nga glycogen metabolism. So, gina-sequence ni siya and i-discuss na ko isa-isa. Next slide, please. Okay. Balik type 1. For our glycogen storage disease, first is ang type 1. Amo ni siya ang may kulang sa glucose 6-phosphatase na enzyme. So, this is the most common and severe form. So, do mga 60% ba to if I can remember? Or 70% sa mga glycogen storage disease na amo ni siya ang ilang sakit, ang type 1. The other types are more rarer. So, ga-accumulate ang ilang glycogen. Disease, ang ilang symptoms is massive hepatomegaly, growth retardation, fasting mean low, hypoglycemia, increased lactic acid concentrations in the blood, kag hyperuricemia, hypertriglyceridemia. Okay. So, ginatawag po niya ang type 1 as von Guericke disease sa tao nga kakilala ani. So, isa ni siya sa mga liver forms. As I said kanina, dalawa man ang form sa glycogen storage disease, liver and skeletal muscle forms. So, type 1 is a liver form. Next slide. Okay, type 2, ang deficiency naman diri, ang wala na nila nga enzyme is acid alpha glucosidase. So, isa ni siya ka autosomal recessive disorder that affects predominantly the heart and skeletal muscles. So, dito pa lang mabala na nato nga skeletal muscle form ni siya nga storage disease. So, the liver function is normal and patients do not have hypoglycemia. Two forms are identified. So, naatay type 2A and type 2B. Sa type 2A, amo ni siya ang ginatawag na Pompe disease, which usually presents in the first few months of life, presenting symptoms as weakness, respiratory difficulties. So, mga bata ni siya makita. Ang type 2B naman is a juvenile form and is milder, so hindi siya as intense sa una, and na makita siya sa second or third decade of life. So mga 20s or 30 years old nga mabudlayan maglakaw, ginasuspeksyahan sila nga nyara sang type 2B glycogen storage disease. Next slide. Okay, for our type 3 naman, ang kulang diri is ang amylo 1,6-glucosidase na enzyme. So, ang aton nga type 3, ginatawag po siya na Cory's disease or Forbes disease. So, nag-result siya sa abnormal form of glycogen, kanang nalimit ang dextrinosis. So, both liver and muscle are usually affected. So, like, sa type 2 na po siya i-induce reducing hepatomegaly and muscle weakness. So, ang ano man gud sini, ang people nga wala sa type 3 nga enzyme, kay hindi nila, they don't have enough of the debranching enzyme which helps break down the glycogen. So, ang isa ka type 3, liver form, ang another type 3 naman, ang type 3A, skeletal muscle form siya, nagakulang siya sa glucosidase and transferase. Next slide. Okay, dari naman kita sa type 5, ang muscle phosphorylase deficiency. So, it's also called McArdle disease, nga present siya sa second or third decade of sa imong life god, magwash siya kung 20 or 30 years old ka na, kung naga-muscle cramps ka after exercise. Ang other symptoms niya po naga-include sang burgundy colored na urine. So, imo nga ihi kay ano siya, dark red, and gabi gid mo nga kaapoy after sang exercise. Ang next slide. Okay, for our type 6, isa ni siya ka liver form, ginatawag siya nga Hirsch disease. So, nagatabo di ang liver enlargement. Kay wala man kita sa ang gakulang nga enzyme is the liver phosphorylase or phosphorylase kinase nga enzyme. Okay, it is
Yan.
rare and relatively benign. Okay?
Camille, excuse me muna, Camille, ha? Class, please take note, ha, yung report ni Camille. Yun. Class, please take note the enzyme na associate yung mga deficiencies, familiarize or memorize. Kasi lumalabas yan sa board exam. Okay? Please pakipamiliarize and memorize yung mga enzyme na deficient. Kasi yan yung mga common na lumalabas sa ating board exam. Camille, let's continue.
Wow, so okay, magpadayon kita. Nara kita subong sa type 7, which is the muscle. Amo naman yung dapat nga tandaan dere, it is a muscle na form nga storage disease, and ang kulang na enzyme is the phosphofructokinase. So, rare pud ni siya like the others, kag nagahimo siya og abnormal glycogen sa muscle. So, sa mga tao na may 7, sa type 7, ginatawag pud ni siya na Tauris disease. So naga-cramp ilang nga muscles after exercise. So ana po dira ang mga iban nga symptoms. Padayon kita sa type 8. Sabay? Or tapos na to siya actually. Wala na yung type. So amo to siya ang 7 nga mga glycogen storage diseases na na-cause to sila dahil nagakulang og enzyme sa acton nga glycogen metabolism. Thank you for listening.
Puro mag-vlog.
Yes.
Ha? Kabayan eh, mag-langit ko eh. Langit na tawa.
Oh, na-mute na ni.
Jesus.
Jesus. Wala na nag-istorya.
Gades, hindi bakit yan, okay, nakapasok na si Gades. Okay, sige.
Wala pa daw lang yun.
Ako? Ay, hala.
Next slide daw, Ning. So,
Class,
marinig ako?
gawin natin class, tapusin mo natin yung next report nila, then break tayo, then balik agad tayo mga 10. 10, no? Tama ba? Okay. Sige, sino yung next reporter? Qualitative test for glucose.
Ako po, sir.
Sino? Si
Zairil.
Zyril. Yan. Okay, Miss Marita. Okay, sige. Sige, class, pag-isulat naman dyan, qualitative test for glucose. Okay. Qualitative test for glucose. Para malaman ko kung ano ba kayo. Kasi ang nakikita ko dito, nasa 20 lang. Glucose. Yan. I-comment ha, qualitative test for glucose. Sige. Just continue, Zyril.
Sige pa. Methods for measuring individual sugars. First is qualitative test glucose. It is a technique for separating, identifying sugars are the fermentation. Fermentation is the chemical breakdown of a substance by bacteria, yeast, or other microorganisms, typically involving effervescence and giving off of heat. Second is optical rotation, also zone formation with phenyl hydrazine, specific chemical test, paper or thin layer chromatography. Next, Ning. Qualitative test for glucose. The availability of glucose oxidase test strips specific for glucose has greatly simplified the differentiation of glucose from reducing substances. For practical purposes, the urinary sugars of clinical interest are glucose and galactose. Glucose oxidase test strips specific for glucose has greatly simplified the differentiation of glucose from other reducing substances. Reducing substances other than glucose should be further identified by chromatographic procedures. Qualitative test for urinary sugars other than glucose. Fructose or Selivanov test. Hot hydrogen chloride converts fructose to hydroxymethyl furfural, which links with resorcinol to produce a red compound. To make the reagent, dissolve 50 mg of resorcinol in 33 ml of concentrated hydrogen chloride and dilute to 100 ml with water. And then, add 0.5 ml of urine to 5 ml of reagent in test tube and bring a boil. Fructose produce a red reaction within 30 seconds. The test is sensitive to 100 mg fructose per dl provided there is no glucose exists. A 2 gram per dl solution of glucose produces about the same color as 100 mg per dl of fructose after 30 seconds of boiling. A solution fructose of 0.5 gram per DL should be used as a control, with high concentration of fructose, a red precipitate forms. Pentose or Boyle's test. By heating with hydrogen chloride, pentose are converted to furfural which reacts with arsenal to form green compound. To make the reagent, dissolve 300 mg of arsenal in 100 ml of concentrated hydrogen chloride and add 0.25 ml of ferric chloride solution of 10 grams per dl. Glucose, if present in the urine, should be removed by fermentation with yeast. Then, add 0.5 ml of urine to 5 ml of reagent in a test tube and bring to boil. Pentose produce a green reaction. Detection limit of the test is 100 ml pentose per dl. A solution of xylose of 0.5 gram per dl should be used as a control. Then, for identification of urinary sugars by paper chromatography. Paper chromatography is an analytical chemistry technique for separation dissolved chemical substances by taking advantage of their different rates of migration across sheets of paper. It is an inexpensive but powerful analytical tool that requires very small quantities of material. Sugars can be separated by ascending or descending. Chromatography on paper and located after color. Variable rates of migration depends on the solubility of the sugars in the particular solvent system. Presumptive of identification is made by comparing the migration value of the unknown to those reference compounds. Identification of urinary sugars by thin layer chromatography. Thin layer chromatography in analytical chemistry technique for separating dissolved chemical substance by taking advantage of their different rates of thin layer chromatography is a chromatography technique used to separate non-volatile mixtures. Thin layer chromatography is performed on a sheet of glass, plastic, or aluminum foil, which is coated within a layer of absorbent material, usually the silica gel, aluminum oxide, or cellulose. When frequent chromatographic separations are necessary, this method is preferred over paper chromatography because of the shorter time required. If such studies are performed infrequently, paper chromatography is simple, is adequate for most separations, and requires little actual working time.
Diyan na part, Sir Kay, wala na yan. Nag-send man good si Camille ng report. Akala ko, iba niyang kanya, tapos iba din yung kay Gerald. Isa,
Mm. Okay.
si Goddess na po sunod, sir.
Sige, sige, break na lang muna, no? Kasi, di ba babalik tayo 9:45, tama ba, Gerald? Ay, Gerald, ayan.
Opo, sir. 9:30 to 9:45.
Sige, sige. Break muna kayo, then balik tayo mga 9:45 or 9:50, ha? Para
Thank you,
maka-relax
sir.
pa mo, maka-relax. Oo. Yan.
Thanks.
Same link
Thank
lang
you,
din. Wag lang kayo mag-leave dito. Dito lang kayo.
type 1 diabetes, and type 2 diabetes. Pregnant women may acquire a transient form of the disease called gestational diabetes, which usually resolves after the birth of the baby. Prediabetes is when the blood sugar level is at the borderline, higher than normal, but lower than in diabetics. Prediabetes may or may not progress to diabetes. During food digestion, carbohydrates, or carbs, break down into glucose, which is carried by the bloodstream to various organs of the body. Insulin is a hormone produced by beta cells of the pancreas and is necessary for glucose intake by target cells. In healthy people, beta cells of the pancreas produce insulin. Insulin binds to its receptors on target cells and induce glucose intake. In type 1 diabetes, beta cells of the pancreas are destroyed by the immune system by mistake. The reason why this happens is unclear, but genetic factors are believed to play a major role. Insulin production is reduced. Less insulin binds to its receptor on target cells. Less glucose is taken into the cells. More glucose stays in the blood. Type 1 is characterized by early onset. Symptoms commonly start suddenly and before the age of 20. Type 1 diabetes is normally managed with insulin injection. Type 1 diabetics are therefore insulin dependent. In type 2 diabetes, the pancreas produces enough insulin, but something goes wrong either with receptor binding or insulin signaling inside the target cells. The cells are not responsive to insulin and therefore cannot import glucose. Glucose stays in the blood. In other words, type 2 diabetics are insulin resistant. Here again, genetic factors predispose susceptibility to the disease, but it is believed that lifestyle plays a very important role in type 2. Typically, obesity, inactive lifestyle, and unhealthy diet are associated with higher risk of type 2 diabetes. Type 2 is characterized by adult onset. Symptoms usually appear gradually and start after the age of 30. Type 2 diabetes accounts for about 80 to 90% of all diabetics. Management focuses on weight loss and includes a low-carb diet. Diabetes refers to a group of conditions characterized by a high level of blood glucose, commonly referred to as blood sugar. Too much sugar in the blood can cause serious, sometimes life-threatening health problems. There are two types of chronic diabetic conditions: type 1 diabetes and type 2 diabetes. Pregnant women may acquire a transient form of the disease called gestational diabetes, which usually resolves after the birth of the baby. Prediabetes is when the blood sugar level is at the borderline, higher than normal, but lower than in diabetics. Prediabetes may or may not progress to diabetes. During food digestion, carbohydrates, or carbs, break down into glucose, which is carried by the bloodstream to various organs of the body. Insulin is a hormone produced by beta cells of the pancreas and is necessary for glucose intake by target cells. In healthy people, beta cells of the pancreas produce insulin. Insulin binds to its receptors on target cells and induce glucose intake. In type 1 diabetes, Beta cells of the pancreas are destroyed by the immune system by mistake. The reason why this happens is unclear, but genetic factors are believed to play a major role. Insulin production is reduced. Less insulin binds to its receptor on target cells. Less glucose is taken into the cells. More glucose stays in the blood. Type 1 is characterized by early onset. Symptoms commonly start suddenly and before the age of 20. Type 1 diabetes is normally managed with insulin injection. Type 1 diabetics are therefore insulin dependent. In type 2 diabetes, the pancreas produces enough insulin, but something goes wrong either with receptor binding or insulin signaling inside the target cells. The cells are not responsive to insulin and therefore cannot import glucose. Glucose stays in the blood. In other words, type 2 diabetics are insulin resistant. Here again, genetic factors predispose susceptibility to the disease, but it is believed that lifestyle plays a very important role in type 2. Typically, obesity, inactive lifestyle, and unhealthy diet are associated with higher risk of type 2 diabetes. Type 2 is characterized by adult onset. Symptoms usually appear gradually and start after the age of 30. Type 2 diabetes accounts for about 80 to 90% of all diabetics. Management focuses on weight loss and includes a low carb diet.
Be honest, do you really want to watch a video that looks like this? There's a good reason why presenters use images and visualizations while they talk.
Hey guys, and welcome to How to Gastro. In today's video, we'll be doing a quick review on the differences between type 1 and type 2 diabetes. So let's get started. So the first difference we're going to look at is the cause. So in type 1 diabetes, the patient's pancreas is damaged by the body's autoimmune attack on the pancreatic beta cells. These are the cells in the body which are responsible for producing insulin. So in type 1 diabetes, we have low levels or no levels of insulin in the blood because the pancreatic beta cells, which are the cells in the pancreas or in the body that are responsible for producing insulin, are damaged by an autoimmune attack. So this happens in type 1. But in type 2 diabetes, the pancreas is not damaged by an autoimmune attack, but here the patient's body is unable to make enough insulin, or the insulin he is able to make doesn't function as effectively as it should. So here the patient does produce insulin, but he may not produce enough, or he may produce insulin that doesn't function as effectively as it should in the body. So in both cases, we'll have increased blood sugar levels, but the main difference here is that lack of response to insulin. The insulin association. So in type 1 diabetes, the patient suffers an absolute insulin deficiency because their pancreas cannot produce any insulin at all. And in type 2 diabetes, the patient suffers a relative insulin deficiency together with some sort of insulin resistance. So here the body does produce, it either doesn't produce enough or it produces some that the rest of the body resists. So the cells in our body can't really use the insulin because of some sort of inability to function as it should. So some risk factors. So in type 1 diabetes, so because we don't currently know what causes type 1 diabetes, we just know that it's an autoimmune response against the insulin producing beta cells. We don't really know what the risk factors are. But scientists have researched this topic thoroughly and have found that there may be some genetic association involved here. And you can check that out in my video on type 1 diabetes. So in type 2 diabetes, we know that some things can put you at risk of having type 2 diabetes, like weight and ethnicity. So usually patients who are overweight, who lead inactive lifestyles, who have high blood pressure and hypercholesterolemia, are also at risk to suffer from type 2 diabetes. So here the cause is also unknown, but is related to weight, age, inactivity, and genetics. So now let's look at the age of diagnosis. So in type 1 diabetes, the patients are usually diagnosed in childhood and adolescence. And in type 2 diabetes, the patients are usually diagnosed over the age of 40. Onset. So in type 1 diabetes, the onset in these patients is usually rapid and can occur over the course of a few weeks and may often present acutely with ketoacidosis. So the onset is very rapid. And in type 2 diabetes, the onset in these patients is usually very slow and gradually occurs over the course of a few years. Insulin dependency. So in type 1 diabetes, insulin administration in these patients are essential for survival. And in type 2 diabetes, insulin administration in these patients are not required for survival, and most patients are treated chronically with the use of oral medications. They can, however, after a while be treated with insulin administration, but usually for the majority of their lifespan, these patients can be treated with oral glucose medications. So association with patient weight. So we mentioned this briefly earlier as well. In type 1 diabetes, the majority of these patients are often thin or have a normal weight, but in type 2 diabetes, the majority of these patients are often obese or have excess body weight. Some co-pathologies at the time of diagnosis. So in type 1 diabetes, these patients often have a higher than normal level of ketone bodies in their blood at the time of diagnosis, and they are prone to ketoacidosis. So in these patients, because their pancreas doesn't produce enough insulin, the body will look for different sources of energy. And one way it can do that is by breaking down the fatty acids in our body, so breaking down the fat to produce energy. And the byproduct of this breaking down process is the ketone bodies. So usually a co-pathology at the time of diagnosis in type 1 diabetes is ketoacidosis. So we have a high level of ketone bodies in the blood. And this is because there is glucose available, but our body cannot use it because of the lack of insulin. So we break down fatty acids to produce energy, but in doing so, we produce high amounts of ketone bodies, which causes the patient to be found in a state of diabetic ketoacidosis. So that's a co-pathology in type 1 diabetes that may be found. And in type 2 diabetes, these patients also suffer from high blood pressure and high cholesterol levels at the time of diagnosis. So these are patients who probably lead a very inactive lifestyle or eat a lot of unhealthy foods. And that's when the type 2 diabetes usually sets in. We have some sort of resistance building up against the insulin. So in these patients, we will have overweightness, hypercholesterolemia, and hypertension usually associated. So the estimated percentage of occurrence for type 1 diabetes, only 5 to 10% of all diabetic patients suffer from type 1 diabetes. So remember again, this means that only 5 to 10% of all diabetic patients suffer an absolute insulin deficiency. And the rest of them, so in type 2 diabetes, we have 90 to 95% of all diabetic patients who suffer from type 2 diabetes. So this means 90 to 95% of these patients suffer a relative insulin deficiency. And that brings us to the end of this video on the differences between type 1 and type 2 diabetes. Thank you guys so much for watching. Please make sure to like, comment, subscribe, and share. Hope you found the presentation very interesting and informative. Please make sure to turn on your bell notifications so you'll be notified every time we have a new upload. If you would like to download a copy of
And okay na bang lahat, class? Nakapag-break na ba? Okay,
Yes,
paki-comment naman
sir.
dyan. Okay, very good. Okay na bang lahat? Okay, class, let's continue, class, no? Let's continue po sa ating reporting. Sulat naman dyan sa ating comment section if ready na. Clinical significance Yan. Okay? So kung yung iba is nagkakain pa or nag-break or merienda pa, please you can bring your food in front of you and share it with us. Okay, sige. Goddess, marinig nyo ba ako? Yan.
Yes, sir. Marinig ako, sir.
Oh, bakit ano nangyari sa'yo kanina?
Gani, sir. Nag-log ang laptop and then ang internet. Sorry kayo.
Dili ko ga ipa-report. Anyway, but the most important thing is also this type of presentation, the clinical significance. But don't you worry, class, na if may hindi naman kayo naintindihan sa reporting, just don't you worry kasi i-review man din natin yan mamaya. Okay, so let's start, Goddess.
Yes, sir. So, guys, good morning. Sorry kanina. So, let's proceed to the clinical significance. But first, yung i-topic muna natin about sa lactate and pyruvate. So, next slide. Bani. Hello. Hello? Ayan. So, lactic acid. Our body makes lactic acid when it is low in the oxygen it needs to convert glucose into energy. So guys, pag may lactic acid build up, it can result to muscle pain, cramps, and muscular fatigue. And this is dominant during strenuous exercise. But we should not worry about it kasi ang liver natin is i-breakdown niya yung excess lactate. So, lactic acid is an intermediate in carbohydrate metabolism. Is derived predominantly from the white skeletal muscle, brain, skin, renal medulla, and erythrocytes. And approximately 65% of total basal lactate production is used by the liver, particularly in the gluconeogenesis. So, itong gluconeogenesis, guys, diba, genesis is the start of something. So, this is a metabolic pathway that results in the generation of glucose from certain non-carbohydrate carbon substance. Then we have here Cori cycle. So, it consists of the conversion of glucose to lactate in the periphery and the reconversion of lactate to glucose in the liver. Extrahepatic removal of lactate occurs by oxidation in red skeletal muscle and the renal cortex. Ang extrahepatic tissue, guys, kaya mag-switch siya from lactate production to lactate utilization if merong lactate loading or lactate build-up. Marami good ang mag-lactate, so gina-utilize siya. So when there is a moderate increase in lactate production, means there is an increase in hepatic lactate clearance. But uptake by the liver is achievable when concentration exceeds 2 millimoles per liter. And the ratio of lactate to pyruvate is an indicator of redox status. So next. So, pyruvate, familiar man tayo sa pyruvate kasi di ba ito yung output ng glycolysis or the metabolism of glucose. 1 mole of glucose is breakdown into 2 moles of pyruvate which can be used for further energy. So, it is one of the critical metabolites in the cells, most of which originate from glycolysis. Yun na yung sabi ko. So, it is further metabolized by 4 enzyme systems. Namely, we have first the alanine aminotransferase for alanine production. Next is the pyruvate carboxylase, which is the major regulatory enzyme in the gluconeogenesis. Next is the lactate dehydrogenase, which for lactate formation. And lastly is the pyruvate dehydrogenase. Next. So, measurement of pyruvate. So, guys, this is useful in the evaluation of patients with inborn errors of metabolism who have increased serum lactate concentration, and also it is measured in clinical studies evaluating reperfusion after myocardial ischemia. So, itong reperfusion, guys, kay ano na siya, tissue damage na which is caused when ang ating blood supply mag-return siya sa tissue after a period of ischemia or lack of oxygen. So, yun siya. So, take note that lactate to pyruvate ratio less than 25 means there is a defect in gluconeogenesis. If increased ratio naman, which is greater than or equal to 35, there is a reduced intracellular conditions found in hypoxia. Next, inborn errors associated with an increased lactate to pyruvate ratio. So, meron tayong pyruvate carboxylase deficiency and defects in oxidative phosphorylation. Next, if meron tayong high lactate to pyruvate ratio, it is a sensitive test for detecting mitochondrial muscle toxicity of zidovudine therapy. So, itong zidovudine, guys, is an antiretroviral ano to siya na gina-use to prevent and treat HIV or AIDS. So there is a higher CSF pyruvate concentrations in patients with Alzheimer's disease than control subjects. So ang concentration guys is correlate siya with the severity of dementia. Next. So ito, lactic acidosis occurs in two clinical settings. First is the type A hypoxic. When we say hypoxic, diba, is deprived of the adequate oxygen sa tissue. So, ayun, decreased tissue oxygenation such as shock, hypovolemia, and left ventricular failure. When we say hypovolemia, guys, is yung state na abnormal yung extracellular fluid sa body. Next is the type B, which is metabolic. So, ito kay disease such as diabetes mellitus, neoplasia, liver disease. Ang neoplasia, guys, means new or uncontrolled growth of cells that is not under physiologic control. Drugs and or toxins or inborn errors of metabolism. And guys, ito, lactic acidosis is not uncommon. 1% of the hospital admissions and mortality rate is greater than 60% and approaches 100% if hypertension is also present. Yun siya. Type A is much more common, and mechanism of type B lactic acidosis is not known but is speculated to be a primary defect in mitochondrial function with impaired oxygen use. Guys, itong lactic acidosis ha, kay ano ito siya, medical condition na merong build up of lactate and iba kay acidosis man siya, so low pH siya sa bloodstream. So the uncommon and often undiagnosed cause of this lactic acidosis is dilactic acidosis. Ang itong dilactate it was thought that it was not produced in human metabolism, but normal individuals have a large capacity to metabolize dilactate. So ito siya is gina-measure siya by gas liquid chromatography or more easily by using specific dilactate dehydrogenase from Lactobacillus leishmania. So, ito, meron din tayong increased CSF concentration which can be found in the following. We have the extracerebrovascular accidents, intracranial hemorrhage or hemorrhage, bacterial meningitis, epilepsy, inborn errors of the electron transport chain, and other central nervous system disorders. And lactate concentration in CSF are not usually increased sa aseptic or viral meningitis. Kaya ginagamit siya to help discriminate between viral and bacterial meningitis. But sabi daw, the clinical utility has been questioned. Few children with inherited metabolic disease has a CSF lactate concentration may be increased despite plasma lactate in reference interval. Next. So here, we have here the methods for measuring lactate and pyruvate in whole blood. So determination of lactate. Unahin natin ang lactate in whole blood. So ito yung principle niya. Lactate is oxidized to pyruvate by lactate dehydrogenase in the presence of NAD plus or nicotinamide adenine dinucleotide plus. And the NADH form in this reaction is measured by a spectrophotometer at 340 nanometers and serves as a measure of the lactate concentration. Next. Ay, wait lang. Ito siya yung, ano, di ba, yung diagram from illustration. So, yan siya, guys, yung, di ba, kay the equilibrium daw sa reaction normally lies far to the left. However, by using itong pH niya na 9.0 to 9.6 and the excess NAD plus and by trapping the reaction product pyruvate with hydrazine, the equilibrium can be shifted to the right. Yun siya. Nakita niyo naman sa diagram yun siya. Next. Bunny, next. Or sa akin, nagalaw sa akin. Bunny. Bunny. Bunny, next. Naglag akin? Sir, hello? Marinig ako? Hello?
Man, wala. Baning, next daw Baning. Wala na si Baning.
Fine.
Wala ng presentation. Isa.
Hello?
Isa.
Guys, ask mo na ako, guys, if nakinig kayo, guys. Char.
Yan.
Okay lang.
Sige,
Okay lang.
mag-ask mo na. Okay lang kayo para mabalaan mo kung paminaw ba sila o wala.
So, guys, ano gani yung two clinical settings sa lactic acidosis, diba? Meron tayong dalawa. So, ano yun siya? Comment down below. Guys, marinig ako. No, di kayo nakinig, no? Kaya hindi nyo alam. Char lang.
Mauna siya kung ginaingon.
Tama si Ayan! So, we have the type A na hypoxic and type 2 na metabolic. Yay! So, another na naman. So, asan na to? So, blank is one of the critical metabolites in the cells, most of which originate from glycolysis. Yung sabi ko kanina, na output siya ng glycolysis. And sa to siya, guys. 8 letters. Wrong spelling yan. Charot. Typo. Tama. Pyruvate. Yay! Wala pa si Van. Si another na naman. So, unsa to na cycle, guys, tong conversion daw of glucose to lactate in the periphery and the reconversion of lactate to glucose in the liver. Blank cycle. Tama, Cory. Nabrighta ni Ayan, oy.
Perfect
Sana
na sa board exam ba?
Gani. Wala pa si Van. So, isa pa. So, unsa man tong 4 enzyme system sa pyruvate? Further metabolized daw siya by 4 enzyme systems. Unsa man to, guys? Guys, yung 4 enzyme systems. Very good. Ano na si Ayan. And pyruvate carboxylase, alanine aminotransferase, lactate dehydrogenase, and pyruvate dehydrogenase. Oh, very good.
Vanessa, sana yung presentation niyo, Vanessa?
Very good, guys. Inaminaw mo.
question pa habang gina-prepare na Vanessa.
So, another one. Ito yung uncommon and often undiagnosed cause of lactic acidosis. Ano yun siya? Nag-start sa letter D. Annyeong. Tama, D-lactic acidosis. Very good. Guys, alam niyo ano meaning ng NAD or NAD? Sige daw. Ano yung meaning ng NAD or NAD? Naka-acronym man to. Very good, Lenny May. Nicotinamide dinucleotide.
Yan, okay. So, nandito na ang ating presentation.
Let's resume. Okay, so yun na yung isabi ko kanina. So, ito. Can also be removed by reacting it with L-glutamate in the presence of alanine aminotransferase. So take note, use of tris or tris-hydroxymethyl aminomethane tris buffer results in more rapid completion of a side reaction between NAD plus or NAD plus and hydroxine and prevents the creeping of long polys observed when glycine buffer is used. Next. So, ito, determination of lactate in whole blood. So, enzymatic method is the method of choice for measuring lactate, although other methods may also be used, such as the gas chromatography or 7T photometry. Ang White-Ross analyzer or orthoclinical diagnostics uses an assay in which lactic acid is oxidized to pyruvate by lactate oxidase. So, itong the hydrogen peroxide generated oxidizes a chromogen system and absorbance of the resulting dye complex, measured by a spectrophotometer at 540 nanometers, is directly proportional to the lactate concentration in the specimen. Each mole of lactate oxidized produces 0.5 mole of dye complex. So, yun siya. Directly proportional ang kanyang absorbance and yung lactate concentration. Next. So, ito na guys, reference intervals. The reference intervals for lactate are as follows. Saan na to? So, if patients in the hospital exhibit a wider range of lactate concentration with lactate acidosis occurring when there is a blood lactate concentrations exceeding 5 millimoles per liter or 45 mg per dl. So, severe exercise can dramatically increase our lactate concentration. Plasma values are about 7% higher than those in the whole blood. And CSF values are usually similar to blood concentrations, but may change independently in CNS disorders. So take note these following values guys na CSF lactate in children in hospital from birth to 15.5 years is 1.78 to 1.88 millimoles per liter or 16 to 17 mg per dl. And the normal 24-hour urine output of lactate is 5.5 to 22 millimoles per d. So, parang wala lagi yung table. Ay, itong table. Wala yung table na ano, yung sa may venous blood and arterial blood. Ay, sige. Mag-wait lang daw tayo, sabi ni Van. Nawala siya.
Just continue.
Ay, sige. Ano na lang
Share mo
muna
na lang later. Share mo na lang later sa group chat
okay.
yung table. Oo.
Okay, sir. So, Ano na tayo, determination of pyruvate in whole blood kasi di ba ganina is lactate, so karon pyruvate. So, the reaction involved in the determination of pyruvate is essentially the reverse of the reaction used in the lactate procedure. So, wala din yung kanyang picture. So, at about pH na 7.5, the equilibrium constant strongly favors the reaction to the right. So, sa picture kayo, makita siya sa the right. So, the method is very specific. And 2-oxoglutarate, oxaloacetate, acetoacetate, and beta-hydroxybutyrate do not interfere as with the photometric methods. So, di nyo makita yung ano guys, diagram, basta kay ang pH niya is 7.5. Ang same lang siya kanina na diagram. Pero ayun siya. Next is the reference intervals. For fasting venous blood drawn with a patient at rest is 0.03 to 0.10 millimoles per liter or 0.3 to 0.9 mg per dl. For the arterial blood, we have 0.02 to 0.08 millimoles per liter or 0.2 to 0.7 mg per dl. Volumes for CSF is 0.06 to 0.9 millimoles per liter or 0.5 to 1.7 mg per dl. Age-related reference intervals in CSF have been established in children, and the urine output of pyruvate is 1 millimoles per d or less. So, meron kang sunod, wala naman nata. So, that's all.
Yun. Okay,
Any
so
questions?
thank you so much. And so
Thank
may mga questions
you.
pa ba, class? May mga question bago tayo mag-proceed. No, ako na naman. Okay, so may mga questions pa ba, class? May mga questions pa ba? Pa-comment naman dyan sa ating comment section if may question pa. Okay, so I think wala naman, goddess, no? Wala naman silang mga questions. So I can proceed na to my presentation.
Thank you, classmates.
And okay, thank you so much, no, for all of you. So sa inyong mga reporters, thank you so much. At least you've done your best. And napansin ko sa inyong mga reporting is yung content is very well prepared. So syaro wala gi-preparean jud. Kailangan tabog 1 week to prepare for that. And I hope that all of you, lahat ng mga students, alam na ninyo ang mga basic part about carbohydrates. And now let's move on. So I will be sharing to you, no, the presentation, my presentation about carbohydrates. And please take note of the, what do we call, of the principles that I will be mentioning here in my presentation kasi mostly. But don't you worry, I will be highlighting. Okay? So, before we start, class, pakisulat naman dyan if ready na ba kayo, no? Pakisulat naman sa ating comment section ang ready na, ready na. Okay? Pakisulat naman dyan sa ating comment section if ready na kayo. Okay? So, hashtag ready na. Yan. So, yun lang, class, para at least, no, ma-exercise po itong kamot. No, ma-exercise na atong kamot. Hopefully, na may mga na-learn sa atong mga classmates. Sa mga wala pa naka-like sa atong video, just like, click the like. Okay, so anyway, let's move on. Okay, so, carbohydrates, class. Alam ko na tayong lahat, no, kumakain talaga tayo ng carbs. As you can observe sa ating pictures, na ay mga beans, na ay rice, na ay mga fruits, and other vegetables that contains carbohydrates. Alam nyo ba, class, na ang carbohydrates, ito siya ang number one source of our energy. Pero, pag ito ay nasubraan po nato og kaon, there will be an instances, class, that this is very harmful to our body. Okay, so, sino gani yung nag-discuss kanina about the different type of diabetes? May nag-discuss ba kanina about different types of diabetes? Others, may nag-discuss ba kanina ng different types of diabetes?
Yung ano, sir, yung kay Camille man ata yun, at kay Gerald.
Okay. Sige ha, i-review natin yan mamaya. Okay. So let's move on, class. Okay, so thank you so much for your response. Okay, class, carbohydrates, class, these are hydrates of aldehydes or ketones derived based on the location of the CO functional group. I think, class, na-discuss ninyo ito sa inyong organic chemistry. Tama ba ako, Goddess? Ay, sa inyong biochemistry rather, Goddess. Na-discuss niyo na ba ito, ang carbohydrates sa inyong biochemistry? Kaya kani sila, no, mga sa carbohydrates, ketones, lahat to na-discuss na sa biochemistry. But we will just review it. Okay? So as you can observe, class, no, are attached to a functional group, the CO. Yan, carbon, oxygen. So, yan, ito yung mga oxygen, no? Yung attachment ng oxygen, dito yun. Tawag silang glucose, galactose, and fructose. So there are different types of carbohydrates. Plus, as you can observe, short lang ako ginasulat mo, it said carbohydrates. Sinusulat ko na CHO. So in short, those are carbohydrates. There are different types of carbohydrates, class. There are monosaccharides, disaccharides, oligosaccharides, and polysaccharides. Pag sinabing monosaccharides, class, isa lang ang sugar molecule. Okay? Disaccharides, class, ang sugar molecules. Pag oligosaccharides, 2 or 10. Pag polysaccharides, class, 10 or more sugar molecules. Okay? Yan. Class, please take glycoaldehyde is the simplest form of carbohydrates. Huwag kakalimutan, class. Sulat sa comment section, class, ang word na glycolaldehyde. Kasi class, mostly lumalabas yan sa ating board exam na ang glycolaldehyde is the simplest form of carbohydrates. Yan, okay? Glucose, class, is the only carbohydrate to be directly used for energy or stored as glycogen. Please don't forget that your glucose, class, glucose now, is the only carbohydrates to be directly used for energy. Oh, imagine sa tanang carbohydrates, class, only glucose. Imagine, ha, glucose lang ang carbohydrates nga pwede nato automatically and we can store it in the form of glycogen or fats. Diba? It does not accumulate in the muscle. It does not enter the muscle cell freely. And when it enters the cell, with the help of, dapat kumusulod siya sa cell, kailangan niya og insulin. Please take note of that. Pagsulod sa bloodstream, ang glucose dili na siya musulod lang sa imuhang mga muscles. Pero kailangan niya og insulin, ha? Please take note, pakisulat sa note kay wala na siya nakugibutang sa slide. Kailangan niya og insulin, class, para makasulod sa inyong muscle. Once nakasulod na siya sa muscle with the aid of insulin, it is quickly metabolized. So ma-metabolize na siya. Okay? Yan. Okay, so the brain, class, no? The brain is completely dependent on blood glucose for energy production. 2/3 of glucose utilization, class, in resting adults occurs in the central nervous system. Class, please take note that the main source of energy sa imuhang utak kay ang glucose. That's the reason why, class, na naga-break ta. Okay, class, 15 minutes break. Kaya nga, you need energy, no? Kailangan natin ng energy, class, para magkaroon tayo ng lakas sa pagpaminaw sa atong mga teacher o sa atong mga classmates nga nag-report. So you need glucose. Okay? So that's the reason why, class, no? Tipo lang during exam, bili kayo ng chocolates ba dyan or yung mga sweets, no? Na pwede nyo makain. So that, class, habang na kumakain, habang quiz mo dara or naga-exam mo dara, naiunod ang inyuhang utak. Okay? Kasi, class, pag walang laman walang glucose ang inyong brain, class, dili mo makahuna-huna o tarong. Okay? Gades, marinig mo ako, Gades?
Yes, sir.
Putol-putol ba or okay lang?
Medyo, sir, kaya ang internet.
Oo, lagi. Oo, sige lang, pero masabtan man, no? Masabtan man? Sige, sige. Okay, very good. Kasi please listen to me carefully, class. Kasi sa board exam, class, na ay 5 ka question nga magawas sa carbohydrates. Okay? So, class, always remember, class, that during a fast, meaning ka na mga fasting, ha? Mag-fasting ka, the blood glucose level is kept constantly by mobilizing the glycogen store in the liver. Oh, imagine. Pero don't you worry kung wala mo'y chocolates. Kaya nga naman, class, dapat man tayo mga glycogen storage, no, from our liver na pwede natin i-convert into glucose. During long fast, glucogenesis is required to maintain blood glucose level because glycogen stores are used up in about 24 to 48 hours. Oh, sino ba sa inyo ang mahilig mag-fasting or yung nag-diet? Hindi talaga kumakain. Paki-raise naman dyan or paki-comment ng kanilang mga pangalan sa mga mahilig mag-fasting. Sige daw, paki-comment sino yung mga tao dyan or mga classmates. An individual with a fasting blood glucose level of greater than 100 mg per dl is referred to as hyperglycemic. Yan. An individual naman, class, with a fasting blood glucose level of less than 50 mg per dl is referred to as a hypoglycemic. Don't forget that glucose metabolism generates pyruvic acid, lactic acid, and acetyl coenzyme A as an intermediate products. Don't forget, baka lumabas sa quiz, sa exam, that the glucose metabolism, the end products are the following. We have the pyruvic acid, lactic acid, and acetyl coenzyme A. And of course, the complete oxidation of glucose yields class carbon dioxide. Pakilagyan na lang ng letter C. Okay, sa aking pag-type yan siya. Complete oxidation of glucose yields carbon dioxide, water, and of course, ATP. Class, please don't forget this. Okay? Describe carbohydrates breakdown. Class, from the mouth, say for example, nagkaon na taog bread. Oh, bread na lang, no? Bread na lang. So dito, basahin natin yung mga comments. May mga comments dito. Sino kaya ang mga nag-diet? O, sabi nila dito, si Camille daw. O, dati. Kaon-kaon. Oy, Camille, mauday na nga nung sexy ka. Si Roxanne. Mauday, no? So, class, please don't forget this diagram, class, ha? Say, for example, class, nagkaon ka bread. Sa mouth pa lang nimo, class, no? Sa imong baba pa lang, di ba mapansin ninyo, naglaway-laway naman ta? Mura tag-iro ba nga naglaway-laway? Class, hindi natin alam na nagre-release na pala ang ating salay or ang ating mouth o salivary amylase. Okay? So, sa bread pa lang daan yung ikaon nato, automatically gidigest na sa baba pa lang nimo. Pag abot nimo, class, no, sa imong stomach or intestines, okay? So naanadaray enzyme nga pancreatic amylase. So siya pod, no, kung baga-baga just like your dextrin or maltose, class, kay dili man makaya og digest sa imong mouth, no, sa salivary amylase ang kanang mga dextrin or maltose. Kay mga dagko man kay na sila mga carbon chain or mga carbohydrate chains. So kailangan pa nato si pancreatic amylase. Then after that, class, na-digest na siya, na-form na siya into monosaccharides or na pino-pino na yun ang ato ang carbohydrates or ang atong glucose. Okay? Automatically, it will be absorbed to your intestinal mucosa, no? Then, delivered to your liver as a glycogen storage. Yan. Okay? So, please don't forget the diagram, pag-familiarize ang mga enzymes, okay, ang mga enzymes na associated for your carbohydrates breakdown or carbohydrates metabolism. From the mouth, we have salivary amylase. Pag abot niya sa imong tiyan, no, sa stomach or intestines, meron tayong pancreatic amylase. Pag naputol-putol na siya into pino, automatically, it will be absorbed into your intestinal mucosa, delivered to your liver. Okay, next is the ultimate goal nga nung kailangan man nato siya i-digest because class, we need to convert glucose to carbon dioxide and water with ATP as a byproduct. Always remember in your biochemistry that ATP is the source of your energy. What are the possible channels, class, no? Converted to liver glycogen and stored, metabolized to carbon dioxide and water, converted to keto acids, amino acids, and proteins, and converted to fats and stored in an adipose tissue. Dara na sa itong mga bilbilans or sa ating mga love handles. Ayan. So that's the reason why, no? Mauunay na plus, ay punaay na yung mga bilbil is a sign that you're a healthy person. Yan. Ita, lawas na niya. Yan, sabi pa niya. Go Rocks. Yan. So, di ba? So, sino ba ang proud dito? Ipakitaas naman ng kamay, no? Meron tayong mga emoticons dyan. No? Mga hands up. So, sino ba dito sa atin ang may mga bills? Yan. Kasi class yung mga bills natin, ito yung ating indication that we are healthy. Okay? Healthy talaga tayo, class. Dahil meron tayong mga love handles. Okay? So, that's the reason why na kailangan maging proud tayo dahil meron tayong mga bilbil. That's the indication na hindi pa tayo gutom. Okay? Kasi marami pa tayong stored fats, stored glucose. Yan. Let's move on, class. The chemical pathways and in carbohydrate breakdown. So what are those pathways? Let's talk about Embden-Meyerhof pathway, class. Please don't forget Embden-Meyerhof pathway. Please don't forget the Embden-Meyerhof pathway. Sulat naman dyan sa ating comment section, Embden-Meyerhof pathway. Kasi lumalabas sa ating mga quizzes, sa mga board exam, ang Embden-Meyerhof pathway. Huwag kakalimutan, class, that your Embden-Meyerhof pathways converts glucose to pyruvate or lactate. Okay? This is the primary energy source of humans. Class, please don't forget. Next class is your hexose monophosphate shunts, oxidizes glucose to ribose and carbon dioxide, and produces net pH as the energy source. Class, kung sa Embden-Meyerhof pathway, ang glucose niya converted into pyruvate and lactate, while sa hexose monophosphate shunts, oxidizes glucose to ribose and carbon dioxide. Class, please don't forget, class, si Embden-Meyerhof pathway and si hexose monophosphate shunts. Plus, huwag din natin kakalimutan si glycogenesis. It converts glucose to glycogen. That's the process of converting glucose to glycogen. Kung dili na makaya o gamit sa imong mga kalawasan, class, ang atong mga glucose, we have also a glycogenesis. That's the process of converting glucose into glycogen. Ang tinatawag sa glycogen sa ating liver. Yan. We have also another carbohydrate metabolism class. That's what we call glycolysis. Glycolysis, class, the conversion of glucose in other hexoses into lactate or pyruvate. Breakdown of glucose for energy production. Also, glycogenesis, conversion of glucose to glycogen. Yan usually in the liver and muscles. As glucose is converted and stored as a glycogen. High concentrations of glycogen in liver and skeletal muscles. Glycogen is quickly accessible storage forms of glucose. Glycogenolysis occurs when plasma glucose is decreased. O kung gamay na daw ang imuhang glucose, class, there will be a glycogenolysis occur. As quickly if additional glucose is needed. So kung kailangan, halimbawa, nangaon ka niya, sobra ka diet ni Crystal, no? Nag-diet si Crystal, wala gi kaya na sa iyang lawas, gigutom gyapon siya. So there will be a process of glycogenolysis. Okay? This is occurs when the plasma glucose is decreased. Kung kulang pa gyud ang gikaon nila og mga glucose, no? Di ba si Ian? Sobra ka diet, gikulangan pa jud, wa naman siya pagkaon. So nag-perform lang siya og glycogenolysis. Yan, gina-occur ito during glucose is decreased in your plasma. Yan. Okay. Controlled by hormones and time. Next class is gluconeogenesis. Class, di ba? Genesis, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Genesis 1:1. So meaning, class, beginning. This is the formation of glucose from non-carbohydrate source such as amino acid, glycerol, and fatty acids into glucose. Halimbawa, nahurot na ang glycogen stored ni Ian, no? Payat na gid kay si Ian, nahurot na. Kawag yun siya kaon-kaon for 48 hours. Grabe gid Ian, no? So, wala na yun siya source. So, class, dili pa ka mamatay, anak, automatically. Class, alam nyo ba that our body is so amazing. Amazing talaga yung body natin because we can perform gluconeogenesis. O, kung may genesis sa Bible, may genesis din dito sa ating carbohydrate metabolism, which is class, kung walang-wala ka na talaga class, meron tayong amino acids dyan, glycerol and fatty acids na pwedeng i-convert into ayan, very amazing. Taon ko, sir, no need for glycochar. Oo, taon daw siya, no need for glycogenolysis. Gluconeogenesis, ayan, di ko ganahan. Okay. So let's move on. Occurs mainly in the liver class ha, ang ating gluconeogenesis. Glycogenolysis, break of glycogen to form glucose. Yan. Glycogenolysis occurs when plasma glucose is decreased. So, balik-balik na lang. Okay, class, please don't forget class that common metabolisms of your glucose. We have glycolysis, glycogenesis. Yan. Gluconeogenesis and glycogenolysis. Yan. Okay? Please don't forget that. Okay, paki-familiarize ang mga terms class kasi yan yung pabalik-balik natin ng mga terms. Okay, kung nakalimutan class, please don't forget to review your notes and don't you worry class, I'll be sending also another notes for you. Yan. Also related dito class, no? Lipogenesis. What is lipogenesis? By the word itself, lipids or lipogenesis. The conversion of carbohydrates to fatty acids. O, di ba? Kung di naging makaya, kung sobra-sobra o kaon, dahil nangaon ta og eat all you can, nagtongyang, tawag ko GP, o kana, sige. Masobraan, o, di naman yun, masobraan naman yun kaayo. Kahit yung mga carbohydrates. So, nag-perform siya of lipogenesis. This is the conversion of carbohydrates into fatty acids. Fat is the other source of energy storage form but not as quickly accessible as your glycogen. Ibang good siya, unlike sa glycogen, pag wala na gyud tay sugar, automatically, i-convert niya ang glycogen into glucose. No? Kung wala na gyud kaayo class, no? Dara na si fatty acids na. We have also lipolysis, the decomposition of decomposition of fats. Sum or net of all of these processes determines the level of blood glucose. Yan, okay? So, in short class, lahat ng mga processes dito, glucose metabolisms, in short, ang isa lang yung nag-determine nato diri ang ato ang blood glucose. Because I have a question. Describe the role of the liver in the maintenance of glucose level. Sige, class, paki-describe naman, okay? Ano kaya ang role ng liver natin in maintaining the blood glucose level? Pakisulat naman dyan, class, no? Natamang sagot sa ating comment section ang purpose ng iyong liver, no? In maintaining your blood glucose level. Ano kaya ang ginagawa ng ating liver, no? Your blood glucose level. Sige, class, pakisulat na lang, class, no? Kahit in layman's term or kahit ano ang pagkakaintindi ninyo, class, sa questions ko. Okay, sige. Pakisulat naman dyan, no? Sige. Ano ba ang ginagawa ng inyong liver niya na maintain ang glucose level? Ang ginagawa niya sa glucose ninyo. Actually, class, alam nyo na yung sagot. Sinasabi ko na kanina, pabalik-balik na lang, ano yung na-process, no? Ano ba ang purpose, no? Para ma-maintain niya ang ato ang level. Sige. Ilang short class na, mga 2 words lang or 3 words. Ano, okay na. Liver is the main organ glucose reservoir. Sabi ni Ian, liver is the main organ for glucose reservoir. Yan, okay. So, ano man ang ginagawa niya is that everything a balance between the uptake of storage of glucose by glycogenesis and gluconeogenesis. Yan, tumpak ka talaga, no? Yan. So, in short class, no? In short class, si liver class, no? Si liver maintains the glucose level by glycogenesis, no? It converts glucose to glycogen. Okay, so dili po pwede class nga ikuan niya class, no? Nga pasagdan niya ang glucose sa atong kalawasan, magsituyok-tuyok kataas kayo ang level. Kaya nga naman, magkaroon tayo ng diabetes mellitus. Yan. So kung masira ang ato, kung sobraan po ka og glucose imong kalawasan, makasira po na siya. It will cause your blood to be, ano yun? Anong mangyayari? Magkakaroon tayo ng Ano yun? Grabe kalapot ang imuhang dugo. There are instances, class, kung lapot ang dugo, makapuyan ang imong heart o pump of blood. So that's the reason why na magkakaroon tayo ng cardiovascular disease. Yan. So, by maintaining the glucose level, by glycogenesis, no, it converts glucose to glycogen. Yan yung ginagawa ng ating liver. Okay? So, let's move on, class. The regulation of plasma glucose. Yan. Okay, ito, class, ha? Ano ba gina-regulate ang plasma glucose? Organ or system involved in glucose regulation. First class, no? Liver mo, your glucose will be converted into glycogen. And pag ikulang po ka o glucose, i-convert po niya ang glycogen into your glucose. O, di ba? Amazing kayo. Your muscle class, ito pa yung mga nag-regulate ng ating plasma glucose. Skeletals and heart. Yung mga skeletal muscles class, nag-stored ating glucose. Pwede din sa ating heart. Pancreas class, synthesize hormones, insulin and glucagon, as well as your somatostatin. Other endocrine glands class, your anterior pituitary glands, your growth hormones, adrenal gland, epinephrine and cortisols, and thyroid gland, your thyroxine. And if plasma glucose is decreased, okay, so next question to class, if plasma glucose, okay, if your plasma glucose is decreased, okay, what will ano ang ginagawa ang ginagawa ng iyong liver? Sige. Question, if plasma glucose is decreased, ano ang ginagawa ng iyong liver? Ano ba ang process na ginagawa niya para magkaroon ng glucose ang ating plasma? Sige. Ano yung process? Okay, yung glucose metabolism na process. Ano siya? Gluconeogenesis or glycogenolysis. Sige daw. Ano ba ang tamang sagot? If plasma glucose is decreased. Okay? If plasma glucose is decreased, ano ba ang ginagawa ng iyong liver? Okay? If plasma glucose is decreased, ang first response, glycogenolysis, gluconeogenesis, glycolysis. May Yan. Gluconeogenesis. Sinabi ko kanina, pag wala ng glycogen, ubos na ang glycogen storage, dyan na papasok si gluconeogenesis. Okay? Since meron pa tayong glycogen storage, ano yun ang process? Okay? Kung walang-wala ka na talaga, no? Kung walang-wala ka na talaga. Okay? Yan, glycogen. Wait. Okay, so the correct answer, class, is glycogenolysis. Okay? Glycogenolysis. Kasi class, si gluconeogenesis, yung hurot-hurot na yun. Ha? Hurot-hurot na yun siya, ha? Hurot-hurot na yun ka. Wala na yun kay glycogen. Wala na yun. Oh. Siya na ang last resort, si gluconeogenesis. Okay? Please don't forget, huwag kakalimutan. Naintindihan na ba? Naintindihan na, ha? Please, huwag kakalimutan, class. Lumalabas talaga ito sa ating exam. Oo. Kanang mga anak. Ayun. Ha? Dili lang sa exam. And of course, don't forget also, kung walang-wala na yan, na si glycogenesis and glycolysis. Okay? Mauna yun si glycogenolysis, ha? Mauna si glycogenolysis. Kung walang-wala na, okay, kung walang-wala na, si gluconeogenesis and glycolysis. Ibang mga mauna gid ang response si liver. Okay, pagbaba ang carbohydrates, mauna ang response si liver. Dara na mo sulod, glycogenolysis. Then pag walang-wala na yun, doon na talaga papasok si gluconeogenesis. And of course, your lipolysis. Yan. Okay. Sige, class. Glycogenesis, no, liver stores glucose as glycogen. Lipogenesis, formation of lipids. Si glycogenesis, liver stores glucose as glycogen. Lipogenesis, formation of lipids. Yan. Plasma glucose is increased, glycogenesis. Okay? If plasma glucose is increased, it will perform glycogenesis. Liver stores glucose as glycogen. And Glycogenesis, formation of lipids. Huwag kakalimutan ha, the difference between glycogenolysis, baba ang imong glucose. Pero pagtaas ang imong glucose sa plasma, glycogenesis. Ha? Glycogenesis, liver stores glucose as glycogen. Glycogenesis, formation of lipids. Don't forget, kasi class, no? Glycogenesis. So meaning, ang imuhang, kumbaga, genesis in the beginning of glycogen. So, dra pa lang ta mo store. Okay? Storage of glycogen. Kasi glycogenolysis meaning lysis meaning imuhong giputol-putol, gilice nimo siya. So mo na kung baba ang imuhang glucose level, kailangan nato putlon ang ato mga stored nga glycogen. So that's what we call glycogenolysis. Okay? Okay na? Okay na? Pakisulat naman dyan sa ating comment section if naintindihan na so that we can move on to our next slide. Okay? Pakisulat naman dyan sa ating comment section na naintindihan na. Okay, naintindihan na ang difference between glycogenolysis, gluconeogenesis, lipolysis, and of course, the glycogenesis and lipogenesis. Okay, pakisulat naman dyan so that alam ko, class, kung naintindihan nyo na or hindi pa nyo pa naintindihan kasi dili ninyo masabtan ni siya, promise. Dili ninyo masabtan ang inyong discussion kung dili ninyo ni masabtan ni mga terms na ako ang ipang-discuss karong adlaw. Okay? Very good, very good. Most of you, no, nagre-reply na naintindihan na. Okay, let's move on, class, to our next topic. Okay. Glucose regulation, class. Sino ba, no? Ano ba ang mga hormones na nagre-regulate sa ating glucose? Okay, class? I know you know already what are those hormones kasi ito yung gipa-activity ko last Monday sa inyo in the form of table, okay? So very good, no? Let's start with insulin, no? These are located from the beta cells of Langerhans, the islets of Langerhans. This action class is responsible for the entry of glucose to the cells, thereby decreasing glucose in the blood or glycolysis. Increase glycogenesis. Yan, di ba? Glycogenesis, the formation of glycogen. Napansin ninyo nga nung ginabalik-balik na ako ng glycogenesis, glycogenolysis, gluconeogenesis, lipolysis. Kaya naman, class, pabalik-balik din siya na rin. Relative importance, class, primary. Yan, primary nga siya, yun ang pinakauna nga mo aksyon. Kumbaga siya si Cardo Dalisay, kung saan probinsyano pa. Okay? So class, please don't forget, the only hormone that can decrease your glucose level is your insulin. From the beta cells of the islets of Langerhans. Please don't forget the location. Meron tayong pag-decrease. Meron din tayong hormone na nag-i-increase. Let's talk our first hormone, the glucagon from the alpha cells. Yan. Kung ang ating insulin kaysa beta cells, ang ating glucagon naman, class, ay sa alpha cells. Action stimulates glycogenesis and gluconeogenesis. Okay? Alam nyo na ha, ang difference ng glycogenesis and gluconeogenesis. No? Inhibits glycolysis. Primary also, class. No? Pag mababa ang glucose, next is glucagon. Next is cortisol, class. Actions, insulins, antagonist. Okay? Class, ano ba ang ibig sabihin ng antagonist? Pakisulat naman dyan sa ating comment section. Ano ba ang ibig sabihin ng antagonist, no? In layman's term, para masabtan sa tanan. Kaya kapit uban, dili ka sa sa ang antagonist. O, isulat sa Tagalog or sa Bisaya ang antagonist. Sige. Okay? Gina-counteraction or kontrabida. O yan, kalaban. O, sige, very good. No? Gina-counter. Kalaban. Kalaban sila. Kalaban, kalaban sir, kontrabida. Si kaaway. Okay, very good, very good. O, sige, ha? So, meaning, si cortisol, kalaban sila ni insulin. Okay? Kaya nga naman, si insulin, pangpababa o glucose. cortisol ang pataas of glucose. Yan, very good. Grabe gini si Andrea Rubis of Villain. Layman's term sa iyaha ang Villain. Yan. Okay, thank you so much. Very important, secondary lang. Kaya naman kung di na makaya sa imuhang glucagon, naaman si cortisol, no? Epinephrine. Ang epinephrine class, napansin ninyo class during, sino na ba ay as the remember niyo during first year days, no? During your year days, katong naglinog, no? Or katong sunog. Di ba napansin ninyo class, no? Murata gipang kulbaan na kanapaspas kay ita nakagawa sa room. So that's the action of your epinephrine and norepinephrine, no? So class, pag nag-release of epinephrine, perti daghanang glucose. So napansin ninyo class, napansin ninyo maskin mga refrigerator or maskin siguro ang table sa teacher's table makarga nimo ikaw ra isa. Okay? Observe mo ana class. Paki-comment po sa imo yung comment section di kung naka-observe mo kung naay linog or kung naay bagyo, no mapansin niyo makarga ninyo ang mga bugat nga ninyo makarga. And then mapansin niyo after one day, hala, sakit na yung mga kalawasan or di na po nimo makarga ang isa ka ref, no? Oh, di ba? Si Ayan dyan ako ma-remember atong sunog. Okay. So, that's the reason why class, no, na pag mag-release ng epinephrine class, pag mag-release ng epinephrine, automatically mag-heartbeat na to, paspas kaayo kay ngano madaghan kay mag-release mga glucose. Yon, kapoy kaayo pagkahuman. O, kapoy di kayo pagkahuman. Kung mabibit ang imong mga gipagdala. Sige. Next, relative for the secondary. This is epinephrine actions promotes glycogenolysis and gluconeogenesis. Secondary importance. Growth hormone also class from delta cells, actions insulin and kalaban gyapon sila inhibits glucagon excretion. Okay? Relative importance secondary. Thyroxine increase glucose absorption from your GI tract. Stimulate glycogenolysis. Relative importance negligible. Okay, yan. Okay. So tapos na tayo class, no? Tapos na tayo class sa ating. Tapos na tayo class sa ating glucose metabolism. Now, let's start with renal threshold. Sige. As I have a question, ano ba ang ibig sabihin pag makarinig kayo ng renal threshold? Kasi tapos na ninyo ang inyong tapos na kayo sa inyong clinical microscopy or microscopy section. Ano ba ang tinatawag na renal threshold? Sige daw. In layman's term na lang, ha? Para masabtan sa tanan. Si Zara, oo sir, basit madalata sa emotion. Yan. Okay, sige, ito. Kaya lang i-filter ng kidney kung saan ang, pwede, no? Kaya lang, si Ayan, kaya lang na i-filter ng kidney, then si Lenny, kung saan ang makaya niya. Oo! Sumpay ditong ni Ayan o di Lenny ba? Yan. Alam nyo, class, na ang kidney natin, siya yung nag-filter ng mga glucose, ng mga vitamins, okay? Pero, class, pag masubraan po ang level sa imuhang glucose or carbohydrates sa imuhang blood, yan. So, that's the reason na lumabas na siya. So, may follow-up question. Ilan ba ang renal threshold value ng inyong glucose or carbohydrates? Okay? So, ilan ba ang range? Range yung question ko, no? Yung range, mg per dl. Ilan bang range, no? Ang renal threshold ng inyong glucose kung saan, pag nasubraan na siya og level, mugawas na siya sa ihi. Yan! Yun! May nakasagot na, no? 160 mg per dl. Kasi class, pag nakita nato na sila class, no, sa ato ang asa naman to, nawala lagi ko. Okay. Pag makita nato na sila class sa ato ang sa ato ang urine, mo nang ginatawag na to class na glucosuria. Yan. Okay, so glucose is filtered by glomeruli, blah, 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 yun na yun. So if blood glucose is elevated, glucose appears in the urine, a condition known as glucosuria. Paki-take note class, pag naamoy makitaan nga positive sa glucose, that's what we call glucosuria. And of course, ito na yung sagot. An individual nutrition for glucose varies between 160 and 180 mg per dl. When blood glucose reaches this level of exceed, the renal tubules transport mechanism becomes saturated, which causes glucose to be excreted into the urine. Okay. So yun, tapos na tayo class ha, tapos na tayo sa ating mga natapos na natin ang ating carbohydrates metabolism, natapos na natin ang renal threshold, na-define na natin ang carbohydrates, then dito na tayo sa pinaka-importante sa lahat, no? Ang trabaho ng mga medtech is to measure the amount of carbohydrates or glucose in urine. Yan. Okay. So, ito yung pinaka-importante class no sa ating laboratory is to measure the presence of glucose. Yan. Always take note, class, that the fasting glucose in the whole blood is 15% lower than in serum or plasma. The standard clinical specimen is venous plasma glucose. Please take note of that. Pakilagyan or pakisulatan na lang sa inyong notes that the standard clinical specimen is your venous plasma glucose. Pero sir, anong serum na itong ginagamit? Para din na nakagasto og tubes, no? Kung sa praktikalan pa lang, sa laboratory pa lang. Pero class, the standard ha, kung lumabas sa board exam or sa mga quizzes natin, mali ang serum. The correct answer, the standard how, say for example, kasi what is the standard clinical specimen for your glucose? A, serum. B, venous plasma. Yan. Okay, the correct answer is venous plasma. Please don't forget, class, that your venous blood glucose is 7 mg per dl lower than capillary blood due to tissue metabolism. Capillary blood, also glucose class, is same with arterial blood glucose. Oh, amazing class, ha? No? Always remember that the capillary blood glucose is same with arterial blood glucose. And also, please don't forget, class, that a serum specimen is appropriate for glucose analysis if serum is separated from cells within 30 minutes. Yan. Plus, pwede din tayong gumamit ng serum pag na-separate natin siya within 30 minutes. But, if serum is in contact with cells for longer than 30 minutes, a preservative such as sodium fluoride. Please don't forget the preservative sodium fluoride that inhibits glycolysis should be added. Class, please don't forget, pwede ka mo gamit og serum pag within 30 minutes na separate na nato ang atoang blood sample. But if more than 30 minutes na tayo, class, we need to use sodium fluoride as anticoagulant. Okay? Choice for glucose analysis. Yan. So much for your answers, ha? Always remember, class, that sucrose CSF concentration should be approximately 60% of the plasma concentrations. Wow! CSF glucose concentration should be approximately 60% of your plasma concentrations. Peritoneal fluid glucose is same with plasma glucose, class. Plasma glucose level increase with age. Habang nagatigulang ta, class, nagataas po ang atoang glucose. For fasting, no, 2 mg per dl per decade. Habang tumatanda tayo, DL plus 4 mg per dl per decade. Glucose challenge, no, kung glucose challenge test, 8 to 13 mg dl per decade ang ng ating glucose. So, kung meron tayong mga test, class, dapat alam din natin, class, kung paano natin i-store ang ating glucose samples. Okay? At room temperature, 20 to 25 degrees Celsius, class, no? At room temperature, i-store lang natin siya or 20 to 25 degrees Celsius. Glycolysis, no, decreases glucose by 7 mg per dl per hour if in normal and centrifugal coagulated blood. Class, kung wala nimo na centrifuge or na-separate ang imuhang serum sample, class, there will be a decrease of 7 mg per dl per hour. refrigerated temperature, pag ref nimo ang imuhang glucose sample class or ang imuhang sample, per degree Celsius class at 4 degrees Celsius, glucose is metabolized at the rate of about 2 mg per dl per hour. O class, even i-refrigerate nimo class, naga-decrease lang gyapon ang ato ang glucose level, ang ato ang glucose value. Class, please remember, long-term specimen storage, even at negative 20 degrees Celsius class, no? Glucose values decrease significantly and progressively. Wow! Class, maskin i-ref pa na nimo, negative 20 degrees, naga-decrease lang yapon ang value sa glucose. In short, pag naamay mga tests for glucose, you need to use anticoagulants and process it automatically. Ha? Class, maulan niya ako maingon sa inyo, kung nag-work na mo sa laboratory, pag na mga FBS or fasting blood glucose, please prioritize it. Ayaw na magchika-chika, ayaw sa mag-Facebook, ayaw sa mag-TikTok, unaha sa ang inyong mga pasyente. Akalo ipon, imagine class, diabetes ang inyong client, wala na lang. No? Kaya naman, imagine, no? Decrease of 7 mg per dl per hour. Please don't forget that. Nag-decrease of 7 mg per dl per hour class ang decrease sa imuhang glucose pag pasagdan lang nimo na sila tanan. Mga ayan. Nagbalik man ko dali. Sorry class, nga nagbalik man ko sa akong presentation. Sorry ha, sorry. Ano naman to? Sorry ha, sorry class. Nakuha na hinoon. Layo na ko kaayo. Storage, yan. Postprandial, yan, naman na yan. Okay, please don't forget. Napansin niyo class ha? 7, mapansin niyo class, no? Mapansin niyo class. 7 mg per dl per hour. Okay, yan. Sige. Uy, naghang na po. Mamsa naman akong presentation. Sorry kayo class ha, sorry kayo class, wait lang. Yun. Kaya naghang ako ang presentation. Kadali lang. Sige. Wait lang class, sorry kayo class for that interruption. Hindi ko talaga mapipigilan na mayroon talagang mga mayroon talagang mga instances na nagkakaproblema yung ating laptop. Ipagkapoy na po siguro. Okay. So, okay pa ba class? Kaya pa ba? Kaya pa ba class? Pag-comment naman dyan sa ating comment section if kaya pa. Class, we need to finish our carbohydrates today. Okay? Sige lang, don't you worry, kaya nato ni siya. Atag na ko class ang mga important details nga dapat ninyo mabalaan, dili niyo pwedeng ma-miss ni siya. Okay, dili niyo pwedeng ma-miss ni siya nga mga procedure. Kasi ito yung pinaka-importante sa lahat. Okay na. Okay na daw. Kaya pa. So yan, kailangan yung kayanin to ha, kasi class, kailangan nyo talaga ito malaman kasi information sa inyong board exam talaga to. Okay class, next, kung naka-prepare na tayo, ano ba ang mga specimen collection? For whole blood, no? Whole blood for point of care testing. Yan, sa ating mga point of care testing class, ang whole blood, pwede tayong gumamit ng whole blood. Balik-balik lagi ni. Yan. Specimen collection. Results are at 11% lower than plasma or serum. Serum, plasma, you can also use or serum or plasma. Other specimen class, CSF specimens. Yan. Pag makuha kayo ASAP, as soon as possible. Glucose level is 60 to 70% of patient's current blood level. CSF glucose in fasting, non-diabetic at 40 to 70 mg per dl. CSF glucose value suggests bacterial meningitis because bacteria usually glucose as the energy source. Yan yung sinabi ni Ian Amogis kanina, no? kailangan natin i-test dayon ang CSF kay para class mabalaan nato kung napa siya bacterial infections o wala. Other specimen, your urine. Example of measurements. Okay, ito class, random blood sugar. Ito yung common. It is requested during insulin shock, hyperglycemic, and ketonuria shock. FBS, fasting blood sugar. Ito yung common na gina-perform. Non-per orem, dapat walang kain at least 8 hours, 8 to 12 hours of fasting. Most frequently ordered screening test for glucose metabolism. Please take note, class, that your FBS or fasting blood sugar is the most frequently ordered screening test for glucose metabolism. The reference value, it varies, class, no? Merong 80 mg per dl, no, to 100, and 74 to 106 mg per dl sa ating mga references. Sa class, most of my reference are tips and bishop. Fasting use is greater than 6 mg per dl, usually indicate a problem. It is a panic value niya siya na may diabetes mellitus. FBS should be repeated on another day to confirm diagnosis. Borderline diabetes may have a normal FBS and may need a challenge test to demonstrate abnormality. Class next, 2R postprandial blood sugar. Okay? Prandial blood sugar. These are patient has FBS. No? Gikuan siya og fasting blood sugar, then ingest 75-gram high carbohydrate breakfast. Sometimes drink Coca-Cola or prepared ng mga drinks to mga juice. As repeated glucose test for 2 hours. Glucose levels should return to fasting levels. If glucose is greater than 200 mg per dl on the postprandial test, fasting or random glucose level should be performed on the subsequent day to diagnose with diabetes. Class, pag makitaan sa inyong client or sa inyong doctor nga greater than 200 mg per dl ang result sa imuhang postprandial test or 2R postprandial test, a fasting or random glucose level should be performed on the other day. Okay? So class, ang procedure aning patient ang procedure aning 2R postprandial, in the first morning class, no, i-advise ka nga mag-fasting. Then kuan ka og dugo. Then after kuan ka dugo, class, painumon ka og 75 grams nga sugar, prepared na siya nga drinks or juice ba na siya, no, available na siya sa laboratory. Then after 2 hours kuan ka og dugo. Pag greater than 200 mg per day, it indicates that possible na diabetes mellitus. And next class, no, na-discuss na inyong classmates ito, the GGT or glucose tolerance test. This is a multiple blood sugar test. Wow, imagine this, murag ikatulong ako ani. It's used to determine how well the body metabolizes glucose over a period of time. It should be performed to diagnose gestational diabetes. Class, please don't forget your GGT, no, your oral glucose tolerance test or GGT. It's used to diagnose gestational diabetes. It should be performed to diagnose, no, gestational diabetes. It is not generally recommended for routine clinical use in the diagnosis of diabetes. Mostly, class, nag-perform ani para lang sa mga buntis. Used to screen for or crystal lay, di ba? Pag mabuntis na, kailangan glucose gestational o glucose tolerance test. Used to screen gestational diabetes. Problems include calculation dosage. Okay, class, there are some disadvantages of this. No, ito yung mga problems na encounter natin. Calculation dosage, patient must drink it, no, keep it down, stay relatively inaccurate during test period, and so be successful on time. Class, ano yung siya? Mura siya 2R postprandial, 2R, no, 2R test. But the problem of this class, ang sa oral glucose tolerance test magud class, every hour ka kuan og dugo. Katong ganina kay after 2 hours, kani kay hanuman kuan kag dugo FBS, painuman ka og sugar, then kuan ka first hour kuan ka, second hour kuan ka. Oh, di ba? So dapat online ka kuan. Oral glucose tolerance test, no, patient directions important. Kailangan og advice, no, sa dapat ingon nimo nga, ma'am, magkaon ka, ma'am, manangyod kay alangan sa ba mabuntis, ma'am, gyud wa ko lalaki nga mabuntis, na may lalaki nga mabuntis. Okay? So class, advice mo ang patient nga, ma'am, kailangan mo kumain kung ano imong diet sa una, ma'am. Mao na gyapon, dili ka mag-diet ha, dili ka di ka mag-less og carbohydrates. Usay imong diet sa una, mao na gyapon for at least 3 days prior to the test. Evening before the test, no eating after super meal. It began in early morning. Fasting specimen. Test dose has been reduced 75 grams for adults and 75 grams for children. Test dose must be consumed within 5 minutes. Baka mapansin niyo ha, baka mapansin niyo, sir, na mo buntis nga bata. Dili class, before mga good class, no? Before mga good class, ginagamit ning OGTT para to diagnose diabetes mellitus. Pero class sa karon wala na ni siya ginagamit. Ha, basi mag-question mo nga, sir, ginagamit na day babuntis nga children. O, sige. So para din mo mag-question class before ni siya, ha? Before, no? Ginagamit man gud ang OGTT to diagnose diabetes mellitus. Pero karon wala na. No, kay nga naman kaluoy lisod man gud sa class, kay nga naman kailangan jud mo ang timing, no? Kung 7:30 dapat 8:30 tusukan na po nimo, pagka 9:30 tusukan jud nimo ha, exact yun na siya. Ang client nagalikod ra na siya dara permi. Patient is to remains resting, no smoking or eating during that period. Blood in urine specimen are collected at hourly intervals. Testing of the urine glucose and ketones no longer routine. As dili lang manggod dugo ang kuhaon diri, pati pod ang imong ihi. So dapat kaihion jud ka at that time. So di ba, kung kana imong buhaton murag lisod ka ino matimingan ba nimo nga mong ihi ka at that time? So murag dili po, di ba? So that's it. Yan. As you can observe dito class, may question ba tayo class sa oral glucose tolerance test? May question ba tayo? May question ba? Paki-comment naman dyan sa ating comment section kung may question or wala na sabdan, ha? Paki-comment class, kaya di ko gusto class kung mag-move on ta sa ating next topic class, dili ninyo masabdan ang oral glucose tolerance test. I want you to understand everything. I want you to understand class, kaya nga naman, wala na ba tayo laboratory nga i-explain pagtarong. So, pag nasabtan na, paki-comment 1, okay? Paki-comment 1 class, pag nasabtan na ang oral glucose tolerance test. Pag 2, meaning wala, ha? 1 pag nasabtan, pag 2 wala nasabtan. Okay? Sige. As you can observe dito sa ating graph, no? Abnormal, ha? Oh, from the first, fasting glucose siya. Ano ninyo? Oh, pasin ninyo class. Taas, no? Taas. Oh, tumataas ang value. So, this is abnormal. The normal result must be pababa. Okay? Kasi habang tumatagal, ginakonsume sa imuhang body. Ginakonsume sa imuhang body ang imuhang glucose. Pero pag naatay problem sa ato ang glucose class or sa imuhang body, so there are instances class na tumataas siya. Okay? And very good. Okay, so ano to Gerald? 1. So 21. So nasabtan o wala nasabtan. So saang portion ba Gerald ang hindi? Okay? Saang portion ba sa ating oral glucose tolerance test hindi mo na intindihan? Okay, so paki-comment naman dyan sa ating comment section para naman mas ma-explain ko sa inyo yung ating oral glucose tolerance test. Okay. So class, mapansin niyo class, sir, ganun ba naman eh? Kasi class, there are other options, no? There are optional tests na pwede kayo ikadalawa lang, 1 and 2 hour lang, pwede din 3 hours. So that's an optional. No, optional na yung 3 hours. Kung makaya pa mo, imagine, first, kuhaan ka og FBS, inom ka og glucose. So 1, tusok, isa ka tusok na. First hour, kuhaan ka og isa. Second hour, kuhaan ka isa. Pila nakatusok? Tulo. Pag 3 hours, kuhaan ka isa. 4 nakatusok. Hala. Kaya na nimo, no? Typo. Okay, thank you, Gerald. Typo. Okay, no, naintindihan na ang oral glucose tolerance test. Thank you so much. Okay, let's move on, class. Let's move on to our next, no? To our next topic, class. Let's move on to our next topic. Yan. Glycosylated hemoglobin or your HbA1c. Yan. Okay? Glycosylated hemoglobin class or HbA1c. This is also known as your glycated hemoglobin. This is the largest subfractions of normal hemoglobin A in both diabetic and non-diabetic individuals. Yan. So, asa na to? Sorry. Yan. Okay. So it is the hemoglobin A that is irreversibly glycosylated at one or both N-terminal valence of the beta chains of the tetrameric hemoglobin molecules, including hemoglobin that may also but not solely be glycosylated on lysine residues. It represents a weighted average of glucose levels, with youngest erythrocytes contributing to a greater extent than older ones. Alam niyo ba, class, that long-term glycemic control indicators reflects the average blood glucose levels of over previous 2 to 3 months. Please don't forget, 2 to 3 months kaya niya nino, kaya niyang i-determine or kaya niyang ma-measure class ang imong diet during 2 to 3 months. So maskin wala na kay fasting dara class, mabalaan jud sa dayon, no? Mabalaan jud ako nagtinikal baka ingon ang doktor o nag-diet baka crystal. Ka, oh doc, nag-diet ko. Pag check sa imong HbA1c sakpan si crystal, wala nag-diet. Okay? Advantage of this, time average glucose not subject to temporary variability due to diet and exercise. Does not require fasting. Okay? So, question, kailangan pa fasting? The answer is no. Kailangan, hindi na kailangan ng fasting ang ating HbA1c. It also influenced by the condition that affects the lifespan of the RBC, such as sickle cell disease and hemolytic disease. Pero class, pag meron tayong mga sickle cell disease at saka hemolytic disease, so there are some variations naman sa ating results. Hemoglobin A1C plus is the most commonly measured glycosylated hemoglobin. Specimen na kailangan natin class is ADPA. Okay. So measured by electrophoresis, immunoassay, HPLC, and affinity chromatography. Okay? The common class, wala na ako nasulat class ha, wala na ako nasulat class. Common na ginagamit natin sa laboratory is affinity chromatography. Please pakisulat na lang sa inyong mga notebook. Ang common na ginagamit natin class sa laboratory is affinity chromatography. Yan. Okay? Yan. Kasi class, dito sa affinity chromatography class, the first step na ginagawa ng machine is to lyse your RBs, your red blood cells para magawa si hemoglobin A1C. Then, pero pag hemolyze na class ang ato ang sample, dili na siya acceptable. Okay? So, yan. Okay, class, in order to interpret class, no, hemoglobin A1C reference range is 4 to 6%. Okay, 4 to 6%. Yan. Pero may iba naman class that pag may ibang mga references class or may ibang mga books nagsasabi na pag greater than 5, okay? Or 5.7 or 6. So it indicates that there will be an increased risk of diabetes. Okay? Para in short class, the normal ideally 5.7. Okay? Ideally class, no, pakisulat na lang dyan sa inyong notes kasi hindi ko siya sinulat dyan. Okay? Ideally class, dapat meron tayong less than 5.7%. Okay? Ideally ha, less than 5.7%. Ideally ha, ideally less than 5.7%. Or much better, less than 5%. Ha? So, it indicates na kuan ka ng dili ka diabetes. Okay? Kasi class sabi nila, ang 5 to 5.7%, may mga references naman class sa Henry's ko ito nakita. 6% plus NDP plus that there will be an increase, no? Increased risk for diabetes. Okay? M plus sa diabetes mellitus. Yung 5.7 to 6.8 increased risk or which is a what do we call a diabetic. Diabetic diagnosis na to. Diabetic. Okay? Okay, sige. Sa inyong mga notes. Diagnosis of diabetes based on hemoglobin A1C result, the patient has a result of greater than 6.5% confirmed by repeat measurement. So kung nakaka greater than 6.5% plus measurement or another test just like your FBS para naman mabalaan kung diabetes baka o wala. Next class is fructosamine. It is also known as glycosylated or glycated albumin, plasma protein, or ketoamine. It's a reflection for short-term glucose control 3 to 6 weeks. May be used for monitoring diabetic individuals with chronic hemolytic and hemoglobin variants, hemoglobin S or HbC, or decreased RBC lifespan. It should not be measured in case of low plasma or less than 30 grams per liter, no? Low fructosamine. Affinity chromatography, HPLC, and photometric. Reference value 205 to 285 micromole per liter. But na to class, hindi natin gina-perform sa laboratory. Wala kayong naga-perform ani. Since nag-work ko sa laboratory, wala ko ka-perform aning test nga fructosamine ba or glycated albumin. Okay? So in kuan lang ni siya class in behalf of board exam or mga quizzes. Sige, paki-familiarize na lang ha na ang ating fructosamine, no? Fructosamine class ay ginagamit to class, no? Para ma-determine natin ang level ng ating glucose for the past 3 to 6 weeks. Okay? Kung mayroon tayong months, yun yung HbA1c. Pero mostly, gina-perform HbA1c din. And, sige. So, we have also interferences, high uric acid, triglyceride, and bilirubin levels, and presence of heparin and hemolysis. And we have also class other, no? Iba't iba pang mga test, other related tests, just like your ketones test. So, produced by the liver, okay? Ito yung mga other tests na gina-perform. Metabolisms by products of fatty acids. Three bodies, we have acetone, acetoacetic acid, 3-beta-hydroxybutyric acid. 20% of acetone, acetoacetic acid, 20%, and hydroxybutyric acid, butyric acid, 78%. Ito yung mga fatty acids. Increase in case of carbohydrate deprivation or decreased carbohydrate use, diabetes mellitus or starvation fasting, prolonged vomiting, etc. Class, di ba napansin ninyo class, pag wala ng carbohydrates, wala ng glycogen storage, ang ginagamit na sa atong body kaya nga atong mga amino acids. So that's the end of ketones. Yan. Okay? So ang end product ng ating mga amino acids or mga protein is ketones. Tama? Tama man? So another test for ketones. Next, we have also a microalbumin. Persistence albumin in the range of 30 to 299 mg per 24 hour or an albumin creatinine ratio of 30 to 300 micrograms. Indications of renal nephropathy pag presence ng microalbumin. Assist in the diagnosis of early proteinuria. Normal urine dipsticks are insensitive to low concentrations of urine albumin. Next, we have also lactose tolerance. Lactose class saccharides, lactose malabsorption or lack of enzyme needed to break down your lactose. Often results in diarrhea, cramping, and gas. Laboratory evaluation, perform OGTT using lactose, not glucose. Okay? Instead, glucose ang i-perform class, lactose ang gamitin natin na sugar. Normally, class GTT curve similar to OGTT, glucose level will increase 20 mg per dl above the fasting level. Lactase inefficiency, flat curve, or no very increase in glucose level. Oh. Kasi nyo class kung sa lactose test class, ka-absorb. Kung dili ka maka-absorb, no? Kung dili ka maka-absorb og lactose, meaning dili increase ang level sa ato ang result. Kaya naman, wala may lactose nga na-absorb. So, dyan natin malalaman if you have a lactose intolerance. Okay? Pag hindi tayo maka-absorb na lactose. Yan. Yung glucose copper reduction detects or reduces sugars. To detect galactosemia in babies and children less than 3 years old. Yan. Next, let's move on to a chemical method. Okay? So, I think na-discuss na ito ng inyong mga group mates, but I just want to review again Okay? So, huwag kayong mawala ng pag-asa, huwag kayong maboring kasi review na lang ito. Kasi na-discuss na lang ito, classmates kanina. Let's talk about oxidation reduction method. Number 1, alkaline copper reduction method. So, the principle is production of copperic ions to copperous ions forming copper oxide in hot alkaline solution by glucose. And class, these are the following methods that uses the principle of copper reduction. Class, 2 or ano yun, tip ko sa inyo class, please familiarize the principle, the reagent use, and end product. Kasi ito yung lumalabas sa ating mga quizzes, exam, and board exam. Basta class ang lumabas sa aming board exam before is itong Folin-Wu method and your Nelson-Somogy method. It uses the principle of copper reduction and product or the color reaction is molybdenum blue. Okay, this is the end products of your Folin-Wu and Nelson-Somogy. The correct answer is molybdenum blue. Familiarize na lang si Diocopperoin method and Benedict's method, okay? Or modified Folin-Wu, okay? Or modified Folin-Wu method. Yan. Okay? Sige. So next is alkaline ferric reduction method or Hagedorn-Jensen. Hagedorn-Jensen or alkaline ferric reduction method. Reduction of a yellow ferrocyanide to a colorless ferrocyanide by glucose, inverse colorimetry. Yan. Next, condensation method. Okay, condensation method. This method are orthotoluidine. The principle is chemical reaction. Agent is orthotoluidine glacial acetic acid. The end product is glycosamine. We have also class another method, the enzymatic method. Uses enzyme as on glucose, but not on other sugars and not on other reducing substances. It is very specific for glucose. Okay? Enzymatic method is very specific for your glucose. Plus, the method for your glucose enzymatic method is your number 1, glucose oxidase. The principle is enzymatic. Reagent is glucose oxidase peroxidase orthodianisidine. The end product class is oxidized orthodianisidine orange brown. Next, for glucose oxidase class, we have also, okay, so ito yung diagram no? Measures the beta ng glucose. It also measures CSF glucose. Glucose, yan, the reaction no? Is glucose oxidase. Yan. So, forming chromogen. Glucose oxidase an enzyme that catalyzes the reaction of glucose to gluconic acid with formation of a hydrogen peroxide as a byproduct. Methodology, but glucose oxidase is a good methodology, pero okay, produce a good for blood, procedure is good for blood and CSF specimen. Urine has too many interfering substances, subject to interference from ascorbic acids, bilirubin, and uric acid, which are also oxidized by peroxidase. Alternative concentration is polarographically. Measures the amount of oxygen used by a electrode. Next method class is your hexokinase. So this is another method class. We have an oxidase. We have also an hexokinase. This is the specific glucose method. This is a reference method. Please don't forget class. Please don't forget that your hexokinase is the reference method for glucose. Plasma collected using heparin, EDTA, fluoride, oxalate, or citrate may also be used for this test. Other samples class such as urine, CSF, and serous fluids may be used. Next class is hexokinase. Hexokinase class, this is an enzyme that catalyzes the phosphorylation of glucose. Methods can be very accurate and precise since the coupling reaction is specific. When consuming for routine use, reference methodology since it lacks interference associated with glucose oxidase method. Procedure can utilize urine and CSF. These are the reaction for your hexokinase. The product is non-pH. Yan. Plus 6-phosphogluconate. Non-P-nicodinamine adenine dinucleotide phosphate. Okay, or oxidized form is reduced. Please don't forget the meaning for your NADP. Baka lumabas sa inyong exam. NADPH reduced forms absorbs light at 340 and proportions to the amount of glucose present in first reactions. Always remember that elevated amount of ascorbate bilirubin, uric acid, ferric acid ni class ha. Glutathione, creatinine, L-cysteine values of glucose or glucose oxidase methods. Hemolysis affects hexokinase method, cause lower glucose value. So don't use hemolysis sample. Next, glucose dehydrogenase method. Ang method, no? But anyway, just familiarize na lang class. The amount of NADH generated is proportional to the glucose concentration. When glucose is measured using a glucose dehydrogenase method, glucose is reduced to produce chromophore that is measured spectrophotometrically or an electrical current. Yan pa ba kayo, class? Nakikinig pa ba or nakatulog na? It also provides result in close agreement with hexokinase procedures. Mutarotaze is also added to shorten the time necessary to reach equilibrium. None. Interstitial glucose measuring device. It's used for monitoring for glucose level in diabetes. Okay? Interstitial measuring device, ha? Ginagamit ito class for monitoring with diabetes. It uses electrochemical method to automatically and frequently measures glucose levels in the interstitial fluid, dermis or subcutaneous fat tissue, and require repeated calibrations to plasma or whole blood glucose level. The result of this test is information about glucose patterns over hours to days. This glucose analysis can reveal useful findings for modifying treatment, such as unsuspected nocturnal hypoglycemia or postprandial hyperglycemia. We have also class dextrostics, okay, dextrostics or cellular. Importance in establishing correct insulin amount for next steps, effective in reducing the rate of development of diabetic complications. An individual with a capillary glucose of greater than or equal to 140 mg per day should be rescreened with a fasting plasma glucose, HbA1c or OGTT using blood sample. Kasi class itong test na dextrostics, okay? Or ito yung mga sticks lang na class. Similar sticks yung mga point of care testing, yung ginagamit glucometer, ito yung mga test na class, no? Kailangan din natin class na confirmatory. So either is HbA1c or fasting plasma glucose or FBS. Okay? So yun. Okay, class, so tapos na tayo class sa ating mga methodologies na ginagamit natin to detect the presence of carbohydrates in the body. Okay? So or to detect the presence of glucose in the body. So tapos na tayo class, no? Paki-review naman class, no? Class, I have a question. Paki-comment naman ng mga methods na ginagamit natin class to determine the presence of carbohydrates or glucose in the blood. Paki-comment naman dyan sa ating comment section class. Comment naman dyan sa ating comment section class kung gising pa kayo class kung ano ba iba't ibang uri ng mga procedures na ginagamit natin to detect the presence of carbohydrates or presence of glucose in the blood. Okay? Sige class. Paki-comment, no? Comment kayo dyan para malalaman ko rin kung sino ba dito ang mga active sa ating ang active, no? Active sa ating klase. Kasi ang iba sa inyo, alam ko, naboboard na ay pabalik-balik ng messages, paulit-ulit lang manigan discuss nila eh. Ang common lang na ako makita Andre Perme kay si Lenny, Francis, Goddess, mo sila ang pinakauna nga mag-reply. Pero anyway, iba, I understand your internet connection. I really understand that kay even me, myself, I have a bad connections. Sorry kung putol-putol. Oo, ambot, mo na ng effect sa upgrade sa PLDT, no? Nag-effect na gyud siya, kusog na gyud siya kaayo sa katanan. Yan. Okay, so don't forget that, ha? Don't forget that. And also, hindi ko na i-discuss yung mga i-discuss kanina ni Camille Folio. Kasi class, alam nyo, ang lumalabas dun sa board exam, ano yung deficient na enzyme. Okay? Di ba may mga di-discuss kanina si Camille, yung mga inborn error or carbohydrate metabolism, just like your galactosemia, essential fructosuria, mga fructose intolerance, glycogen storage disease, okay? Yun. Basta class, please don't forget class ha, the most common glycogen storage disease is your von Jerky disease. Yan yung lumabas sa aming board exam. Si von Jerky disease. Oh, okay, huwag kakalimutan class ha, si von Jerky disease. Siya yung lumabas sa aming board exam class. Alam nyo ba na si von Jerky disease, no? This is a type of glycogen storage disease. The most common, the most common glycogen storage disease is your von Jerky disease. This is associated with hyperlipidemia because class the enzyme deficiency of this is glucose 6-phosphatase. The enzyme deficiency, the enzyme deficient is your glucose 6-phosphatase. The clinical feature is hepatomegaly, naganda ko yung liver, no? Retarded growth and seizures. Class, please also take note, pakisulat sa inyong mga notes class, si Pompeii. Si Pompeii class, this is another type of glycogen storage disease. Okay, si Pompeii. Okay, the enzyme deficient of this is 1,4-glucosidase. 1,4-glucosidase. Plus, wala ni siya sa notes na ako. Pakisulat na lang. 1,4-glucosidase. The deficient of enzyme sa atong glycogen storage disease na si Pompeii kay 1,4-glucosidase. Clinical feature, cardiomegaly and infantile death. Plus, kung mayroon kayong Henry's, no? Kung mayroon kayong Henry's dyan, pwede nyo makita nyo itong, may table si Henry's na ginawa dyan. Okay? May table siyang ginawa about glycogen storage disease. Yan. Okay? Okay, let's move on class to our clinical conditions of carbohydrates metabolism. I know na-discuss na ito, but I will repeat it. Okay? Para hindi makalimutan. Pag sinabing hyperglycemia, okay? This is an increase in blood glucose level. Don't forget, pag sinabing hyperglycemia, meaning class, mataas ang level ng glucose sa inyong dugo. It's a toxic to beta cell function and impairs insulin secretions. It causes stress, severe infections, dehydration or pregnancy, pancreatectomy, hemochromatosis, insulin deficiency, or abnormal insulin receptors. So those are causes of hyperglycemia. Mostly class sa ating mga patients with gestational diabetes. So mapansin ninyo, mataas talaga yung sugar. There is an FBS level of greater than or equal to 126 mg per dl. Please don't forget, hyperglycemia class pag greater than or equal to 126 mg per dl. Laboratory findings in hyperglycemia, number 1, electrolyte imbalance. There will be decreased sodium, HCO3, and also an increased potassium, blood and urine pH. There will be a acidosis, serum, urine specific gravity. Yan. Oh, of course, magtaas siya kadaghan mag-glucose level. Increased glucose in plasma and urine. Hyperkalemia class, no? Pag sinabing hyperkalemia, there will be an increased potassium in your blood. This is the almost always present as a result of the displacement of potassium from cells in acidosis. Bicarbonate and total carbon dioxide are usually decreased due to osmotic respiration or your deep respiration. Please don't forget the osmotic respiration. In other words, deep respiration. That's the term kanang deep respiration, your osmotic respiration. Ngano daw mo taas si bicarbonate and total carbon dioxide? Because class of the deep respiration or your osmotic respiration. Oh, another term, no? Wait lang ma, kay mag-cosmal respiration sa ta. Sige. Every morning, kailangan nato mag-deep respiration so that we can exercise our lungs. Okay, ma pa, dali pa. Mag-cosmal respiration sa ta. Unsa man anak? Amo ang lesson ma. O, di ba? Hindi mo makalimot, no? Sa another term na ginagamit na small key respiration. Okay? Small key respiration or the deep respiration class, ha? Huwag kakalimutan the small key respiration or the deep respiration. Mga small key sa yan. Hypoglycemia naman, pag sinabi natin, hypoglycemia, pag mababa ang level ng ating glucose. It involves decreased glucose levels and can have many causes. Diagnosis of hypoglycemia should not be made unless a patient meets the criteria of Whipple's triad. Okay, class, ano bang ibig sabihin ng Whipple's triad? Pakitulungan naman si ako, no? Pakitulungan naman si ako. Ano bang ibig sabihin ng Whipple's triad? Sabihin, class, ng Whipple's triad. Paano yung Whipple's triad? Sige. Pakisulat naman sa comment section. May nakasagot na, no? Whipple's triad, sabi ni Lenny. It is a solution of three. Suggests a patient's symptoms result for hypoglycemia that may indicate insulinomia. Ito na yung triad. Number 1, symptoms of hypoglycemia. O, di ba? Number 2, hypoglycemia, blood glucose level of less than 50 mg per dl. And number 3, the release of symptoms following ingestion of glucose. So that's what we call Whipple's triad. This is a criteria to diagnose hypoglycemia. Low blood glucose concentration with typical symptoms, elevated glucose administration. Di ba, low glucose level, pagpakaon mo sa iyaha, ang katong mga symptoms niya nangawala na, no, kanang mga lipong siya. So, symptoms of hypoglycemia with ingestions. Glucose tolerance test should be performed. Diagnostic test, our glucose tolerance test, hypoglycemic dip, often not seen until after 3 hours. Hypoglycemic values class. Less than 60 mg per dl strongly suggests hypoglycemia na siya. Series of random blood serum specimen. 50 mg per dl or 2.8 to 3.0 millimoles per liter. Observable symptoms of hypoglycemia. The glucose level of this mg per dl, 2.8 millimoles per liter. In infants is considered abnormal. This was diagnostic assessments. As yung mga symptoms ng hypoglycemia. Neurogenic, tremors, palpitation, anxiety, and diaphoresis. Okay? So ito yung mga symptoms ng hypoglycemia. Base isa na tadara, no? Ay, naku, sir. Ako, nagakurog-kurog na akong baba. Nagakurog-kurog na nahuman na siya og gluconeogenesis. Okay? So, neuropsychopenic, dizziness, tingling, confusion, behavioral changes. Hala, mapansin nato atong kauban dara karon, no? Kisa mga kauban karon nag-study, I think si Camille siguro si Marita. Wala na ka, si Camille po niyo, sila kasuko. Dapat ko i-photoshoot, wala na lang, hindi lang kasuko. Ay, nahog na dahil og carbohydrates, na hypoglycemia na dahil siya, oh. Dizziness, tingling, blurred vision, imbis puti na imong pananaw, na itom na ang pananaw nimo, confusion, sige na, confused, gwapa ba ko, pangit, oh, confused na kasi imong self, no, basta gigutom ra ka. Pag na may mga kauban, ana, no, sa inyong balay, no, okay na ba akong face? Napa ba ko'y kuan? Ay, basta gigutom ra ka. Di ba, usay mga joke na to. Behavioral changes, okay? So, those are signs and symptoms nagbaba ng ato ang level of glucose. Always remember, class, that alcohol consumptions can inhibit hepatic gluconeogenesis and increase glycogen phosphorylase activity, depleting hepatic glycogen stores and resulting in hypoglycemia. Okay? Always remember that class, that alcohol consumption can inhibit hepatic gluconeogenesis and increase glycogen phosphorylase activity, depleting hepatic glycogen storage and resulting to glycemia, hypoglycemia. So kana class, kung sige tag inamong alcohol class, gina-inhibit daing class no ang hepatic gluconeogenesis and increased glycogen phosphorylase activities, depleting hepatic glycogen stores and resulting to hypoglycemia. Kung palainom da ita class, dili gihapon da ita maka-perform og gluconeogenesis. Okay, class, sa no, kinsa ba ang sige inom dara sa atoa ng classmate? Kinsa ba ang palainom Jusel sa inyong classmate Jusel? No? So iwasan na natin ang magsigig inom-inom ha, kay para class dili maiwasan ang gluconeogenesis. Sige. Next, hypoglycemia in end-stage renal disease or ESRD can be related to defective gluconeogenesis as well as impaired hepatic glycogenolysis due to poor nutritional status. Remember that infants and children with a deficiency of cortisol and growth hormones are prone to develop hypoglycemia during acute illness. Yan. Okay? So next class, let's talk about diabetes mellitus. Okay? So break muna 5 minutes class, no? Break muna 5 minutes bago natin i-discuss ang ating diabetes mellitus. Okay? Break muna tayo ng 5 minutes ha. Break muna ng 5 minutes. I-discuss ang ating diabetes mellitus. Yan. Agad sa sige, sabi pa naman si Gladys, sir, sige panghagad sa sa bricks. Sir, i-pause mo po sa model app. Yes, of course, Asia now, but don't you worry on that. I will be pausing it sa model. Si Philbert Luz, sana sa paiinom. Sure daw. Yan, tingnan na kayo ha, para dili makaperform og gluconeogenesis. So, okay na ang break. Tapos na. Okay, let's talk about diabetes mellitus. Okay, so si Goddess, karon ako nabalaan nga pala inom din ni si Goddess, oh. Sir Goddess, good ang pinakakusog mag-inom dire. Wow, amazing. Share naman dyan, Goddess. Anong ginainom ni Goddess? So, pag-isulat naman dyan sa ating comment section, hashtag diabetes mellitus. Ready na tayo ha, if nandyan na. Tin ko lang tong diabetes mellitus class, then mag-break tayo for your lunch break. Then after that, balik na naman agad tayo. Okay? So don't you worry on that class. Lahat ng mga ginidiscuss ko, these are very important. Okay. Diabetic mellitus class, this is a group of metabolic disorder characterized by hyperglycemia resulting from defects in insulin secretion, insulin receptors, or both. Okay? So meaning class, this is a group of disorder. Okay? Your fasting blood or fasting plasma glucose concentration is greater than or equal to 126 mg per dl on more than one fasting or diagnostic for diabetes. Class, always remember ha, pag greater than 126 mg per dl, it is a diagnosis na for diabetes mellitus. Wow, grabe. No? Please don't forget that class ha, kanang level kay basi mo gawas sa inyong mga exam. Okay. Next, glucosuria occurs when the plasma glucose level exceed 180 mg per dl or 9.99 millimoles per liter with renal functions. Severe diabetes, no? In severe diabetes class, ratio of beta precipitate to acid to acetate is 6:1. The process of ketosis can be reversed by insulin administration. Okay, so there are classification of diabetes class. We have type 1 diabetes, type 2 diabetes, gestational diabetes mellitus, and of course, the other specific type of diabetes. Let's talk about type 1 diabetes. Class, I have a questions. The other name for your type 1 diabetes? Sulat naman dyan sa ating comment section. Now na, what are the other name of your type 1 diabetes? Because they are formerly known as what? May class ngayon din, ilagay niyo na class kung ano bang iba't ibang uri ng pangalan ng inyong diabetes. Type 1 diabetes. Kasi class, ito yung mga lumalabas sa ating mga quizzes, sa ating mga exam. Yan, meron ditong nagsagot, no? Insulin, juvenile onset diabetes. Na diabetes, so those are the other names, no? Formerly known as insulin-dependent diabetes mellitus, less than 20 years old. Brittle diabetes. O, kasi sabi nila, no, mapapayat yung mga tao. So, brittle, mga payatot, yung kaya kaya nga naman, excessive fat catabolism. Okay, pero dili man po. Ketosis-prone diabetes, no? This is a result of cellular-mediated autoimmune destruction of the beta cells of the pancreas. Yan. So, those are the other names. There is a genetic um, association between type 1 diabetes and pakisulat class and pakisulat sa notes that the genes, no? Ang genes daw dito is HLA, DR3, and DR4. These are the major locus in the major histocompatibility complex on the chromosome number 6. Class, pakisulat ang na ay something wrong na chromosome number 6 as well as the major histocompatibility complex na HLA, DR3 and DR4. Don't you worry on that class kasi madidiscuss ninyo ito sa inyong immunology and serology. I'm very confident na i-discuss ninyo ang mga histocompatibility testing sa inyong immunology and serology as well as blood banking. Na-discuss niyo na ba ang mga HLA? No, na-discuss niyo na ba to? Okay, so dili na ko mag-deeper discuss ani kay kung mag-discuss pa ta mabtan patag ugma ani. Okay? So it's just a review na lang. So, review na lang to. And of course, class, no, 80 to 90% reduction in the volume of beta cell is required to induce symptomatic type 1 diabetes. If it is only after most of the beta cell is destroyed that hyperglycemia develops. Yan. Okay. So next class, what are the signs and symptoms of type 1 and type 1 diabetes? Class, kung na ay 4 piece, napuntay 3 piece diri a. Okay, so unsa kaya ang class na signs and symptoms sa ato ang diabetes mellitus? Okay, sige. Sulat naman class ng signs and symptoms ng ating type 1 diabetes. Yung 3 piece lang, no? Kung na ay 4 piece nga ginadawat og napuntay 3 piece sa ato ang diabetes nga signs and symptoms. Pakisulat naman dyan sa ating comment section. Now na. What are the 3 P's involved in your diabetes, type 1 diabetes? Polyuria, polydipsia, and polyphagia. Yes, very good, Lenny. Yan, those are the 3 P's na signs and symptoms ng ating diabetes. Type 1. Polyuria, palaging nag-iihi. Polydipsia, palaging nauhaw. Polyphagia, palaging nagugutom siya. Isa kaya ang sige kagutom? Rapid weight loss, hyperventilation, mental confuse, and possible loss of consciousness. There are possible complications plus nephropathy, neuropathy, retinopathy. Microvascular disorders, yan. Okay, and microvascular disorders. Sa presentation, magwala lagi siya. Next class, idiopathic type 1 diabetic mellitus. Okay, idiopathic meaning unknown, no? So, it is form of type 1 diabetes that has no known etiology. It is strongly inherited. It does not have beta cells autoantibodies and have episodic requirements for insulin replacement. Yan. Okay, let's move on class, no? Let's move on class sa ating type 2 diabetes. Kung may other name ang type 2 diabetes, ano naman ang other name ng ating type 2 diabetes? Kung may other name ang type 1, meron din another name ang ating type 2 diabetes. So what are the other names of your type 2 diabetes? Yan. Ang other name. Other names of type 2 diabetes. Yan. Ano kaya? Other names of type 2 diabetes mellitus. Yan, okay. Meron dito, no? Sabi ni CT, non-insulin dependent, stable diabetes, ketosis, resistant diabetes, receptor deficient, DM, adult type, maturity onset DM. So, correct. Lahat are correct, no? Lahat ng mga sagot sa inyo ay correct. So, that's the advantage of online na ngayon kasi makakasagot na talaga tayo ng tamang-tama. Formerly known as non-insulin-dependent diabetes mellitus, no? Adult type maturity onset DM, stable diabetes, ketosis-resistant diabetes, receptor deficient diabetes mellitus. Diabetes, type 2 diabetes class, no? These are characterized by hyperglycemia due to individuals' resistance in resistant to insulin, no, lack insulin receptors or due to insulin secretory defects of beta cells. There is relative insulin deficiency. Kulang ang imuhang insulin. This is also associated with strong genetic predisposition and not related to an autoimmune disease. So, hindi siya autoimmune disease. Okay? Plus, um, yan. These are non-insulin diabetes mellitus, a familial disease meaning namamana. Okay, kung naamoy mama papa ang ibang diabetes, there are possibility na naapod tayo diabetes. Most common type manifest in adults age of 40 years old. Common in women. Hoy, mga women! Sino ba ang mga women dito ngayon? Okay, common daw ito sa mga babae. Blacks. Sino yung mga blacks? Hispanics and Native Americans. Not prone to ketoacidosis. It has been described as geneticist nightmares. Geneticist nightmares. Kay duga, kay until dugay na nakita ang usag yun ang ani. It has a milder symptoms as compared to type 1. However, untreated type 2 DM will result to non-ketotic hyper or smaller coma due to overproduction of glucose of greater than 300 mg per dl, accompanied by severe dehydration, electrolyte imbalance, and increased BUN and creatinine. Okay? Accompanied by severe electrolyte imbalance, just like your low sodium and increased potassium. There are also class risk factors: obesity, family history, advanced age, hypertension, lack of exercise, gestational diabetes mellitus, and impaired glucose metabolism. Always recommend, there are recommendations class that adult ages 45, kung mga tigulang na ha, and older be screened for diabetes every 3 years because but screening should be performed earlier and more frequently if the individual is at high risk. Class as 20, no, according to the book nga, kung napo ko'y nabasa nga book sa Henry's, at the age of 20 dapat magpa-screen na ta class sa atong diabetes or sa atong ang sugar para class, no, para class mabalaan nato kung diabetes ba ta or dili. Okay? Sige. Yan. We have also class gestational diabetes. Manifest in pregnant women, usually transient in diagnosed during later half of pregnancy. Some develop type 2 diabetes characterized by impaired ability to metabolize carbohydrate, usually, no? Usually caused by deficiency of your insulin. Yan. Placental lactogens inhibits actions of insulin. So class, also ang reason nga nung dili ngano taas man og carbohydrates or glucose ang ato ang mga mama or ang ato ang mga babae nga buntis dahil class the presence of placental lactogen. Dahil si placental lactogen, gina-inhibit niya ang action sa insulin. Ano palang action ng insulin? Si insulin class, siya yung susi para pumasok si glucose sa ating mga muscles or tissue. Okay? Pero dahil sa placental lactogen class, gina-inhibit niya ang iyang action. Na, di ba? So, risk of intrauterine death of fetus or neonatal complications, macrosomia, hypoglycemia, hypocalcemia, polycythemia, and hyperbilirubinemia. So, those are the risk of intrauterine death. So, pag dili maagapan class, pag dili maagapan nga taas ang carbohydrate or glucose sa blood sa inyong partner or sa mga babae nga buntis, there are instances na there will be an intrauterine death. Mamatay ang bata sa sulod sa tiyan. The screening class, don't forget, should be performed between 24 and 28 weeks of gestation. Required class ang 1-hour glucose challenge test using 50 grams of glucose load. Okay? 50 grams of glucose load. Yan. Sige. A plasma glucose concentration of 150 mg per dl or greater requires a full diagnostic glucose tolerance test of 3-hour glucose tolerance test with 100 grams of glucose. But today's class, no, screening test na ginagamit class is 75 grams. Depende man ko na sa doctor class, either 75 grams or 100 grams ang ipagamit, no? For our 2-hour oral glucose test, kung 2 hours lang class is 75 grams. Pero pag 3 hours mostly, ginagamit is 100 grams of glucose. Pero kung ako ang tusukan, lisod kaayo. Kung 2 hour, kung 3 hour, mga upat jud ka tusok. Di ba napansin ninyo? Kung 3 hour, mga upat jud ka tusok ang itusok sa imuha. Plus, the following are OGTT results sa mga buntis. Okay? FBS class, no, is greater than or equal to 95 mg per dl. After 1 hour class, greater than or equal to 100 mg per dl. 2 hour, 155 greater than or equal to 155 mg per dl. Pag 3 hour class, greater than or equal to 140 mg per dl. As you can observe, habang FBS na mg per dl, inom ni mo, itaas, di ba? Kaya maka-glucose. Habang nababa gyud na siya. So that's normal. Pero pag ang result nimo class 1 hour 180, 2 hours 120, 220, 100, 3 hours na mo 300. So that's an abnormal. Okay? So meaning nagi something wrong with you. Okay? So yan. Gestational diabetes mellitus is diagnosed if plasma values or more of the above mentioned glucose level are exceeds. After giving birth, okay, with gestational diabetes mellitus, should be evaluated 6 to 12 weeks postpartum. After niya og panganak, no, 6 to 12 weeks after nanganak, kailangan i-evaluate na siya. After giving birth, after giving birth, women with GDM should be evaluated 6 to 12 weeks. Gestational diabetes mellitus converts into diabetic mellitus within 10 years in 30 to 40% of cases. Always remember class nga ang naay mga GDM ma-convert siya into into diabetic mellitus or type 2 diabetes, ha? Please don't forget that. Okay? So, to detect gestational diabetes in high-risk individuals, an oral glucose tolerance test should be performed. Okay? And para mabalaan nato class kung naagid siya diabetes na ang kanang mga naay oral glucose ang naay mga gestational diabetes mellitus, kailangan nato mag-perform og oral glucose tolerance test. Yan. Okay? So I think class that's the end of my presentation sa ating diabetes mellitus. Okay? So class I will be giving you okay, I will be giving you 40 minutes, 45 minutes break or break. So, balik tayo class, no? At exactly 1 p.m. or 1:45. Sige lang. 1:45 class. Balik tayo. Huwag na kayo halis dito sa link. Ang link na gagamitin natin class. Okay. Isulat na lang class, break time. Okay, hashtag break time. So that, hashtag break time para malaman natin if ready na mag-break ang iba. Okay, so any question bago tayo mag-break, no? Kung wala nang question, pag-isulat ang word na break time. Kung may question pa ba? Kung wala nang question, okay? Sige, baka may question pa about diabetes mellitus. Yan, break time na, no? I think wala nang questions. Yan. Sir, ano po ang next na i-discuss? Okay, Francis, ang next nga i-discuss ko, Francis, yung mga recall questions or mga review questions na possible na mga labas sa ating board exam. Okay? Review questions na lang ito, Francis, no? Possible lalabas sa mga exam, sa mga quizzes ninyo. Pero kung hindi niyo gusto, okay naman din. Na tayo. Gusto niyo pa ba ng mga review questions? Okay, gusto niyo pa ba ng mga review questions? Pero kung dili na ninyo gusto class, okay lang po. Na tayo. yan. Okay, so gusto mo. Okay, sige. Break muna tayo, class, no? Break muna tayo. Break muna tayo, mga 45 minutes, then balik tayo, ha? 1 hour minutes na. 1 hour. Okay? Break tayo, class, para sa ating review questions. And meron din ako mga case study, please. Meron din ako mga case study na inyong sagutan. Okay? So, ito yung mga possible questions na lalabas talaga sa board exam. Kasi ano yung mga pabalik-balik ng mga questions. Okay? So, enjoy your meal. Basta man inyong mga sudan dara karon.
All right, engineer. So the first thing that we need to know with type 1 diabetes mellitus that is extremely high yield is that it is autoimmune disease. There's two components to an autoimmune disease: the environmental component, which we believe to be a virus. We don't know exactly what the virus is. What we think is that these viruses infects particular cells in our body, and these viral proteins get expressed onto MHC1 complexes on our cells. Then what happens is our cytotoxic T cells recognize this foreign antigen and generate an immune response against it. Now, here's where the other part of the autoimmune disease comes in. Our immune system reacts inappropriately to this virus or this environmental factor because of what's called susceptibility genes, particularly HLA susceptibility genes. And there's two that are particularly high yield here. The first one is called HLA-DR3 and the other is called HLA-DR4. Now, when these genes lead to an inappropriate immune response, our T cells release cytokines that stimulate plasma cells. These plasma cells then, in a response to that, produce antibodies. Now, these HLA susceptibility genes are not just polymorphic or mutated in diabetes, but it can also be associated with other autoimmune diseases, such as rheumatoid arthritis, systemic lupus erythematosus, celiac disease, and vitiligo. Now, when these antibodies are produced, they attack particular portions of cells. And with respect to diabetes, they attack what's called the pancreatic beta cells. Now, we're zooming in on a pancreatic beta cell. What happens in the beta cell is extremely important. You know, within a beta cell, glucose is basically able to come into these cells via a glucose transporter. Then once taken inside of the cell, it undergoes anaerobic metabolism and then aerobic metabolism to produce ATP. These ATP molecules then bind to potassium sensitive channels that are sensitive to the ATP. And when ATP binds, they close. Now, when these channels close, potassium can't exit. Potassium builds up inside of these cells and creates a positive charge inside the cell that activates voltage gated calcium channels. These calcium channels open and calcium rushes into the cell and stimulates these vesicles that contain insulin and stimulate insulin release. In addition to that, there's also an enzyme called glutamic acid decarboxylase. This enzyme converts glutamic acid into GABA, and GABA is another molecule that is associated with the stimulation of insulin production as well as protective effects of these beta cells. Now, let's apply the antibody concept here. When antibodies attack our tissues, they attack specific self-antigens that are present on our pancreatic islet cells. And these antibodies, which is high yield, are called anti-islet cell antibodies. The second set of antibodies are targeted against this glutamic acid decarboxylase, and these are high yield, called anti-glutamic acid antibodies. The last one is that there's antibodies directed against the insulin, and these are called anti-insulin antibodies. Now, as these antibodies attack the beta cell or the proteins within it, what happens to the beta cell activity? Well, these antibodies start destroying the beta cells. And as there's decreased number of beta cells, what happens to their insulin production? It starts dropping. What's the problem with that? That can lead to high blood glucose. How? If we look at the cellular level, let's follow this insulin as it binds onto a particular cell. Insulin binds onto what's called insulin receptors and triggers an intracellular cascade that increases the expression of glucose transporters on the cell membrane. And then what happens is that allows for glucose to come into the cell and effectively decrease blood glucose levels. That's the effect, to decrease the blood glucose levels. But if this insulin production is decreased, what happens to the increased expression of glut transporters? It drops. If we decrease glucose transporter expression, what happens to the glucose entry into the cell? It's inhibited. If glucose can't come into the cell, what happens to the glucose levels in the blood as a response to that? It starts to rise. And that is the effect of type 1 diabetes. All right, the next type of diabetes we have to talk about is type 2. Now, type 2 is a little bit different. It's not an autoimmune disease. What we believe to be responsible for it is what's called metabolic syndrome, and this is extremely high yield. What are some of the things that we see with individuals with metabolic syndrome? Well, all you need is 3 or more of the following things that we're going to talk about here in order to be considered diagnosed with metabolic syndrome. One is you have to have a fasting glucose level greater than or equal to 100 milligrams per DL. Triglycerides greater than or equal to 150 milligrams per DL, and HDL if you're a female less than or equal to 50, and a HDL less than or equal to 40 if you're a male. The last thing is that the blood pressure has to be greater than or equal to 130 over 85, and lastly, they have to have a high BMI. Female greater than or equal to 35, male greater than or equal to 40. Metabolic syndrome, through all of these associated activities, are believed to be responsible for what's called insulin resistance. The other component that you need to know is that there's even research that suggests there's a genetic component to it. 2 components. One is if you have a high risk if you have a first-degree relative with diabetes, and the second thing is certain ethnicities. For me, that's an example, Pacific Islanders, Hawaiians. They're more prone. Why? It comes to this concept of insulin resistance. Let me explain. Same concept here happens in the beta cells. Glucose comes in through all of these processes we talked about above. It leads to insulin production. Insulin will then go and bind onto these insulin receptors. And the design is to increase glucose transport. Here's the thing. These receptors, they're stingy. They don't like to respond to the insulin. And so what happens is there's a decreased intracellular response. And so because of that, there's less stimulation of the glucose transporters. That means less glucose gets into the cells. Now, as less glucose gets into the cells, what happens is that the glucose levels start to rise. As they start to rise, more of it starts to go back into the pancreatic beta cells. And as a result, this continues to try to increase insulin production. And this causes hyperinsulinemia. The thought is that with high insulin levels, we might somehow be able to get an increased activity inside of that cell to get some of the glucose in. Here's the problem. Over time, 2 things happen. One is that these beta cells, they have to crank out so much insulin. So they start to get tired. They start to decrease in their activity. And as they start to tucker out, what happens to their insulin production? It drops. As the insulin production drops, what happens? Well, remember, if you decrease insulin production, you decrease glucose transporters and you decrease glucose entry. That leads to hyperglycemia. The second thing they associate with this is that whenever insulin is released, there's another protein released called amylin. And amylin, when accumulated in this tissue space around the beta cells, cause amyloid deposition. And that starts to damage the beta cells, decreasing the beta cell activity, leading to decreased insulin production. If there's less insulin, you can't express more glucose transporters, you can't move glucose into the cells, and as a result, the glucose levels rise. Now, with all of that being said, let's now talk about what are some of the clinical manifestations of these individuals. Now remember, With high glucose levels, when it comes to the glomerulus, the capillaries within the kidney, high glucose levels means that you're going to have, whenever you have that glomerular filtration process, a lot of glucose is going to get filtered into the kidney tubules. Whenever there's high amounts of glucose in the kidney tubules, your kidney tubules can't tolerate these large volumes of glucose, and so the ability to reabsorb as much of it as possible is diminished. And so because of that, more glucose is lost in the urine, and that's called glycosuria. Now here's what I want you to remember. When more glucose is lost in the urine, glucose is osmotically active. That's extremely high yield. What does that mean? It means it pulls water with it. So with a lot of glucose in the urine comes a lot of water in the urine. And whenever you're peeing out these large volumes of urine, we call that polyuria. That's extremely high yield. Next thing, as you urinate large volumes, your blood volume starts to drop because you're peeing out tons of water and glucose. But your glucose levels are still high. So we call this, whenever there's low water and high glucose in the blood, hyperosmolar blood. That hyperosmolar blood stimulates what's called osmoreceptors in the hypothalamus, and they trigger an increase in thirst. The thought behind that is, if I drink more water or more fluids, I'll replenish my blood volume and the water that I'm losing. And this is extremely high yield because the symptom is called polydipsia, when there's increased thirst. The next thing you have to remember is that whenever we're not able to bring glucose into the cells, so whenever glucose is not being utilized, what happens is, whenever there's decreased glucose utilization, that means there's decreased ATP production. Because of that, our body starts tapping into the other metabolic sources of fuel. One is it taps into the fat and undergoes a process called lipolysis, which is extremely high yield, and proteolysis, which is extremely high yield. What are these concepts? Lipolysis is I'm breaking down triglycerides into free fatty acids and glycerol. Why is that important? Because I can shunt them into the cellular pathway to make energy. Because I have decreased ATP, I have to counteract that. Proteolysis is I'm breaking down proteins in muscles, making amino acids in hopes that I can use that for energy to compensate for the drop in ATP. Why is this important? Because with increased lipolysis and proteolysis, you're breaking down fat and proteins in the body. That leads to unexplained weight loss. And because you're consuming so many calories, your body has to respond to this increased caloric consumption by increasing your hunger so you can replenish those calories. And this is an extremely high yield fact, is that increased hunger is called polyphagia. The next thing that you need to know with diabetes is how to diagnose this. This is extremely high yield. Why? So what you do is you take some blood work from them, and you can do what's called a fasting glucose. When you take a fasting glucose, they have to not eat for a certain period of time, and you expect their blood glucose to be lower based on that. But in individuals who have diabetes, anything where the blood glucose is greater than or equal to 126 milligrams per DL, fasting is positive. And that's a sign of diabetes, especially if they have symptoms. In addition to that, if we just took a glucose without them fasting, and it's greater than or equal to 200 milligrams per DL plus the symptoms that they have, that's diagnostic of diabetes. Another test that you can run just to remember for your exams is called a 2-hour oral glucose tolerance test. Simple explanation, I give them glucose. It's normally supposed to stimulate insulin production. Insulin should push glucose into the cells, but in diabetics, they don't have that insulin, or they're insulin resistant. So because of that, their glucose levels will still be high. Greater than or equal to 200 milligrams per DL on 2 tests is positive, and positive for diabetes. The last thing, which is utilized not just to diagnose, but to monitor their glucose control over a period of 3 months, this is extremely high yield, is called hemoglobin A1C. Anything greater than or equal to 6.5% is considered diagnostic. Very quickly, what is this hemoglobin A1C? Whenever you have high glucose levels in the blood, they love to conjugate to the hemoglobin. And whenever they conjugate to the hemoglobin, they make a glycated hemoglobin. That's what we measure. And it gives us 3 months, because what's the lifespan of a red blood cell? Approximately 3 months. What's inside of a red blood cell? Hemoglobin. The next thing you can add on in a diagnostic, if you truly want to, is take into consideration those antibodies that we talked about, the anti-GAD anti-islet, and anti-insulin antibodies, but take into consideration their age and their risk factors. All right, the next thing we have to talk about in this video is the chronic complications associated with diabetes. Now, what happens is whenever there's high levels of glucose into the blood, they love to conjugate with two types of molecules, proteins and lipids. When they conjugate with them via a process with no enzyme, it's called non-enzymatic glycation. Now, whenever glucose binds to these proteins and lipids, it creates very inflammatory molecules, very potent inflammatory molecules. These potent inflammatory molecules can cause inflammation to occur within the blood vessels, and as a result, a lot of LDL deposition to that tissue, leading to what's called atherosclerosis. This is extremely high yield. The other thing is that some of these protein deposits can occur in the vessel and around the basement membrane. And this is called hyaline arteriolosclerosis. And this is extremely high yield. The combination of these two effects leads to decreased blood flow distal to these plaques as well as the arterioles, and it decreases gas exchange across the tissues because the basement membrane is thickened. Now, with these two effects, this leads to the physical manifestation of particular types of diseases. What are the diseases that are associated with this non-enzymatic glycation? Well, atherosclerosis that develops within the walls of the vessels in the heart can lead to coronary artery disease and potentially myocardial infarction. If it develops within the vessels that are in the lower extremities, this can lead to peripheral artery disease, potentially presenting with claudication and decreased blood flow to the tissues, leading to ulcers. It can decrease the blood flow getting to the nervous tissue, potentially leading to a ischemic stroke. That's some of the things that we can see here with the atherosclerotic process. Now, another thing is that this can affect the vessels within the retina and lead to what's called retinopathy. And three high-yield things that are classified with diabetic retinopathy is microaneurysms, as we can see here, cotton wool spots, which we can see here, and flame hemorrhages, which we can see here. And these affect vision. Now, the next thing that you want to know is that this hyaline arteriosclerosis, which is extremely important, can occur in the vessels of the glomeruli. And whenever these proteinaceous deposits occur within the glomeruli, it can damage the glomeruli and lead to increased filtration of proteins like albumin. And this albumin can enter into the urine. And we call this albumin that is in the urine microalbuminuria. Now, as this occurs over time, the concern is that with consistent microalbuminuria, this can lead to chronic kidney disease. And this is the most common cause of chronic kidney disease. Now, another high yield fact is that these proteinaceous deposits or nodules that form within the glomeruli are given a very specific name that is extremely high yield called Kimmel-Steele-Wilson nodules. The next thing that we have to talk about, which are potential complications. Now, in certain cells of the body, what happens is glucose gets taken up into the cell. With more glucose, what happens is this glucose gets converted into what's called sorbitol via an enzyme called aldol reductase. Now, sorbitol then gets converted into fructose with an enzyme called sorbitol dehydrogenase. This is important because in certain tissues don't have this enzyme. And because of that, you can't convert sorbitol into fructose. Why is that important? Sorbitol is extremely osmotically active. And what that does is that pulls water into the cells that don't have the sorbitol dehydrogenase and causes osmotic cell death. This is extremely high yield. And what tissues do we not have this enzyme and this effect occurs? One is in the lens of the eye. And if that occurs in the lens of the eye, guess what it can lead to? Cataracts. If this osmotic cell death occurs within the proximal convoluted tubular cells or other tubular cells, it can again lead to the progression of nephropathy. The other one is Schwann cells, and this is extremely high yield. With damage of Schwann cells, this leads to what's called demyelination. This demyelination is going to affect peripheral nerves. If it's the peripheral autonomic nerves, it affects the nerve supplying the stomach. the stomach can't contract properly, this can lead to gastroparesis, inability of the stomach to contract and push chyme into the duodenum. The other thing is if they don't have the nerves to supply the bladder and the bladder can't contract, they have neurogenic bladder and they are urine retentive. If they have no nerves going to the blood vessels to promote vasoconstriction of the blood vessels when they go from seated to standing, and they need blood to get up to the right side of the heart, they can become lightheaded and dizzy. And this is called orthostasis. That's the effect on the autonomic nerves. But if we jack up the Schwann cells that are affecting on the peripheral nerves, for example, the most common one, which is high yield here, is the third cranial nerve, oculomotor nerve. He normally helps to control extraocular movement. If he is affected because of Schwann cell demyelination, it causes the eye to move laterally and downward. But the pupil dilation is not happening. So the pupils are spared. High yield. Next thing, the other nerves that are affected are the somatic nerves, but particularly the somatic sensory nerves that are supplying the distal extremities bilaterally. Now, if you lose the ability of the sensory nerves to function, you lose sensation, and they also can have burning and tingling sensations as well. Burning is called dysthesias, and some tingling sensation is called paresthesias. The problem with this is that over time, if someone bangs their foot up against an object and they get a wound, then what happens is if they have sensory deficits, they might not be aware of that wound, and hyperglycemia impairs wound healing. So what can this progress to? Foot ulcers, and that's extremely high yield. The last thing I want to talk about is the treatment of type 1, type 2 diabetes and their chronic complications. The first thing that you want to remember with type 1 diabetics, they don't make insulin. So give them insulin. And we'll have another video on the different types of insulin. The next thing is with type 2 diabetes, they're metabolic syndrome people, right? So they're obese, they have bad diets. So if we change that up and promote weight loss through exercise and dietary changes, that's going to make a difference. But they might need some extra help. And that's where certain diabetes medications might come into play to help a lot of these processes. And we'll discuss each one of these in more detail in another video. But the biggest, most high yield fact that I want you to remember is that type 2 diabetes medications, the most high yield and first line one is metformin. There's multiple others that we'll go into more detail in another video, like GLP-1 agonists, DPP-4 inhibitors, SGLT2 inhibitors, thiazolidinediones, sulfonylureas, glucosidase inhibitors, and meglitinides. The last thing is if sometimes individuals who are type 2 diabetic, who are on multiple diabetes medications and are still not getting their hemoglobin A1C less than 7, sometimes we might have to add insulin. The next thing that I want you to remember is how to treat chronic complications, because this goes into play with diabetes treatment. With that neuropathy, if we decrease a lot of the pain, the paresthesias, the numbness, and the tingling to treat that, we can use drugs like gabapentin and pregabalin. Those are your first-line medications. And the other thing is you want to do yearly podiatry visits for overall foot care, shoe fittings and trimming the nails, all of those things. The next thing is nephropathy. We want to try to treat the nephropathy and decrease that proteinuria. And the most effective drugs with that is ACE inhibitors and ARBs. The other thing is monitor their kidney function. Because this can lead to chronic kidney disease, check their BMP. Look to see if they have an elevated creatinine, an elevated blood urea nitrogen. The other thing is check that microalbumin. Look to see if there's a lot of albumin present in the urine. The next thing is the retinopathy. Now, with retinopathy, things that we can do is we can give them drugs that are going to help in this process, such as VEGF inhibitors, vascular endothelial growth factor inhibitors. We can do laser photocoagulation. You can even do what's called a vitrectomy. But the big thing that I want you guys to remember, which is high yield, is for them to get yearly optometry visits. The next thing is because this can lead to atherosclerosis, it doesn't hurt to give the patient a baby aspirin. In addition, if their atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease risk is very high, maybe it's greater than or equal to 7.5% when you put that in the calculator, that may put you in a desire to want to check their lipid panel and maybe even put them on a statin to reduce the risk of CAD, MI, right, as well as stroke and other peripheral artery disease effects. The last thing I want to talk about is glucose control. So whenever someone's coming into the primary care office or in whatever office, you check their hemoglobin A1C and it's less than or equal to 7%. That's good. That's what we're wanting. Now, diagnostic is 6.5, right? Greater than that. But if we can get this 7 or less, that's doable and that's good for a diabetic. Now, if it is uncontrolled, so it's greater than 7%, then you might want to check their hemoglobin A1C every 6 months. I'm sorry, every 3 months. But if it's actually well controlled, you're keeping it around 7, maybe even lower, then you can check it every 6 months. All right, engineers, in this video, we're going to talk about type 1, type 2 diabetes mellitus, and the chronic complications. Let's go ahead and get started. All right, engineers, so the first thing that we need to know with type 1 diabetes mellitus that is extremely high yield is that it is autoimmune disease. There's two components to an autoimmune disease, the environmental component, which we believe to be a virus. We don't know exactly what the virus is. What we think is that these viruses infect particular cells in our body, and these viral proteins get expressed onto MHC1 complexes on our cells. Then what happens is our cytotoxic T cells recognize this foreign antigen and generate an immune response against it. Now, here's where the other part of the autoimmune disease comes in. Our immune system reacts inappropriately to this virus or this environmental factor because of what's called susceptibility genes, particularly HLA susceptibility genes. And there's two that are particularly high yield here. The first one is called HLA-DR3 and the other is called HLA-DR4. Now, when these genes lead to an inappropriate immune response, our T cells release cytokines that stimulate plasma cells. These plasma cells then, in a response to that, produce antibodies. Now, these HLA susceptibility genes are not just polymorphic or mutated in diabetes, but it can also be associated with other autoimmune diseases, such as rheumatoid arthritis, systemic lupus erythematosus, celiac disease, and vitiligo. Now, when these antibodies are produced, they attack particular portions of cells. And with respect to diabetes, they attack what's called the pancreatic beta cells. Now, we're zooming in on a pancreatic beta cell. What happens in the beta cell is extremely important. You know, within a beta cell, glucose is basically able to come into these cells via a glucose transporter. Then once taken inside of the cell, it undergoes anaerobic metabolism and then aerobic metabolism to produce ATP. These ATP molecules then bind to potassium sensitive channels that are sensitive to the ATP. And when ATP binds, they close. Now, when these channels close, potassium can't exit. Potassium builds up inside of these cells and creates a positive charge inside the cell that activates voltage-gated calcium channels. These calcium channels open and calcium rushes into the cell and stimulates these vesicles that contain insulin and stimulate insulin release. In addition to that, there's also an enzyme called glutamic acid decarboxylase. This enzyme converts glutamic acid into GABA, and GABA is another molecule that is associated with the stimulation of insulin production as well as protective effects of these beta cells. Now, let's apply the antibody concept here. When antibodies attack our tissues, they attack specific self-antigens that are present on our pancreatic islet cells. And these antibodies, which is high yield, are called anti-islet cell antibodies. The second set of antibodies are targeted against this glutamic acid decarboxylase, and these are high yield, called anti-glutamic acid antibodies. The last one is that there's antibodies directed against the insulin, and these are called anti-insulin antibodies. Now, as these antibodies attack the beta cell or the proteins within it, what happens to the beta cell activity? Well, these antibodies start destroying the beta cells. And as there's decreased number of beta cells, what happens to their insulin production? It starts dropping. What's the problem with that? That can lead to high blood glucose. How? If we look at the cellular level, let's follow this insulin as it binds onto a particular cell. Insulin binds onto what's called insulin receptors and triggers an intracellular cascade that increases the expression of glucose transporters on the cell membrane. And then what happens is that allows for glucose to come into the cell and effectively decrease blood glucose levels. That's the effect, to decrease the blood glucose levels. But if this insulin production is decreased, what happens to the increased expression of GLUT transporters? It drops. If we decrease glucose transporter expression, what happens to the glucose entry into the cell? It's inhibited. If glucose can't come into the cell, what happens to the glucose levels in the blood as a response to that? It starts to rise. And that is the effect of type 1 diabetes. All right, the next type of diabetes we have to talk about is type 2. Now, type 2 is a little bit different. It's not an autoimmune disease. What we believe to be responsible for it is what's called metabolic syndrome, and this is extremely high yield. What are some of the things that we see with individuals with metabolic syndrome? Well, all you need is 3 or more of the following things that we're going to talk about here in order to be considered diagnosed with metabolic syndrome. One is you have to have a fasting glucose level greater than or equal to 100 milligrams per DL. Triglycerides greater than or equal to 150 milligrams per DL. And HDL, if you're a female, less than or Now, as less glucose gets into the cells, what happens is that the glucose levels start to rise. As they start to rise, more of it starts to go back into the pancreatic beta cells. And as a result, this continues to try to increase insulin production. And this causes hyperinsulinemia. The thought is that with high insulin levels, we might somehow be able to get an increased activity inside of that cell to get some of the glucose in. Here's the problem. Over time, two things happen. One is that these beta cells, they have to crank out so much insulin. So they start to get tired. They start to decrease in their activity. And as they start to tucker out, what happens to their insulin production? It drops. As the insulin production drops, what happens? Well, remember, if you decrease insulin production, you decrease glucose transporters and you decrease glucose entry. That leads to hyperglycemia. The second thing they associate with this is that whenever insulin is released, there's another protein released called amylin. And amylin, when accumulated in this tissue space around the beta cells, cause amyloid deposition. And that starts to damage the beta cells, decreasing the beta cell activity, leading to decreased insulin production. If there's less insulin, you can't express more glucose transporters, you can't move glucose into the cells, and as a result, the glucose levels rise. Now, with all of that being said, let's now talk about what are some of the clinical manifestations of these individuals. Now, remember, with high glucose levels, when it comes to the glomerulus, the capillaries within the kidney, high glucose levels means that you're going to have, whenever you have that glomerular filtration process, a lot of glucose is going to get filtered into the kidney tubules. Whenever there's high amounts of glucose in the kidney tubules, your kidney tubules can't tolerate these large volumes of glucose, and so the ability to reabsorb as much of it as possible is diminished. And so because of that, more glucose is lost in the urine, and that's called glycosuria. Now here's what I want you to remember. When more glucose is lost in the urine, glucose is osmotically active. That's extremely high yield. What does that mean? It means it pulls water with it. So with a lot of glucose in the urine comes a lot of water in the urine. And whenever you're peeing out these large volumes of urine, we call that polyuria. That's extremely high yield. Next thing, as you urinate large volumes, your blood volume starts to drop because you're peeing out tons of water and glucose. But your glucose levels are still high. So we call this, whenever there's low water and high glucose in the blood, hyperosmolar blood. That hyperosmolar blood stimulates what's called osmoreceptors in the hypothalamus, and they trigger an increase in thirst. The thought behind that is if I drink more water or more fluids, I'll replenish my blood volume and the water that I'm losing. And this is extremely high yield because the symptom is called polydipsia, when there's increased thirst. The next thing you have to remember is that whenever we're not able to bring glucose into the cells, so whenever glucose is not being utilized, what happens is whenever there's decreased glucose utilization, that means there's decreased ATP production. Because of that, our body starts tapping into the other metabolic sources of fuel. One is it taps into the fat and undergoes a process called lipolysis, which is extremely high yield, and proteolysis, which is extremely high yield. What are these concepts? Lipolysis is I'm breaking down triglycerides into free fatty acids and glycerol. Why is that important? Because I can shunt them into the cellular pathway to make energy. Because I have decreased ATP, I have to counteract that. Proteolysis is I'm breaking down proteins in muscles, making amino acids in hopes that I can use that for energy to compensate for the drop in ATP. Why is this important? Because with increased lipolysis and proteolysis, you're breaking down fat and proteins in the body. That leads to unexplained weight loss. And because you're consuming so many calories, your body has to respond to this increased caloric consumption by increasing your hunger so you can replenish those calories. And this is an extremely high yield fact, is that increased hunger is called polyphagia. The next thing that you need to know with diabetes is how to diagnose this. This is extremely high yield. Why? So what you do is you take some blood work from them, and you can do what's called a fasting glucose. When you take a fasting glucose, they have to not eat for a certain period of time, and you expect their blood glucose to be lower based
Good afternoon, everyone. So, okay na ba? Nakapag-break na ba tayong lahat, class?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, let's move on, class, no? Kasi sayang yung time. Baka maubusan tayo ng time. Okay, so, class, in the next slide, class, no, I will be sharing to you some review questions or recall questions, class, na possible na recall na to siya, no? During exam, sa inyong board exam, especially, yan. Okay, sige. So, this session, class, this is an interactive session kasi I want you to answer. Okay, I have a question, then kayo ang sasagot ha sa mga questions ko dito. So, tulungan tayo dito, class. Okay, let's start, class. Let's start. Okay, so, what is glycosylated hemoglobin? Okay, what is glycosylated hemoglobin? Pakilagay naman dyan, class, sa ating mga sa ating comment section ang tamang sagot. Ano ba ang glycosylated hemoglobin? Yan, or HbA1c. Sige. This is a review, no? Para dili ninyo malimtan.
The meaning, sir?
Yeah. Or the definition of your glycosylated hemoglobin. Or what is glycosylated hemoglobin? Function, its function. Okay? So may mga nakasagot na noon. Sabi ni Andre Robis, it is a hemoglobin to which glucose is bound. So kung saan naka-attach si glucose. Sino pa ba dito? Sabi ni Lenny, monitoring for long-term glucose for 2 to 3 months. That is bound to your Yan, very good. Okay. So, glycated hemoglobin is formed from the non-enzymatic irreversible attachment of glucose to hemoglobin A1. Measurement of glycated hemoglobin reflects blood glucose level for the past 2 to 3 months. It is useful in monitoring effectiveness of treatment and compliance of diabetic individuals to treatment protocols. The primary determinants in the rate of hemoglobin A1c synthesis is the lifespan of the red blood cells and the level of average glucose concentration. Yan. Okay, so what are the normal glucose level in fasting individuals? Okay, pag-isulat naman dyan sa tamang sagot. What are the normal fasting level? Normal glucose level for unfasting individuals. So, may nagsagot 70 to 99 mg per dl. Mayroong nagsagot na 70 to 110 mg per dl. Okay, so depende sa ating mga references, no? So, the normal glucose or level or fasting level is 70 to 110 mg per dl. Yan. What are the panic or critical glucose values? I think alam nyo na to. Okay? Yan, I think alam nyo na to. Ano yung panic value or clinical values for your glucose? Okay, yun. Okay, panic values is 126 mg per dl for fasting and greater than 200 mg per dl for random or glucose tolerance test. Yan. Describe the relationship between glucose levels in urine and serum. Okay, sige. What are the relationship between glucose levels in urine and serum? So ano kaya ang relationship nila? Meron palang relationship ang glucose level at urine sa urine at sa relationship goals siguro. Girlfriend at boyfriend siguro tong glucose ng serum, no? Kahit yung ating mga glucose may relationship pala. Grabe, no? Sana all. Mapapasana all ka na lang, sabi pa nila. Yan. Okay, so, tingnan natin, may nakasagot na ba? Sabi ni Francis, relationship talaga to si Francis. Glucose level in urine are lower than serum because urine is the ultrafiltrate of plasma. Yan. Sabi din ni Asia Nova, when your blood glucose level are high enough, glycosuria occurs because your kidneys can stop glucose from spilling over from the bloodstream into the urine. Yan. Oo. Sabi din ni Mark Ramirez, ito, magkalabting to sila ni Ian. When your blood glucose levels are high enough, yan. Same sila answer, no, ni Isha Nova. Okay, so class, para dili malibog, okay? So these are some answers, no, na pwede nating isagot, class. Glucose will never be found in urine. Yes, the serum glucose is high enough to exceed the renal threshold and spill over into the urine. Glucose is filtered by the glomeruli, absorbed by the tubules, normally not present in urine. O dili gyud dapat present si glucose sa urine kay absorb man na niya. Pero pag nasubraan pod og glucose, yun ilabas gyud na niya. If the blood glucose level is elevated, glucose appear in the urine, a condition known as glucosuria. An individual's renal threshold for glucose varies between 160 and 180 mg per dl. When blood glucose reaches this level or exceed it, the renal tubular transport mechanisms become saturated, which causes glucose to be excreted into the urine. Yan. So in short class, sana or dapat wala talaga tayo makikitang glucose in urine. Pero sa sobraan kadaghan nato og glucose, no? So napansin ninyo class, pag ang patient ninyo or ang inyong client na anay positive glucose sa urine, so there is an indication nga possible nga naa siya diabetes mellitus. Kaya nga naman dili ba normally nga mugawas gyud ang glucose sa atong urine. Normally ang glucose ma-regulate na siya sa atong body or ma-stored na siya in the form of glycogen. But han agi pero kung dili na gyud siya ma-stored, kung dili na gyud siya makaya og tago sa atong kalawasan in the form of glycogen, means that kailangan na gyud siyang i-give up. Di ba? Kung di na gyud nimo kaya siya ba, no? Di na gyud nimo siya kaya agwantahon, kay sobra ka pangit sa iyahang kuan, alam mo na. So i-give up na lang nimo siya. Umo na mogawas na siya sa imuhang ihi. Yan. Sige, name inherited disorders of carbohydrate metabolism. Are the inherited disorders for your carbohydrates metabolism? Yan. So ano yung mga carbohydrate disorders? Daghan to siya. Pero maskin common na lang. Okay? Yan, bone jerky disease. Very good. Okay, sige kung brown out, okay lang. Just review na lang ang video natin ha. Pakisabi na lang sa kanya na i-review na lang niya. Okay, class, nandito na ang sagot natin, class ha. Glucose phosphate deficiency known as bone jerky. Yan. And we have also galactosemia, characterized by deficiency or absence of galactokinase. Enzyme defects prevents metabolism of galactose. Galactose is found in milk as a component of lactose, with galactosemia generally identified in infants. Yan. Okay, class, next. Why should serum for glucose be removed from the red cells as soon after collection as possible? Yan. Bakit kailangan natin i-separate ang ating serum from red cells ASAP? What is the real reason? Okay? The real reason bakit kailangan natin i-separate agad, no, ang ating serum from red blood cells. What is the... Yan, okay, may sagot na, no? Sabi ni Francis Ian, to avoid further glycolysis. Dahil alam ba ninyo, class, no, that serum should be removed from RBCs ASAP because the cells will use the glucose and forcefully decrease the glucose level. Yan. Okay, so next class, what anticoagulant preservatives are used for glucose specimen? Ano ba yung mga anticoagulant preservatives natin, no, na ginagamit for glucose specimen? Sige. Common yan ha, mga those are, alam nyo class, itong mga questions ko dito, ito yung mga recall questions na lumabas sa aming or sa iba't ibang mga board examination regarding glucose. O, diba? So, mga common questions na dapat dili malimutan. The correct answer is sodium fluoride. This is the anticoagulant of choice because it inhibits glycolytic enzyme. And what is 2R postprandial glucose? Then why it is performed? Bakit ina-perform natin ang 2R postprandial glucose? What is 2R postprandial glucose? And bakit natin kailangan siyang gina-perform? Yan. Alam nyo, class, no, binibilang ko yung mga sagot ninyo dito. Napansin ko ang mga nag-participate na lang sa 15. Anyway, wala pa sila or busy, no? So, yun lang. Okay? Sige, skin test siya for. Sige. Okay. So, this is an example. This is a sample 2 hours after eating and can determine how well the body is using the glucose. This sample will show insulin function, which is the main reason it is performed. Yan. Okay? So, dili ni siya for diagnosis of diabetes mellitus ang 2R postprandial. Kaya siya, ginadili lang nato, no, function bang tarong ang atong insulin o wala. Okay? So, if you want to, for diagnosis, we will be performing fasting blood glucose, FBS. Okay? Sige. What are these xylose tolerance tests performed? Why are these xylose tolerance tests performed? I think, question ko na to kanina, no? This test is done to differentiate absorption from pancreatic insufficiency. Next class, describe states that result in alteration of serum glucose. Describe states that results in the alteration of serum glucose. Sige. Ako na mag-answer. Diabetes mellitus class glucose, no? The insulin is not working. Pancreatitis class is glucose, insulin. Okay? As sa diabetes mellitus, as ang glucose dahil hindi nag-work ang insulin. May insulin pero hindi siya nag-work. Sa pancreatitis naman, mataas ang glucose dahil walang insulin na nag-produce. Sa recent meal intake, there will be also an increased glucose. Of course, di ba, pag umanatog ka, mataas ang glucose level. But, of course, bumaba na yan dahil sa absorption ng glucose sa ating mga cells. to the presence of insulin. And for fasting na naman class, no, of course, decrease glucose. But, meron tayong diabetes mellitus, possible that during fasting, your glucose will increase. Yan. Lactate. Okay, class, paki-comment naman dyan, no? What is lactate? Ano ba ang function ng lactate? Saan ba si lactate? Okay. Sige, para saan ba si lactate? Yun. Sabi ni Goddess, when oxygen is limited, body temporarily convert pyruvate into substances conducting, which allows glucose breakdown and thus energy production to continue. Yan. Lactate is normal end product of glycolysis. Tama kayo, no? End product of glycolysis talaga yung lactate natin. Okay? So class, the normal end product of glucose metabolism is pyruvate. Lactate is produced under condition of oxygen deficit. Pag walang oxygen plus or anaerobic metabolism, the end product is lactate. The production and accumulation of lactate in the blood and its measurement aid in assessing the degree of oxygen deprivation that is occurring. Change in the blood lactate level precedes a change in blood pH. Lactate is metabolized by the liver via gluconeogenesis. Yan. Okay, so don't forget that. What are the normal glycosylated hemoglobin ranges? Alam nyo talaga itong questions na to. What are normal glycosylated hemoglobin ranges? Ano ba ang normal hemoglobin, HbA1c or glycosylated hemoglobin range? Sige, pakisulat naman dyan sa inyong tamang sagot, class. Okay. Pakisulat sa inyong mga sagot. Yon. Sagot na. Normal glycosylated hemoglobin ranges are from 4.5 to 8. But, okay, but there are other references na nagsasabi na 5.7 to 6 or less than 5.7. Okay? Values indicate that the patient has not been following the proper diet. Okay? So, basta class ha, always remember para mag-isa na lang tayo, less than 5.7. Kana ha, less than 5.7. Okay? Sige. Kaya mo na siya ang latest karon sa much better daw, dili magsobrang 6. Iba man gud ang mga references. Okay? Pero pag namin makita 4 to 4.5 to 8, so kung sa board exam, kasi sa aming board exam, ang lumalabas is 4.5 to 8. Okay? Pero kung naman po nag-ingon nga, ginabutang daw nila dito less than 5.7. So, better kana yung answer 5.7. Okay? Sige. Yearly, 5.7. Okay, so class, next question is a case study. Ha? Case study class. Ito yung palaging lumalabas sa mga exam. No? Yan kayo ng case. Okay. Laboratory tests are performed on a postmenopausal 57-year-old female as part of an annual physical examination. The patient's casual plasma glucose is 220 mg per dl. And the glycated hemoglobin is 11%. Based on this information, how should the patient be classified? A. Normal glucose tolerance. B. Impaired glucose tolerance. C. Gestational diabetes mellitus. D. Type 2 diabetes mellitus. Okay, paki-analyze class and I want you to justify or to halimbawa inyong answer. So i-justify ninyo nganong letter A. Okay, butangan ninyo og justification ha. Nganong letter A or letter B or gestational ba na siya or letter D. Okay? Sige, pakilagay sa inyong tamang sagot. Wag lang lagay ng A, B, C, D. And then gusto ko A, mayroong reason ngano. Please justify. Okay, bakit letter A? Yan. I will be giving you 5 minutes. 5 minutes to analyze and to sa banang tawag ana to sani ka nang isip-isip ninyo. No? Kasi pwede ko bumangatana sa inyong mga kailang mga doktor about the case. Yan. Ay, huna-huna pa yun sila kung unsa gyud ang tamang answer, no? Siguro ani ba, no? Grabe yung huna-huna. Okay, sana yun. Okay, so may nakasagot na ba? Di para sa akin ha, kay 200 kanyang plasma. Okay. Sige, iba. Okay, actually class, no, ito yung mga type of possible exam natin, no, sa exam during your examination. Kailangan nyo talaga i-familiarize ang mga normal value, even your hematology. No, sa inyong hematology, yung mga normal value, yung mga reason, critical thinking talaga, kailangan nyo talaga ng critical thinking dito. So, okay, so I will be revealing the correct answer. The correct answer is letter, yan. The correct answer is letter D, okay, type 2 diabetes. Because class, the normal random glucose should be less than 200 mg per dl. HbA1c reference range is 4 to 6%. Probable diagnosis is type 2 diabetes mellitus. In the absence of any hyperglycemic symptoms, the glucose and HbA1c should be repeated on another day using a fasting sample. Plus, these are the classifications plus, no, of hypoglycemia. So the FBG or the FBS value is less than 40 mg per dl. The normal fasting glucose, okay, these are the classifications of the reference range na pwede nyo magamit. These are the tables. Okay, na pwede ninyong gamitin. Okay, next question, class. A 30-year-old pregnant woman has a gestational diabetes mellitus screening test performed at 26 weeks of gestation. Her physician chose to order a 50 grams of oral glucose load. Her serum glucose level is 150 mg per TL at 1 hour. So, follow-up question. What should occur next? A. This confirms diabetes mellitus. Give insulin. B. This confirms diabetes mellitus. Dietary intake of carbohydrates should be lessened or minusan ang pagkaon ng carbohydrates. Letter C. This is a suspicious of diabetes mellitus. An oral glucose tolerance test should be performed. And letter D. This is unexpected glucose level in a pregnant woman. Okay? Choose the best answer and please lagyan ninyo ng justification bakit letter A, B, or C ang inyong sagot. Yan. Students ko, kasi alam nyo na talaga, no? Yan, use your mind, no? Use your critical thinking para ninyo i-analyze ang questions. Yan. That's the best. Escape ko muna class ay. Escape ko muna to class kasi meron akong i-add dito sa slides. Sandali lang muna. may nakasagot na ba? Okay, may nakasagot. Letter D. Letter C. So sabi pa nila ni C, may insulin, so may DM sila. Sabi din ni CT, letter C, pahabol na explanation, sir. Okay, sige. I will be revealing the answer, class. The answer is letter C. This is suspicious of diabetes mellitus and oral glucose tolerance test should be performed. Why? Screening test for GDM, no 1 hour glucose after 50 grams glucose load, glucose challenge. If glucose is greater than 140 mg per DL, then perform OGTT. Increased insulin resistance is common in the late second and third trimester. So most women compensate with increased insulin production. GDM cannot make enough insulin to compensate for glucose increases. So that's the reason. Answer is letter C. Yan. Okay, so a 30-year-old pregnant woman has a gestational diabetes mellitus. Screening test performed at 26 weeks of gestation. Her physician nighatag og 50 grams of glucose load. Her serum glucose level is 150. So after 1 hour, so what should occur? So the answer is letter C. This is a suspicious of diabetes mellitus. An oral glucose tolerance test should be performed. Okay? This reason. Okay? Kasi class, if glucose is greater than 140 mg per DL, then mag-perform tayo ng oral glucose tolerance test. Okay, dapat dili man gud maglampas o 120 mg per DL, di ba? Yan. Okay. So next question, class, no? A 30-year-old pregnant woman has a gestational diabetes mellitus. Ayan. Okay, the same question, class. The same question. Okay, the same lang question. Okay, next question, class. Next question. Okay. So dito ko na lang ilagay sa comment section kasi siya nalagay sa slides. Okay. Yan. Taas yun siya, class, no? A sample of blood is collected. Nasa comment section, class. Tanawan ninyo, class. A sample of blood is collected for glucose in sodium fluoride tube before the patient has had breakfast. The physician calls 2 hours later and requests the determination of blood urea nitrogen. Performed on the same sample. Rather than obtaining another specimen, the automated analyzer in your laboratory utilizes the urease method to quantify blood urea nitrogen. What should you tell the physician? A. Will gladly to do the test if sufficient specimen remains. B. Could do the test using the micro method. I think wala pa din nato na-discuss ang BUN, no? Sa protein, kamandahin ni non-protein nitrogens. Okay, next class. Next question. Next question. Okay? Sige. Nasa na siya? Ay, base ba? Magkuhan yung ulo. Okay. Next question, class. Ito na lang. Which of the following does properly describe diabetes mellitus? O, Sharo? A, insulin deficiency. B, associated with autoimmune destruction of pancreatic. Yan. Cells, C, ketoacidosis prone. D, occurs more frequently in adults. Okay, so A, B, C, D. Okay, pag-isulat na lang. And the correct answer, class, is letter D. Yan, very good. Galing-galing ng mga students, ha? Galing-galing. Another pa, gusto nyo pa ba, class? Okay, so I will be sending another question, class, from you, ha? Ito, class. Ha? Okay, next question, class. Which glucose method catalyzes the phosphorylation of glucose by adenosine triphosphate, forming glucose 6-phosphate and adenosine diphosphate with absorbance of the NADPH product read at 340 nanometer? A. Photolyidine. B. Glucose oxidase. C. Hexokinase. D. Glucose dehydrogenase. Yan. Yun. Okay. So, sino pa? Ano pa? May pahabol pa. And very good. The correct answer, class, is letter C. And okay, next question, class. As part of our routine physical fasting, plasma glucose is performed on a 45-year-old male, and the test result is 105 mg per dl. How should this individual be classified? Okay. A, normal. B, impaired fasting glucose. C, type 1 diabetes. Type 2 diabetes. Yan, okay. The correct answer is letter B. Yan, correct. Okay. So kasi class, when a fasting plasma glucose test is performed and the glucose value is between 100 to 125 mg per dl, the individual is considered to have an impaired fasting glucose. This is less than the value associated with diagnosis of diabetes mellitus, which is a fasting plasma glucose of greater than 126 mg per dl. Impaired fasting plasma glucose is considered a risk factor and stage between normal glucose metabolism and development of diabetes mellitus. So that's the rationale behind bakit impaired plasma glucose, fasting plasma glucose ang sagot. Sige. So, I think class, that's the end of my presentation for today's activity. Is there any question, class? May mga questions pa ba tayo? May mga questions pa ba kayo, class, no, about carbohydrates or glucose? Okay? Sige, may questions pa ba? na po, sir. Okay, so last question. Okay, so ito, common nga questions to. Okay, so what is the glucose concentration in fasting whole blood? Yan. Yan. Nilagay ko na ang question. What is the glucose concentration in the fasting whole blood? Less than the concentration in plasma or serum. B, greater than the concentration in plasma or serum. C, equal of the concentration in plasma or serum. D, meaningless because it is not stable. Okay. And the correct answer is letter A. Okay? So I think hawod naman mo kaayo oy, wala na yung mga question. That's the rationale, no? Gisend ko na dyan sa inyong screen. Okay, so when highly specified analytical method use the glucose concentration in fasting whole blood is approximately 12 to 15% lower than in plasma or serum. Although glucose diffuses freely between water phase or plasma and red blood cells, there is a higher concentration of water in plasma, approximately 12%, than in whole blood, accounting for the increased glucose concentration in plasma. The water content of whole blood depends on the... sir, naglag-lag. Okay. So, I think class, tapos na tayo class, no, sa ating presentation, for our presentation this morning. Okay, so, Lenny May, nandito ka ba, Lenny May?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so, sulat ng question, mag-lead ng prayer, Lenny, ha? Sulat
Yes,
ng
sir.
question, class, sulat naman dyan sa ating comment section, RNP ako, 2022. Yan. Para tayo. Okay? Sige. Next meeting class, prepare for our lipids. Okay? Sino yung mga lipids na reporter natin? Prepare kayo. And of course, bago tayo mag-start next meeting, we will have a quiz, no? An evaluation of your learning about carbohydrates next meeting. Okay? Prepare for a quiz for our first ever quiz. Hapit na nga tong exam. Hapit ng exam, mag-quiz pa lang ta. Okay? Sige. Yun. Okay, so marami na nakaka-comment, no? Writing about 2020. Hey, Lenny, can you lead us an opening prayer?
Yes, sir. Let us pray in the name of the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. Amen. Most gracious and heavenly Father, Lord, we thank you for this wonderful day you have given to us, Lord God. Lord, thank you for new learnings, Lord God. And thank you for Sir Alfred, Lord God, for teaching us, Lord. Lord, shower us your blessings, Lord. This is all we ask. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen and amen. Okay, thank you so much, Lenny, for that prayer. Okay, class, ito pala class, no? Sa mga reporters, sino yung mga reporters? Please prepare at least 10 questions, no? Multiple choice, the same pa rin class sa ating questions last meeting. Then send it to me, ha? Lagay nyo lang sa notepad. Send nyo sa akin sa Messenger. Okay? Lahat ng mga reporters, please prepare, and I encourage everyone not to give your questions to your classmates. Ayaw ihatag ang questions kaya para mag-study ko sila. Pero class, don't you worry. That 10 questions, I dagdagan ko pa ng 20 questions from my own questions. Okay? So, yan. more or less 30 questions ang atong quiz next meeting. Pero sige lang, I will update you. Okay? Sige. Mga reporters ha, please submit to me later than this night, okay? 12 midnight, bago mag 12 midnight. Submit niyo yung mga 10 questions, prepared questions ha. Multiple choice. All of those are multiple choice and I encourage you not to spoil all your questions to your classmates. Okay? Alam ko na yung mga techniques na yan. Pero just try it na not to give your questions to your classmates para naman maka-review sila. Dili man na siya para sa ako, para man na siya sa inyo. Okay? Sige. So, reporters, binigyan nyo na ba ang inyong presentation sa inyong mga classmates? So, I will be uploading also your presentation sa ating Moodle para ma-download nila as well as my presentation. Okay, so thank you so much and God bless you all. Bye-bye. Enjoy your days and God bless you always.
Thank you, sir.
And